This video will cover the entire first year linguistics course. So we're going to talk about properties of language, go through phonetics, phonology, syntax, semantics, morphology, and pragmatics. If you want any further follow-up videos, feel free to check out the Trev Tutor YouTube channel. I have a full course on syntax, as well as some videos on semantics and phonology. So linguistics is the study of how language works. It is not about speaking languages, it is about understanding languages. So there's several components that we'll go through in this course. The first one being phonetics, which is all about the speech sounds you make. Then phonology, which is how speech sounds group up into syllables as well as change depending on when they're placed in a sentence or word. Morphology, looking at the parts of words. Syntax, looking at how words form sentences. And then semantics and pragmatics, talking about meaning, where semantics is quite literal and pragmatics is a little bit more non-literal and how it's used in conversation. So there are several properties of language. So all languages have these properties. The first one is creativity. And that is that we can produce new words or sentences that we've never uttered before or heard before, and we can understand them. So for example, this sentence, the dog that snorted my girlfriend's new blouse bought 4 bottles of champagne. You've probably never heard that sentence before, but you understand what it means. You understand that you have a subject that is doing something. So it's a dog that snorted the girlfriend's new blouse. You know that new blouse is part of what the girlfriend owns. And you know that something can buy 4 bottles of champagne. So all of these parts individually you understand. And because you understand those parts, you can put them into a sentence and understand the full meaning of a sentence. Every language also has generality, which means that we have grammars for sounds, words, and sentences. Normally, when you think of grammar, you think of sentence structure, but actually it can be with sound structure too. So for example, with the word plant, we can break it up into its components. We have the onset, which are the consonants that occur at the beginning of a syllable. We have the nucleus, which is the vowel sound that the syllable is built around. And then we have what's called a coda, which are our remaining consonants. So when you ask yourself, well, how do you make a rhyme with the word plant? Well, you need to consider the nucleus and the coda together. So to rhyme with plant, you need something that ends with ant. So like rant or something like that. And then when you think about word structure or sentence structure, you might think of a nonsense sentence like colorless green ideas sleep furiously. We know that sleep is a verb, furiously is an adverb. That's going to form what's called a predicate. And then you have a subject in the sentence, which would be colorless green ideas. Ideas meaning the main noun, and then colorless and green are modifying that noun to create a bigger subject. So we'll understand how these different structures are come to be when we get to those sections in phonology and in syntax. Now, languages also exhibit parity, and that means that all grammars are considered equal. There is no language that is more or less complex overall. So even though individual components of language, like phonology, might be more complex in some languages, that may make up for the fact that those other languages have a more complex syntax or morphology or more cognitive load required for pragmatics. So we say all grammars are equal. In other words, we don't want to think of a single language as being like the simplest language on earth, because it's probably far from that. Next, we have some universal rules for languages. So this is the concept of universality. And these are features that all languages share. So for example, every spoken language on earth has at least 3 vowels. That's just a fact of languages. Linguists have yet to find a language that just has 2 or less vowels in it. And also all languages have nouns and verbs. That's another fact. So nouns and verbs may not be the exact terms that they use. They may use the term substantive for things that are essentially objects or things in the real world, and then just predicates for the action. So you might see that term instead, substantives and predicates. But there are some languages that have been considered to not have a distinction between nouns and verbs, but upon careful analysis, we find that actually they do have those 2 separate categories, and there are hints at that. So in a follow-up course, that may be gone into more depth. Now, One of the last properties is mutability, and that is that languages change over time. So on the left here is English, but this isn't modern English. This is much older English. I don't know if this is Old English or Middle English, but regardless, it doesn't really matter, but because we can see significant language change. You may speak English and not really understand what this means, which is perfectly natural. That's because language changes over time. Right now, we are in the skibbity Riz era of language. At least when I recorded it, Riz has been around for probably a year and a half, and skibbity is like 3 to 4 months old at this point. But language changes over time, and there's nothing wrong with that. If people got skibbity Riz from Ohio, we just accept that as a natural part of language. So, if we think about the properties of language, what do these statements express? Creativity, generality, parity, universality, or mutability? So, number one, all languages must have at least 3 vowels and at least 5 consonants. So, this is just an extension of a universal fact that we saw before. There are always more consonants than vowels in a language, and at the very least, a language must have 3 vowels and 5 consonants. Second, the word cool is now used less often than lit by young adults, and this was in 2022 when that fact happened. So, what is this? Well, this isn't creativity, this isn't generality, this is not parity, but this is an instance of mutability. So, back in 2022, lit was used more often than cool, and now this has changed. I think more people are using cool again because cool just has a longer staying power than words like lit. So those were the basic properties of language. And it's important to know that when we do linguistics, we are descriptivists. So we believe in describing the way that language works because we approach language as a science. We're not here to put in our own views and tell people how to speak or what to say. Instead, we collect data from speakers of a language who grew up speaking that language. So L1 speakers, we call them. And we just simply analyze what people say. We are not prescriptivists. So we don't prescribe language to people. We simply describe it. So as you see in the comic below, I'm sure at some point in your K to 12 years, you've said, "Can I go to the bathroom?" And then your teacher responds and they say, "Yeah, you can, but may you?" And then you have to rephrase your question, which is just absurd because can and may, they're synonymous in its use in that context. So we're not prescribing or telling people what to say. We're just trying to figure out what people say and then why and theoretically explain it. So if we think about some of these statements, we can classify them as descriptivist or prescriptivist statements. So, for example, in number one, you shouldn't say ain't because it's non-standard. This is a prescriptivist type of statement. So this isn't something that we want to say as linguists. We would simply describe the fact that some people do say ain't and that it is a substitute for is not. So the key word that gives us away is shouldn't. When we prescribe a judgment, we use words like should or could. 2, when English speakers pronounce p, it has a greater puff of air at the beginning of a stressed word. Now, this is just a fact. We're simply just describing something. So this is something a descriptivist would say. They've taken a look at all the ways that English speakers pronounce the P sound, and then they've made a finding from that. And that finding is just a statement. Number 3, there is no modern English word clackaboodly-goop in use. Now, this is a descriptivist statement as well, because we're simply describing language. Now, after this video, maybe it is a word that is going to be in use, in which case it would still be a descriptivist statement, but it'd just be incorrect at that point. So there's no judgment here. We're not telling people not to say a certain sound or not to say a certain word. We're simply describing the fact that it's not in use right now. So let's begin with phonetics, which is the smallest parts of speech that we can look at, the sound. So phonetics in an introlinguistics course usually covers description, classification, and transcription of sounds. So there's a diagram to the left that shows all of the different parts of the mouth. You will become familiar with this over time, but instead of just learning the biology of the mouth, we're going to learn sounds and biology together, piece by piece. So what you see here in the list are what are called places of articulation. And these are spots in the mouth where sounds are made. Now, in English, we do not use all of these spots, but across all languages in the world, you will see use of each of these places, at least at the epiglottis, at the glottis and above, so right above the pharynx there. These are where sounds are made above that point, typically. All right, so there's several different areas of phonetics. The first one we're going to focus on in this intro course is articulatory phonetics, and this is just how the sounds are made by the vocal organs. So sounds in your oral cavity, sounds in your nasal cavity, the manner that air flows out of your mouth, whether your vocal cords are vibrating or not. And there are some other areas, which are acoustic phonetics and auditory phonetics, which would usually be in a follow-up course. And acoustic phonetics is going to discover some of the properties of speech through a computer. So you're taking a look at the actual properties like the sound waves, the volume. If you look at spectrographs of sounds, what frequency certain vowels are made at. And then in auditory phonetics, this is a little bit more on the psycholinguistic side, but this is taking a look at how people perceive sounds. So, for example, if we take a sound, and let me just draw a little vowel chart here. There's a sound oo in the back, and there's a sound e at the front. So these are pronounced e and oo. Now, if I pronounce a sound for you, e, people will hear them differently. So if you're an English speaker, you probably heard e as closer to an oo than you did an e. But in actuality, what I did was I made an e sound and I rounded my lips. So in terms of phonetics, it's actually closer to e than it is to oo. But if you're an English speaker, you probably heard it as oo, while if you're a French speaker, you definitely heard it closer to e. And that's just because of the way that our perceptual phonetics are organized in our mind as we learn a first language. So for English speakers, the fact that this sound is a round sound means that it's going to be interpreted closer to oo because the only round sounds that we have in English are at the back. While in French, it's perfectly fine to have rounded front vowels and mid vowels. So in des œufs, for example, for eggs, they have a mid-rounded vowel at the front there as well. This will make more sense as we learn more phonetics, but that's just a little description of what auditory phonetics might study. So, speech is segmented into individual sounds, and those sounds are called phones. So a single phone is a singular way of pronouncing something. Now, phones will have modifications to them depending on what extra little things are going on in the mouth, but for the most part, we'll just use the basic sounds. So, for example, in the word dogs, we have four sounds. We have d, ah, g, and th to make the sound to make the word dogs. In fact, the G and the Z are sometimes produced simultaneously, so some people might even consider this to be three sounds, d, ah, x. Now, in a case of thought, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 letters for the word thought. But if we actually think about the sounds that we're making a th sound, we're making an ah sound, and we're making a t sound. So those 7 letters are being transformed into 3 sounds. Now, what we see on the right here in these square brackets is called the International Phonetic Alphabet, the IPA. And the idea here is that one symbol equals one sound. So if you see this symbol, this is always a th sound. And this is specifically the th sound in the word thistle and not the th sound in the word the. That would be a different symbol that looks like a little delta. So one sound has one symbol, and you're going to be hearing differences in sounds that you might not have considered before. So this is a chart of all the consonants in the International Phonetic Alphabet. You can find these charts online just by typing in IPA Linguistics or IPA Phonetics, and there are interactive charts where you can click on the sounds and hear them. But I will circle the ones that we are going to learn for English because these are the ones that we have in English. So as I go through, you're going to see that there's quite a few sounds that we have in English. and then quite a few sounds that we don't. So if I look at all of these, I've circled maybe 20 or so consonant sounds. And there's still about 20 or so that English doesn't have that other languages do. Now, if you're looking at this chart, what a gray square means is that it's impossible to make those sounds, just according to the biological articulators. And if we have a white square, this means that it's possible, but it's unaccounted for in any natural language. So what this means is that if we look at the chart and we say, okay, forget what these terms mean at the moment, but we have a bilabial sound and it's a tap or flap, it is possible to make, but right now we don't know of any languages that actually use those for speech. So we don't have a symbol for it. But in the future, if we find one that uses it, then we would have a symbol and we'd be able to transcribe that sound. So the goals of the IPA are pretty straightforward. We want to transcribe all of our speech sounds in every single language. This means that if you hear something from any speaker in the world, you should be able to put that on paper using the IPA to get an accurate pronunciation that someone else could read and understand. And second of all, is to get each sound with a different symbol. Now, it's important to know that spelling is not relevant for determining the symbol. So we're not doing this based off letters. We're doing this based off the sounds that we hear, and this is known as the true alphabetic principle. So for example, in the words jump, badge, and judge, we see a j sound several times. So j is represented by a j in jump, j is represented by a dge in badge, and in judge we see both. But this is the same sound in every case. It's just spelled in different ways. So we want to be using this symbol here to represent that j sound. So that way, if you see this in a dictionary or you're studying another language, if you see this symbol j, you know exactly what sound it makes. It makes j. There is no confusion there. So if we wanted to spell judge in a way that any speaker could understand and pronounce if they knew the IPA, then we could do something like this. And this vowel here just makes that sound, judge. So that would be how we pronounce the word judge. Okay, so what you can do at home, and you can post it in the comments if you want, probably going to have to post several comments throughout the video considering how long it is. You can think of a pair of words that belong in each of these categories. So maybe a pair with an identical sound but with different spelling. So two words that have a similar sound but with different spelling. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick a word like women, and I'm going to focus on this O sound, which is I, and then the word win, which has the same sound. Whether it's women or win, it's both an I sound in this case. But in one case, it's spelled with an O and the other with an I. So again, spelling doesn't matter. It has the same sound. Two, a pair with two different sounds with the same spelling. I'm going to come to these two words. We saw the word thought before, but there's an interesting one, which is though. So if we remove that T, suddenly this OUGH makes an O sound. So we would transcribe it like this, while OUGH in thought makes an ah sound, which we would write with a lowercase a there. That's the IPA symbol. So we're just removing one letter, but suddenly the sound is changing. So English spelling is not a good prediction of what sounds you're actually supposed to make when you speak. And what about some words with letters that don't have any sound? So though and thought will leave behind. But what about a word like gnome? Gnome. That G is not making any sound at all. It's not gnome, it's just gnome. And it's the same thing with a word like knife. That K is not making a sound in modern English, so it's a silent letter. It has no sound associated with it. Even if you think of words like life, what is this E doing at the end? Well, it's telling us that I should be pronounced I in the English word, but that letter doesn't actually have a sound associated with it. So it's not lifey or lifa or lifa, it's just life. That E is silent. So as we get into sounds, we should know a little bit about our speech organs. Now, it's important to know that we do not have any specialized organs just for speech. And what I mean by that is, of course, we have organs that are used for speech, but their primary function is biological. And one of their secondary functions is to use for speech. In other words, we've adapted those organs to be used for communication purposes. So, for example, what the lungs are doing is they're taking in oxygen. So, O2 comes in, or just oxygen, whatever. I'm not a chemist. And then carbon dioxide comes out, CO2 comes out. So that's their primary function. But in terms of what it's doing for speech, is it's giving us air that we use to make our sounds. Because if we couldn't shoot air out of our mouth while we speak, then we wouldn't be making any audible noises. The larynx consists of the epiglottis, supraglottis, vocal cord glottis, and subglottis. It's this little area down in here. And in speech, it is used to produce voicing. So in other words, the difference between an S sound and a Z sound is just whether your vocal folds are vibrating or not. So if you hold your thumb and your index finger and you put it around the front of your throat and you make the sound S and Z, you'll notice when you make Z that you'll feel vibration in your fingers. While if you make S, you're not going to feel any vibration at all. So it is your vocal cords, your vocal folds that are vibrating, that are causing that difference between S and Z. And your glottis is the area around, or I should say in between your vocal folds, where air is passing through. So we'll take a look at a diagram in a bit, and hopefully it'll make a little bit more sense about why vibration occurs. So when we take a look at voiceless and voiced diagrams here, this is a top-down look through your neck. So you can see the glottis here. This is the front of your neck, and this is the back. And we see what are called arytenoid cartilages right here. So I will write that there, arytenoid cartilage. And what happens in a voiceless sound is they're pretty loose. So as air flows up through your glottis out of your mouth, these vocal folds, which I'll color in red right here, are pretty loose. So they're not vibrating as air goes through. But in voice sounds, you're going to have vibrations. So what happens is these arytenoid cartilages tighten up, so they kind of pull forward. These vocal folds get really, really close together. And then when air comes through, air is coming through at such a high turbulence and the vocal folds are so tight that they begin to vibrate. This is like a guitar string. So if you were to pluck a guitar string when it's loose, it wouldn't vibrate. But if you were to strike it while it's tight, it would vibrate quite a lot. And instead of using your finger to pluck it, instead the vocal folds are being plucked by air, essentially. So there's some sound contrast you can hear, like H and high, doesn't have any vibration. The P in lap, p, p, p. You might get some vibration at the end when the vowel comes out, but just the P itself is not vibrating. F and T and fort. If you make that F sound and hold it, you're not going to feel any vibrations. And the K in light doesn't have any vibrations either. In comparison, we have D, D, D has some vibration. The G and G has some vibration. If you hold an L sound, you'll feel the vibration on your throat. And same with live, v. That V sound has some vibration too. So when you learn voiceless and voice sounds, it is a good idea to learn some of them in pairs. So for example, P and B are the same sound, except one is voiced, which you write VD, and P is voiceless, which you write VLS. Same with the TD contrast and KG. So these are all very similar sounds that only differ in voicing. Some do not have voiceless counterparts like L and R. It's just R, but upside down. It's the specific symbol that we use. And then there's other contrasts like F and V and S and Z and so on. So we'll learn all of these. Now, instead of learning the symbols first and learning whether they're voiceless or voiced, it's best just to play around with your throat and feel it to see if these sounds are voiceless or voiced. So try it yourself. Now, in massive, s, when you feel your throat, you do not feel any vibration at all. This is voiceless, and I'll give you the symbol for this. It is just S. In the case of flavor, if you hold that, you definitely feel a vibration. So this is voiced, and we use an upside down R to make this sound. That's the symbol for it. Turnip. There's definitely no vibration on the P sound, so this is voiceless, and we just use the letter P for that. And then for the verb use, this one has vibration. This is voiced, and we use a Z symbol for this because this is the Z sound, use. Now, if you think of use as a noun, then things are a little bit different. Because if you say use, suddenly this is voiceless, and we would use the S symbol for that, because that is the S sound, voiceless use, compared to use. So the difference between a noun and a verb in this case is whether or not the sound is voiceless or voiced. Now, we're going to segment our vocal tract into two different cavities. So the vocal tract will be everything above the larynx, so consider it from this area up. And our vocal tract is used to shape sounds. So in other words, the tongue and the lips are going to do things to change the sound that we output, and we could even let air through our nose to produce certain sounds. So everything that comes out of the mouth is considered the oral cavity, and if it comes out of the nose, then things are going through the nasal cavity. Oh, let's ask ourselves, are these questions nasal or not? So when we look at these certain sounds like k, and s or z, we have to ask if air is coming out of our nose. And one way to check this is just to see if you can pronounce the sound with your mouth completely closed. So sack. No, I gotta let air out of my mouth. So this is an oral sound. It's coming out of the mouth. In the case of flaming, I can keep my mouth closed. No air is coming out. In fact, if I put my fingers in front of my nose, flaming, you can kind of feel air come out of your nose. So this is a nasal sound, and we use this symbol. It's an N with a little hook, and that represents that NG sound we have in English. What about turn? You can hear the nasality in it. So this is a nasal sound, and this is just an N symbol. And finally, for use or use, air is clearly coming out of my mouth here. This is an oral sound, and depending on whether this is a noun or a verb, it'll either be S or Z. Sack in the first one is just a K, or our symbol. Now, we're going to learn the consonants before we learn the vowels. And when we learn consonants, we want to be able to describe each sound and symbol. So we have three different dimensions that we can describe them on. We've already talked about voicing, but we'll review it anyway. And there's also the place that the sound is taking place. So in other words, which articulators in your mouth are shaping the sound. Is it at your lips, like both lips? Is it your bottom lip and top teeth? Is it the little ridge in your mouth? Is it right behind the teeth? Is it more towards the back of the mouth? That's going to be the place. And then the manner of articulation is going to tell us what the airflow is doing as it comes out of our vocal tract, either oral or nasal cavity. So you can think about three dimensions. There's the vocal fold vibration, there's the place that the sound is being shaped, and there's the way that the airflow is coming out. So for voiceless sounds, these are sounds like TTK, SFH, so p, t, k, s, f, h. And the voice sounds have that vibration. So b, d, g, z, n. And then also, every single vowel that we have in English is going to be voiced as well. So whenever you have a vowel, you don't have to worry about asking if it's voiceless or voiced. It's going to be voiced. There are some languages that do have voiceless vowels, but usually in very specific circumstances. So if you go back to the IPA chart, what you're going to see in each box is usually a separation. The one on the left is the voiceless sound, and the one on the right is the voiced sound. So as we go through the different places of articulation, we'll also point out the contrast between voiceless and voiced. And as you use them more, as you think about them more and feel your throat more, you'll become more familiar with these sounds and it'll become quite second nature. So we're going to illustrate a lot of these with face diagrams. And if we wanted to check whether or not a sound is voiceless or voiced in our face diagram representation, we're looking at this little line down here. If it's wavy, that means that it's voiced. If it's a straight line, this will mean that it's voiceless. So this is just going to be a way to indicate on face diagrams whether or not a sound is voiceless or voiced. And this is not a bad way in order to see the sounds and think about them if you can't visually imagine them inside your own mind. So the place of articulation is the second dimension that we'll take a look at. And when you learn these sounds, it is very important that you produce the sounds in your mouth and you think about them and you try to feel where your tongue is and what your lips are doing. Because the best way to learn phonetics is not to memorize things, it is to use your mouth as a cheat sheet and to really understand how the sounds are being made. So take time with sounds and consciously try to feel what is happening in your mouth. So the first place of articulation is the bilabial sound. So in other words, bi meaning two and labial meaning lips. Sure, there are jokes you can make with the word labial, but we will not say them here. Okay, so we have three bilabial sounds in English. One is the p sound, and this is a voiceless sound. So pitch, happy, flap, pan. There will be some differences in how it's pronounced. For example, in pitch, it's a little bit more airy than in happy, and in flap, it's not really released compared to pitch or happy. But we'll talk about those differences a little bit later. We have P's voiced counterpart, b. So this one is voiced. In words like bar, rubble, job, or butler, there's usually just one way to pronounce this, although at the end of a word like job, you may not release the B. So it may just be like job with no release of air afterwards. And then we have a nasal sound. So this is voiced as well. Anything that comes out of your nose is voiced. So minus, hammer, wham is that M sound. So these are the three bilabial sounds, and you'll usually denote them by having two closed lips at the front of your diagram. There are more bilabial sounds, but these are just the ones in English. Now we have two labiodental sounds in English. So labio meaning lip again, and dental meaning tooth. So this is bottom lip and upper teeth. So we have F and V. F is the voiceless version and V is the voiced version. So in flavor, calf, rough, that F sound. You can feel your bottom lip touching your top teeth. And same with Venus, lives, save. It's the same as F, it's just that your vocal folds are vibrating. So if you know F, you know V. If you know V, you know F. Just feel your throat and you can feel that difference. Interdental is exactly what you'd think it would mean. Dental meaning teeth, and inter meaning in between. So we have a voiceless version and a voiced version. Now, in English, both of these are just TH sounds, but there is a difference. So in think, bath, ethereal, these are voiceless. You do not feel any vibration in your throat when you say it. But when you say this or though or father, you can feel vibration there. So we have two different sounds here. We have the theta symbol for the voiceless one. It's the same as it's pronounced in theta or theta, depending how you want to say it. And then we have what's called ed for the voiced one, which looks like a delta with a little squiggle through it. And this one to me kind of looks like a D. I also know that D is a voice sound, so that's just how I initially remembered it when I first learned these sounds. We have a lot of different alveolar sounds, and this is your hard ridge that is right behind your teeth. So if you put your tongue up against the back of your teeth and you drag it back, eventually you're going to feel it start to move up. That hard ridge right before you start to move up is what's called your alveolar ridge. So T, D, N, L, the S and Z, these are sounds that you make at that ridge. So T and D are voiceless and voiced counterparts. So T as in trade, mat, and falter, you can not feel any vibration in your throat. And then the D version, which is voice for durable, tied, made, usually represented with the D letter in English. Now, we have a nasal sound, which is voiced, our N, noise, noggin, ban. We have air coming through our nose when we pronounce the N sound. And then we have L, which is also a voice sound in light, fall, and tremble. There is a difference in the way that you pronounced L at the beginning and end of a syllable. Light really comes off that alveolar ridge, while fall, if you pronounce that like an English speaker, you'll have your tongue bunched up a little bit at the back as well when you produce fall. So it would be the same in tremble. It's at the end of a syllable, so we would have that little bunching up at the back, but these are still L sounds. Now we have S, Z, and R as well. So S is the voiceless version of Z. So S would be straight, mass, rancid, and Z would be made, zebra, present. So you can feel that vibration in your vocal fold. Sometimes S makes the Z sound. So we don't want to be trusting our letters. We want to be trusting our pronunciation. And finally, we also have R, which is voiced. So in running, far, attacker. We use an upside down R for this. The reason is because a right side up R, a regular R, is actually a trill. So this is what they would have in Spanish when you have a word like perro with two R's. I can't really do trills, but if you think of a traditional Spanish R, that is what the upside right R is. Now we have 4 post-alveolar sounds, 2 voiceless voiced pair. So the first 2 are sh and zh. And your tongue isn't really touching the alveolar ridge or behind it, but it's a little bit further behind the alveolar sounds, and it's pretty close. It's causing a lot of turbulence. So in the case of shrimp, bash, and lashing, this is usually the SH letters in English. Sometimes they appear in other letter formats, but think of your typical sh. This is your integral sign, and this is also called esh. Now we have a zh sound, which is just sh, but with vocal fold vibration. So treasure, azure, vision. And this looks like a Z with a little curve on it. And this is called edge. I don't know how you spell edge, but that is my guess for how you would spell it. We have another voiceless voiced pair. You see the j from before, badge, jump, and fragile, but we also have that ch version that is voiceless, like chirp, batch, chump. So these two are combinations of other sounds. So the voiceless ch is a combination of t and sh, and if you pronounce those both simultaneously, you get ch, you get that ch sound. And with badge and judge, it's like doing a d followed by a j immediately. So we need the tie bar on top to symbolize that this is one sound. And j. We have one palatal sound. So this is kind of like in the dead center of your mouth near the top. This is the y sound. We use the J symbol for it. So words like young, yes, and yearn, that is y, y, y. This one's a little bit harder to feel, but you'll feel the center of your tongue being pushed towards the top of your mouth, but not quite touching. Young. And I should mention this one is voiced as well. Now, in terms of our velar sounds, which are almost the final sounds we have k, g, and ng. K and g are voiceless and voiced counterparts. So kick, call, toucan, while g has that vibration in gone, grumble, and bag. And finally, we have ing, which is voiced. It's a nasal sound, and this represents that ng sound, and occasionally sounds before the letter k or g. So running, hitting, ink. If you say ink, you can feel that ng at the back of your mouth, right up against the velum there. So ink. If it were alveolar like a regular N, it would be ink, ink. And we don't say that. That's a little bit difficult to say. We say ink with ing at the back. Now, our final two sounds are H and the glottal stop. The glottal stop is considered to be voiced, I believe, and the H is voiceless. So it's a little bit hard to hear the glottal stop because basically it's no air coming out. So uh-oh, it's that middle sound between and o, uh-oh. Or even if you say the word button, 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 there's like that little pause there, button, mountain. It's that little space where you're not really pronouncing anything. Basically, air is getting trapped behind the glottis, like where your vocal folds are. Like the vocal folds are shut tight, air is trapped behind, and then it's released. Now, with H, happy, aha, these are voiceless sounds, and this is just air coming out of your vocal folds, like a steady stream. So, just a quick check. If we take a look at some of these underlined sounds, what is the place of articulation where we're making them? And feel where they are in your mouth. Try not to rely too much on the examples. So in America, where is that being made? Well, that's being made towards the back. This is a velar sound. Your tongue is pushed up against your velum, and this would be the K symbol. In Canada, this is at your alveolar ridge. You can feel your tongue at that hard little ridge there before it starts to go upwards in your mouth, and this is just a D sound. New England, England, g. This is at the back as well, right where the K is, and this would just be our G sound. So this is also velar. And finally, for Washington, it's not quite at the alveolar ridge, it's a little bit further behind. So we call this a post-alveolar sound. And if we want to know the symbol for this, this is esh. This is our integral sign. So those are where the different sounds are being produced in our mouths. Now we can put things together and describe each sound with a symbol, a voicing, and a place. So I encourage you to try this. And this is the best way in order to build up your knowledge, is just to do this a bunch of times and really start to feel where the sounds are in your mouth until it becomes second nature. So trick, t. This is a voiceless sound. There's no vibration in the throat. And this is alveolar because it's being made at that hard ridge. And this is just the T symbol. In catsup, that's a voiceless sound. It is made with your two lips. So this is bilabial, and this is just the P sound. Now in leisure, or leisure, doesn't really matter what the vowel is, it's j. It's voiced. We can feel the vibration. And this is where that SH sound is. It's a little bit behind the alveolar ridge. So this is considered a post-alveolar sound. And if we remember the symbol for this, this is the Z with a little curl at the bottom. This is j, ej. Now in the case of mapping, air's coming out of our nose. This is voice. We feel vibrations too. Is made with your tongue against your velum in the back. So this is a velar sound, and this is the N with a little hook on it. This is also written as engma if you want to give a name to this sound. And finally, in wither, this is voiced. It's made with our tongue between our two teeth, our top and bottom teeth. So this is going to be interdental. And the symbol we have for this is our little delta with a squiggle through it. So we're now able to describe sounds in terms of voicing and place. We just have to learn about manner. When we talk about manner of articulation, we're talking about what the airflow is doing as it goes through the vocal tract. So either through the oral cavity or the nasal cavity. So if we take a look at these two diagrams on the page, you'll notice that if we draw airflow from our lungs out of our mouth on the left diagram, we get some closure, some stoppage of air before it's released. While if we compare the one on the right side, then we can see that actually the air can continuously flow out through a very narrow passageway. So what we would say is that the sound on the left is representative of a stop where air is held before released, while the one on the right would be an example of a fricative. In other words, there's a little bit of frication there while the air is continuously escaping outside of your mouth. So we'll go through each of the manners of articulation and show the sounds that represent each of those. So the first one is stop. And this is when we have air that gets blocked behind an articulator in the mouth before it's released. So in the left one, this is a bilabial stop. And these are stops, bilabial, because the air is being held right behind the lips right before it's released. So these are the sounds P and B, and also M in this case, although M is a little bit special. We'll talk about that in just a moment. In the middle diagram, we see air being held right behind the alveolar ridge. So these are sounds like T and D, and N will also be a special case. Now, in the third example, we can see it's voiced, and as air tries to get through, it's being held right behind the velum here, but it has an escape passage through the nose. So this is an example of a nasal stop in this case. And we can have velar stops where we don't have it going through the nasal cavity, in other words, K and G, but we do have that ing sound, which is what this diagram represents. So when we think about stops, we shouldn't be thinking about it whether air is continuously leaving our mouth or nose, but rather the fact that air is being stopped in the oral tract. So the fact that air is being stopped in this position behind the velum does mean it's a stop, but the fact that it's going through the nose, it's being redirected, makes it a nasal stop. So it's going to be the same with M and with N. In both of these cases, you'll still have air being stopped inside your oral cavity, but air will also escape through the nasal passage at the same time, which means that you can hold those sounds. So all of the English stops are listed below. The only one we haven't shown is the glottal stop, and that's because the stop is being made right where your vocal folds are, right behind the glottis there. So it's a little bit hard to show that in a face diagram when you actually have a glottal stop. Now, the second one is a fricative. So this is where airflow is turbulent and continuous, leaving the oral cavity. So what we don't have listed here are the labiodental ones, F and V, but we do have S and Z on the left diagram there. In fact, if I'm being perfect, I really shouldn't cross my Z's there. So air is continuously coming out between the tongue and the alveolar ridge. Now, these are turbulent, so there's a very tight constriction there. And what this means is that the air pressure inside of your mouth is going to be more dense than the air pressure outside of your mouth. So the fact that you have that difference in air pressure is what's causing that frication, what's causing that noisiness. So that's S and Z in the left one. In the middle, we have palatal alveolars. So we have the sh and zh sounds. And then on the right, we have our interdental, our th and th sounds. So in the face diagram for the interdental, it's a little bit hard to see, but there is space between your teeth and between your tongue and your teeth where air can come out. But the air pressure inside is much denser than the air pressure outside of your mouth. So with H, H is going to be down at the bottom where your glottis is. And for the F and V sounds, you would have the lower lip and the top teeth with a little bit of space in between. It would look a lot like the interdental one, but the lip would be facing upwards in that case. Now we have affricates. So you can think of an affricate as a combination of a stop and fricative. It begins as a stop and then immediately releases into a fricative. So even when you think about how the sounds are formed in the symbol, it's basically a stop plus a fricative with a tie bar above to say that these are simultaneously being made. So it's a little bit hard in a face diagram to show these. Here's an attempt on the right where the black is where the tongue starts, so right behind the alveolar ridge, and then it quickly moves up to release. So you can hold these sounds a little bit, but it does start to sound like that sh sound at the end. Or with j, j, it does sound like j at the end of it because that is where the tongue ends up. So you can think of an affricate as a combination of a stop and fricative at the same time. And other languages will have other affricates. So for example, German will have the P and F affricate, f, f, and something like Greek would have the P and the S together, like in psychology, which would be pronounced something like psychologia. You can hear that PS at the beginning. Japanese would also have an example of a TS together, like in the word tsunami. So in English, we would write tsunami and we'd probably pronounce it without the T, but in Japanese, you would pronounce it with the T as one sound with the S, tsunami. Now, we have a couple special sounds called liquids. These are kind of like fricatives, but the airflow is much freer. So lateral liquids, we just have one, which is the L. And we call this lateral because when we make this sound, the tongue is making contact with your alveolar ridge here. So the tongue looks a little bit like this if I were to draw it. But air is flowing through the sides of the tongue. So you don't have any turbulence there, and the pressure inside and outside of your mouth is pretty equal. In the case of the rhotic liquid, which is R, it's very similar to L, except the tongue is going to bunch up a little bit in the back. It's going to look a little weird with that diagram, but with rhotic liquids, you get a little bit of tongue bunching at the end, and air is flowing pretty continuously. You don't hear any turbulence when you hear The airflow is pretty similar inside and outside of the mouth. Now, the last manner of articulation are glides, and these are sometimes called semivowels. They're basically consonant sounds that are nearly indistinguishable from their vowel counterparts. So we have two. We have the voiced labiovelar glide W. So labio here is for the rounded lips, and velar is the place where you also have some tongue action. So in a word like watch or ooh or whimper, this is a glide. It is very, very similar to the vowel sound oo. In fact, if you were to change the W to an oo and go whimper, whimper, you would probably hear it as a W if you're an English speaker. And then we have our voiced palatal glide y. So in yes, yearn, and value, the y sound is kind of hidden between the L and the U. So if we were to actually write this out, val u, we don't say valu or value, we say val u, and we get that y sound right before our u sound. So this is very similar to the sound E in terms of its actual pronunciation and articulation. So you can think of these semivowels or glides as being like very quickly articulated. There's not really contact with any point at the top of your mouth. So it does behave a little bit more like a vowel than a consonant in some ways. Okay, and then glides are the perfect transition into talking about vowels. So consonants had three ways that we could describe them, with voicing, place, and manner. And with vowels, these are all made inside your mouth, and it's all about what the tongue is doing. So you'll see a box like this, and this is usually top teeth, bottom teeth, and then we have our little ridge up here, and then we have space for our tongue, and then our vocal folds are somewhere down there. So the vowel space just tells you where your tongue is in relation to the sounds that you're making. And we can talk about height. So we can talk about how high your tongue is. It's either going to be high, mid, or low. We can talk about the depth, whether it's going to be front, central, or back. We can talk about the roundedness of your lips. So what your lips are doing are going to be important as well, if they're rounded or if they're just spread. And we would call spread lips unrounded. And then also how tense your tongue is. So whether it's lax or tense. And how you can think of it as if your tongue is pushing an extreme boundary. So it's going pretty close to either the bottom, top, front, or back of your mouth, then it's going to be tense. If it's somewhere in the middle, then it'll be lax. So one way to hear this is the difference between the sounds E and I. So in the words beat and bit, They're very close to the same pronunciation, the same place in the mouth, beat and bit. The only difference is with beat, your tongue is tense, and in bit, your tongue is not as tense. In other words, it's a little bit more towards the center than with E, but not that significantly. So we have a few simple vowels in English. We have about 9 of them. And then we have combinations of vowels, which are diphthongs. So these ones take a little bit of memorization because some of these are hard to feel in the mouth, but the more you practice and the more you feel them, the easier it becomes. So here are our 4 English front vowels. And if we were to draw the little diagram on here, I'll just label where these are. So E is high in front. I is also high in front, but it's not tense, so it's very close. E is mid and lax as well, so it's not quite on the extreme boundary here, but it is a little bit closer to the center than something like just a regular E, which would be A. And then we have A, which is low front, unrounded, and lax. So you'll notice in English that all of our front vowels are unrounded. We do not have any rounded front vowels. So here are the sounds. The high front unrounded tense vowel makes an E sound, like as in beat, cleat, or retreat. The I high front unrounded lax also is represented with an I in many cases, so bit, rift, or flip-ing. I is the sound you're looking for. Epsilon, our mid-front unrounded lax vowel, is the sound as in bet, or threat, or det. And then A, which is a combination of A and E. You can write it in one fell swoop. I see some people do it like 2 separate letters, but you can just have fun with the little squiggle there. And this is our low front unrounded lax vowel as in bat, stab, and rafter. Now we have 5 more that are not front. These are our mid and our back vowels. So ah is our first one. It's a regular A, but it's important that we write it like this. We do not want to write it with the little hat above because that is a different sound that some English speakers have, but Western Canadian English speakers do not. So in the case of bought, father, watch, this is the ah sound. Now in your dialect, it might also be represented by this vowel, and that's more like an or, as in bought, father, watch, compared to just bought. So if you can hear the difference between bought, which is the A, and bought, which is that or sound. Now we have the caret, which is our mid-central unrounded lax vowel. These are in words like butt and fluff and tough. They make the sound, We have oo. This is our high back rounded tense vowel. So as in boot, shoot, or tribute. We'll hear a little glide before the oo in tribute, but we do hear that oo sound. We have which is our high back rounded lax. So the oo and the the oo and the are very similar. One is tense, one is lax. So book, look, and shook. And then we have our schwa. And this is a very special sound. It appears in many places. Pretty much whenever we have an unstressed syllable, we hear a schwa. And this is the mid-central unrounded reduced vowel. So we don't call this lax or tense, we call it reduced. So in words like Canada, about, toughen, you might be wondering, why does an A sound make a schwa, an or in about, or toughen? We have an E there. It's because all of these are unstressed syllables. So Canada is stressed. About, the bout is stressed. Toughen, tough is stressed. So most vowels and syllables that are not stressed are reduced to schwas. So we don't say Canada, we say Canada, about, tough, The vowel is usually pretty short, and it's not as enunciated if you try to compare it to other vowel sounds. Now, in terms of the chart where all of these sounds are, if we draw this out, oo and are pretty close in the top right. We have the schwa, which is dead center, as well as which is in the same position, but it's lax rather than reduced. And then we also have our ah sound, which is going to be in the back or lower right side. So back and down. Low back would be the official way of saying it. All right. Now we do have one case. This is the schwar. So it's a schwa with a little tick at the end. So you can think of this as a rhotic vowel. So kind of like the R sound, but it's more vowel-like. So for example, in fur, the sound that we make in fur is er. So this is a vowel sound. We're not doing a vowel plus consonant. We're not saying fair, fur. We're just making one sound, fur. So we would use this vowel to describe those ER sounds in stressed syllables. Same with world. This is just one vowel sound followed by an L and a D, but that vowel has a little bit of R coloring on it. So in unstressed syllables, we'd still use the schwa and R, but in stressed syllables, we want to use the schwar symbol. So if we were to draw a little diagram of where our vowels are in English, we would see this chart. Now, in the official IPA chart, a is a little bit higher than just low, but English speakers tend to pronounce the a little bit lower, and the sound is a little bit more back than how English speakers produce it. So for English speakers, it's probably about in this spot right here, but it's closer to mid-central than it is to mid-back. So that's why we have the descriptions that we have, and that's why the IPA charts might be a little bit different than how we actually describe them. And it's because English speakers still do produce these vowels just in slightly different positions. So here's a quick check. You can try this yourself. We want to listen to the vowel sound and then pick the symbol that represents it. So with trust, this is trust, This is a stressed syllable, so we don't have a schwa here, but we have the caret. We have trust. In the case of lack, this is our low front unrounded vowel. So this is going to be the ash symbol. I don't think I gave a name for this earlier, but we call this ash. Now, in the case of tempting, we have tempting. This is our mid front unrounded vowel. This is our epsilon, So if you want to give this a name, it's just epsilon. And then for seat, we have e. That's the sound we're making. That is the high front unrounded tense vowel, just the lowercase letter I for seat. Okay, now we have 5 more vowels to talk about, and these are diphthongs, so these are vowels with movement. In other words, they start at a particular location, and then they move slightly as they're being pronounced. So these are vowel sounds like a, I, ow, o, and oi. So O and A are a little bit hard to feel the movement, but if you make sounds like I, ow, oi, you can feel your tongue move in your mouth as you're pronouncing them. But these are all diphthongs. Just because you can't feel the difference between A and O when you're producing them does not mean they're not diphthongs. You do have some tongue movement there. So here are some examples. Bait, stay, and payment is A. So this is our sound transferring to E. We do not have on its own as a vowel in English, so we only ever use this as part of a diphthong. But Spanish, for example, will have this vowel sound in a word like esquí. Now we have ow. So again, we have a different starting sound here. This is with a hat, and that's because it starts a little bit more central than our regular ah. So ow compared to ow. Yeah, we don't say ow, we don't say about, we say about. So that is starting a little bit more central than our regular ah. So about, trousers, mouse, this is our ow sound. For I, we see that same beginning sound with A, and this is I, bite, style, fly. So we can see it starts at and then it moves to the A position as it closes, I. Now, we have O and Oi. At this point, if you understand what the last characters are and what the beginning ones are, you can probably reason out what these are supposed to sound like. But for O, we have words like boat, crowbar, showing. This starts at the O position, and then it moves up a little bit to the crow, boat, show. And finally, we have oi. So this one is probably the least frequent of all the diphthongs in English. So boil, exploit, turmoil. But you can definitely feel some movement there when you say oi, oi. It starts at the back and then it moves to the front. We don't have any nice descriptions for these. What some linguists will do is they'll describe diphthongs by their first and second positions independently. However, it's usually just common practice to not give these any formal descriptions and just call these diphthongs, and people can figure them out based on where they're starting and where they're ending. So let's check these words to see what diphthongs we have. So impolite, steroids, flowers, and disarray. So in impolite, we start at the ah, and then it transitions to I. So impolite. In the case of steroids, well, it's pretty much spelled exactly how it's pronounced in this case. So this is the oi case, starts at the back, goes to the front. For flowers, this is ow. So we start central low, and then we move I back to get ow. And then for disarray, this is the A sound. We start at the front mid, and then we move up very slightly to I to end it. Disarray, A. So the more you practice with these, the better you'll be. I suggest looking at a bunch of different words, listening to the sounds quite carefully, and then trying to give them descriptions. If you need any confirmation on your vowels, you can always type them in the comments, and I can take a look at them and see if you've got it correct. Dictionaries are also another good way to check your pronunciation. Just make sure you're looking at IPA transcription rather than any other type of transcription that dictionaries sometimes use. So this is our final vowel chart for English. Anything with a circle is a tense vowel, and we also have our diphthongs in there based on where they start. So the diphthongs as in A, I, ow, oi, and o are positioned in their initial positions rather than where they end up. But as you can imagine, taking a look at these, we have 5, 7, 9, 10, 14 different vowel sounds. And in English, we only have 5 letters to represent all of these different vowel sounds. So you can imagine why English can be quite difficult to learn when you're just reading, because it's not necessarily always predictable which vowel sound you should be using based on the letter, because we have 14 different sounds that have to be represented by 5 different letters. So now that we understand place, manner, and voicing for consonants, as well as our descriptions for vowels, we can now transcribe entire words into the IPA. So here are 6 examples with light, 3 sounds, l, I, t. Cheese, this is also 3 sounds. This is our affricate ch, vowel sound e, and then our final sound z. In the case of Jupiter, we have a little bit more. We have j, u, p, I, t. And then because is unstressed, we would write a schwa plus an r in this case. There will be some linguists and textbooks out there that instead of writing this, they write an r with a little line underneath. And this just means that it is a syllabic r. And this is a phonological change that some people incorporate into their transcriptions. So Jupiter, in other words, it just goes straight to an R sound, and the R is behaving like a vowel in a syllable. Now we have 3 more words on the right. These have schwas in them. So in the case of derive, the stressed syllable is rive. So this sound becomes a schwa, it becomes reduced. So in our translation, we get d, gr, I, v. In other words, 5 sounds for derive. In the word massage, we see a very similar thing here. Sage is our stressed syllable. So even though we have an A in our word massage, it is still pronounced with the schwa. Massage. It's quite quick compared to the in massage. So we have s, and j as our 5 sounds. And now, in the case of salmon, we see that the SA and silent L would be the stress syllable salmon. And that would mean that even though we have an O in our writing for the second syllable, it will be reduced. So it's salmon. And this is also a case where we have a silent letter. So even though we have the L in spelling, we do not pronounce it when we speak this word. So let's see if you can transcribe the following 2 words, terrifying and attention. It's a little bit difficult, but I'm sure with enough practice you can do it. So you can pause it, try it yourself. And here are the solutions. So with terrifying, we start with a t, And then we get our terrifying. So that's an epsilon. Sound, which is our upside down R. Terrifying, terrifying. This could be an at this point, or it could be a schwa, whether you say terrifying or terrifying. Then we have an F after. Our Y sound is making our I diphthong, so terrify. And then we have ing, so I and ng. So I and ng. So this is our transcription for terrifying. It might look a little bit weird that you have two vowels back to back, starting different syllables. Well, I is the nucleus of one syllable and I is starting the other one. That is okay, because again, we're just pronouncing these separately. So terrifying. Now, what about attention? Attention. It's not attention, it's attention. So we're starting with a schwa here, then we get t, so atten. Then what do we do with chun? Attention, attention. This is a ch sound. So attench, and then it is going to be unstressed at the end. So we get a schwa and an for attention. So when we think about the stressed syllable here, it is attention, which means that our other vowel sounds are going to be reduced either to a schwa, or in some cases they might be maintained as an I if you are saying it with a little bit more enunciation. Although attention is a little weird. Attention. Some people might say attention, where you have that I sound. So sometimes there can be variation between the schwa and the I sound, depending on how fast you're speaking and how much you're enunciating your sounds. So that's it as far as sounds go. You now know all the consonants and vowels in English, but let's talk about some suprasegmentals. In other words, these are properties above the level of speech segments. So these might be properties that affect individual vowels or affect syllables. So we have pitch, length, and stress. Pitch is just high to low frequency. So my pitch is pretty low, but it can also be a little bit higher. And pitch can break down into two different types. One is tone and one is intonation. Tone is usually on a syllable by syllable level and can affect the meaning of words, while intonation is going to change an utterance in its meaning. So it's not about changing the meaning of the words, but maybe changing whether you're asking a question or just saying a regular statement. Length is about how long a consonant or vowel is when you produce it. Some languages care about length, English does not. And then stress would be the most prominent syllable in a word. So we've already been talking a little bit about stress when it comes to identifying schwas in your speech. So the greatest example for tone would be Mandarin or Cantonese. And this is where we have different pronunciation of a certain vowel, depending on the pitch in your voice, and that pitch is going to affect the meaning. So as an English speaker, I would go through each of these five examples and say ma, 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 ma. But we need to have specific tones on these words in order for Mandarin speakers to actually understand what we're talking about. So we have a high tone like ma, we have a rising tone that's high like ma, we have a low rising, so it goes down and up, as in ma, we have a high falling one, so one that starts high that goes low, ma, ma, and then we just have a neutral tone, ma, which would indicate a question. So what some linguists do, instead of writing high, high rising, low rising, or using these symbols, they might also use numbers. So for example, high tone would be a 5-5. So it's usually on a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 scale. The first number is where it starts, and the second number is where it ends. So this is a high, high, it's a 5-5. While hemp, a high rising, might start at 3 and go to 5. So starts mid, goes high. With horse, this is low rising, so it kind of goes from 2 to 4. From high falling, this would start at 5 and go down to a 3 or a 2. And then for any particle indicating a question, neutral would just be a standard 3-3, or perhaps even lower. So those are another way that you can represent tones, although in English, we don't need to care about these as much. Now, here's some examples of intonation, and we have two different types of contour that we talk about. One is terminal contour, and one is non-terminal contour. And you can see these in the diagrams to the right. So terminal contour is when the pitch goes down at the end of a sentence. So in English, we do this when we ask, or when we just say regular statements. So people ask me silly questions. You can see it go down at the end. Now, non-terminal contour is when the pitch goes up at the end. So when we ask questions, we do this. So what are you talking about? That can go up. And even in some commands, like when you say leave, it can go higher. Usually most of my sentences end with a low contour. That's just a consequence of autism. In some case, I have difficulties controlling my pitch and intonation. But for most regular speakers, with questions and commands, it goes up, and with statements, it goes down. Although there is this new trend, if you listen to a lot of TikToks, where even regular statements will end on kind of a high tone. Like, people ask me silly questions. It's a regular statement, but sometimes people phrase it as if it's a question because they use non-terminal contour. So you might hear a difference in there just based on, the type of media that you're listening to and what speakers are doing. Now, length is another one that we don't consider too much in English, but if you think about Japanese, length is actually going to make a difference in the word that is being produced. So, for example, we have two words here, kita and kita. So in the first word, if we make the E longer, kita, this means here, and the specific form would mean the past. But if we make this shorter and just say kita, kita, in fact, in some cases, this vowel is even devoiced, so it's voiceless. It's shorter, and it means north. So how long you hold a sound is going to determine which meaning you're selecting when you're speaking. Now, in English, sometimes it just happens naturally. It's not going to affect the meaning of what we say. But if we have two of the same sound back to back, instead of pronouncing the sound twice, we might just lengthen it. So in a phrase like let's ban news, I'm holding that N. I'm not pronouncing it twice. So what we would do is we'd write the N once and then put a little colon beside it to mean that it is lengthened. So even if you see the example above with kita and kita, we have the little colon there in the first example to symbolize that the sound is longer than usual. Now, there is no set length for any of these sounds. So if you compare and ask, what about E and E? How long should we expect them to be? There's no concrete answer for this across languages. The only difference is that this is going to be longer. It could be 100 milliseconds, 150 milliseconds, 25 milliseconds. It's uncertain. It's going to vary speaker by speaker, and the standard length is going to vary by language. So it just has to be longer. Now, stress. Primary stress is really what we want to focus on, and there's a couple different ways that we can represent this in our transcriptions or with our words. So we say the most prominent syllable in a word has primary stress. Usually the vowel is a little bit longer, and it's usually not reduced. So if we pronounce the word explanation, that ne is getting primary stress. It's the longest and most prominent syllable in the word. And if it's difficult to hear, we can try putting primary stress on different syllables and see if that sounds weird. So explanation, that's a little bit weird. Explanation, that is very weird. And explanation, that's also a little bit weird. So if we say explanation, that is the most natural way to say it. So ne has primary stress. Now, in regular writing, we can symbolize this with a little accent, an up accent on the vowel, but in our IPA transcription, we usually use this little apostrophe-like symbol before the syllable that is stressed. So explanation, ne is stressed, so we put the little apostrophe before it. If we have secondary stress, like in the case of explanation, we do have a little bit of secondary stress 2 syllables away. We do the little apostrophe, but it would be on the bottom. I'm not quite sure what the name of that symbol is, but you can think of primary up top and secondary on the bottom if you have 2 syllables. We use that symbol there, the sigma in Greek writing, for syllable. Now, in the case of telegraphic, we can hear primary stress on graph, telegraphic, and in insurmountable, we can hear primary stress on mount, insurmountable. It's not insurmountable. It's not insurmountable. It's not insurmountable, and it's definitely not insurmountable. So primary stress is on noun there. And again, we can see in both of these transcriptions that we have our primary stress right before that syllable. So what stress can do in English sometimes, not always, this is not a hard and fast rule, but it can serve as a grammatical function. So we have some contrasts in words where we have a noun form and a verb form. And in the noun form, in two-syllable words, we put stress on the first syllable. So if we were to do our little sigmas here, we'd put stress on the first. And in the verb form, we would put stress on the second. So announcing a recall versus recalling something. So you can hear a little bit of a difference there. Another example might be the word record. Is it record or is it record? So if it's record, then it's a noun. And this is talking about a physical disc that plays music. So that's a record. But if we talk about recording, this is now a verb. And here is an example of a microphone and then someone speaking into it. That's my picture of a human. So primary stress on the second syllable would give us record, which is the verb. So see if you can identify primary stress in the following words. We won't transcribe them. We'll just put the little accent above the vowel in the stressed syllable. So in one, is it cupcake or cupcake? Well, it's cupcake, stress on the first syllable. What about amazing? Amazing. That is stressed on the second syllable. It's not amazing or amazing, it's amazing. What about repeatable? Well, this is in repeatable, the second one. It's repeatable. And finally, stuffing. Stuff. So stuffing, our first syllable has that primary stress. So at this point, we've learned enough phonetics and we can now start talking about phonology, which is about how we group sounds into syllables and also about different changes in sounds depending on how fast we speak. We're going to start with phonotactics, which is the allowable clusters of sounds that we can produce in a specific language, then move into phonemes and allophones, which are really the differences between how we perceive sounds and how we actually produce them depending on certain environments, move into phonological processes to give names to these different changes and alterations that we make, and then end with phonological features and rules, which is probably one of the most difficult parts of phonology. However, if you practice a lot with the sounds, it becomes a lot easier. So as you brush up on those phonetics and produce those sounds, pay attention to what your airflow is doing, what your voicing is doing, and all that kind of stuff. And phonological features becomes a lot more intuitive. So phonotactics is the acceptable sequences of sound in a language, and this is part of your competence. So this is part of what you know as a speaker of a language. So as an English speaker, you can take a look at these two words, tweebs and clerk, and determine whether or not these words could be acceptable English words or not. So tweebs is probably not a word that is used in English, but it's totally fine to say tweebs. We know that we can do tw at the beginning of a syllable. We can put an e as a vowel sound and then end in a bz sound. But in the case of clerk, this is a little bit harder for English speakers to pronounce, and that's because we can't typically do TL at the beginning of a syllable, but everything else is okay. So we can do the E and we can do the erk sound at the end, but the tl is a little weird. So we'd say, no, this is not a permissible English word. It violates our phonotactics. So here are some examples of some syllable or word onsets in English. We call these onsets if they occur at the beginning of a word or syllable. That's what onset means. So we can see that we have some gaps in some places. So for instance, we can do pl and pr, but we can't do pw. Now, some kids, when they first learn English, might say things like play instead of play, but adults don't ever use the pw in words to start them in English as far as I'm aware. Now, in the t cases, we can do tr and tw, as in tree and twin, but we can't do that TL cluster at the beginning. And we can separate them into separate syllables. For instance, if we do the word bootleg, then we can do a T and an L side by side, but we can't start a syllable with TL. So we can't just have a word that's like tleg. We can say it if we pronounce it well enough, but we know it's not an English word. Now, in the case of k, whether it's kl, kr, or qu, we can do them all. Club, crab, quick, all of these are acceptable. Now, the general rule is that if you can do a two-consonant cluster back-to-back, then you can typically add an S in front of it. And this is true except for one case. So we can do pl and pr, so we can do spl and spr, like as in split and sprite. We can't do pl, so it makes no sense that we could do spl. Like if we can't do the simpler version, then we can't do the more complicated version. It's the same with stl. We can't do tl, so we can't do sl. In fact, I can't even pronounce that. Tr is fine, so str is fine. Now, what we don't find in English is any stw sounds. So, like stwing, we don't say things like that. Maybe kids do, but adults don't. So, although we have the tw, we don't have stw. And with our Ks, we have cl, cr, and qu, so we have skl, skr, and squ, as well as in sclera, scream, and squeal. Some of these might be a little bit more rare than others, but these are all permissible sounds in English. Now, let's contrast this with Spanish. So Spanish doesn't have the R that we have, so we've removed that. But if you take a look at this phonotactics chart, we see plaza, puente, tuerto, clava, cuadro. So we can do 5 out of the 6. But what we can never do in Spanish is we can never add an S to the beginning of the cluster. So Spanish does not allow what we call SCC clusters with an S sound and then 2 consonants. We can do some CC clusters, but we can't do SCC. So when you think about phonotactics, you have to remember that these are language specific. And that is why learning another language can be so difficult, because when you want to learn a language like Spanish, let's say you have the word especial. What a typical English speaker would do when first learning Spanish is they would go especial. But Spanish can't do it. Spanish can't do sp. So what actually happens in Spanish is when they pronounce it, they go especial, especial. So they don't put the sp together. They separate it into different syllables because that's what their phonotactics allows them to do. So this is a case of language interference when English speakers learn Spanish because they aren't adhering to Spanish phonotactics. They have to learn Spanish phonotactics. So here's some examples of sounds that other languages have that English does not. In Bantu, they can start syllables with NT, so they can say something like nto, nto. I can't really say it. Bulgarian does vnuk, vnuk, VN at the beginning. Tibetan allows our ing sound, or ng sound, our velar nasal, at the beginning of a syllable, as in ngabju. We do not have any words in English that start with ung. And in Russian, it allows an FP at the beginning that is also palatalized. So if you say a word like peak in English, although we would transcribe it as PIK for peak, you might notice that your tongue is a little bit more towards the palate when you pronounce that first P, peak. And that is what's happening with F and P. So they'd say it's like pilot. I can't really pronounce it, but that would be bird. So if you're learning one of these languages, you have to get comfortable with pronouncing new syllable onsets that you might not have in English or your native language. Now, some of these differences that we see, like why don't we have words like phlegmed or crucial? Well, you might also ask, why don't we have words like tlurble or schult? And these are all gaps. So when we miss a word in a language, we call it a gap. In other words, there's like a gap in our dictionary or our vocabulary or our lexicon. And there are accidental gaps and systematic gaps. So if it's accidental, what that means is that the word could exist according to the phonotactics, but it doesn't. So phlegmt, crucial, and schwardingelini are all words that we could have in English, but we just don't have them because no one has invented them yet. Systematic gaps are words that don't exist because the phonotactic says that they can't exist. So tlurble, we can't do that TL, so we're not going to have that word in English. Mlack, ml, we don't have words that start with ml in English, and we also don't have words that end in LRB, so mlack, thapolb. It's really difficult to say. And same with schult. We cannot start a syllable or word in English with F and sh. So therefore, this is a systematic gap. The language cannot account for them because the phonotactics does not allow it. So with these fake words, let's see if these fake words are gaps that are accidental or systematic according to English phonotactics. So usually the best thing to do is to try to pronounce it. And if it's easy to pronounce, then it's an accidental gap. If it's very difficult to pronounce, then it's usually systematic. So Sally Dabita, Sally Dabita. This is an accidental gap. We could have this as an English word because it doesn't violate any phonotactics. Consonant, vowel, consonant, vowel, consonant, vowel, consonant, vowel, consonant, vowel. That's fine. What about the second one? Rufflicken, rufflicken. Well, it's not too bad at the beginning because we can do rough and leak. But we can't do this KN cluster at the end because the phonotactics does not allow us to end words in KN. We can end in NK, but we can't end in KN. So in this case, it is systematic. Now, what about the last one? Majikayo. Majikayo. Well, this might sound Japanese to you, but it could be an English word. Majikayo, majikayo, however you want to pronounce it. The English phonotactics allows it. It's just that we don't have it. So this is accidental. So if we take a look at these three words, we could have two of these as English words, but the second one would not be accepted by English speakers as an English sounding word. So now let's see how we can take our phonotactics and knowledge of vowels and consonants and group things up into syllables. Now, we have a pretty good intuition about syllables if you are a native speaker of a language. For example, in elementary school, you probably learn to clap to sound, like instrumental would be 4 claps. Instrumental. So we would know this has 4 syllables. In fact, the fact that kids can do this without any linguistic training tells us that syllables do, in fact, exist. So what about marketable? Marketable, marketable. This is going to be 4 syllables. Now, what about this last one? Well, if we take a look at the first two, we might guess that it's the amount of vowels that we have that determines how many syllables we have. Like as an instrumental, marketable, these both have 4 vowels and therefore 4 syllables. And it's not quite right, but it's also not quite wrong. So in Q, if we go by the vowel count, we would see there are 4 vowels there. But if we say Q, it's just 1 syllable, Q. So it's not about how many vowels there are in the word, but how many vowel sounds there are in the word. That's going to tell us how many syllables they are. So if we transcribe the word Q, it's K-Y-U-Q. We have just 1 vowel in there, so this is going to be 1 syllable. Now, I just mentioned that kids can do this without any linguistic training, which tells us that we do have syllables, but we could figure out how syllables work in different ways. Like we could ask speakers how they feel about syllables or what they think syllables are and get data from there. We could record audio files and we could look at how the sounds are progressing to break things up into syllables. Or we can again investigate children and see how they play with syllables. Because there's an interesting thing that happens here. So if you consider Pig Latin, some of you who have grown up in English-speaking countries have probably played around with Pig Latin a little bit. It's a little game that children play where they take words in English and they transform them a little bit to create new sounds. So for example, riddle becomes iddle-ray, eat becomes eat-a. And the general idea behind this, if you ask a child how to explain this, they'll say you take the beginning of the word, if it's a consonant, and you put it at the end and then add a to it. So in the case of riddle, you take the beginning, r, you put it to the end of the word, and add an a sound to get iddle-ray. In the case of eat, there is no consonant at the beginning, so you don't move it to the end, you just add a to the end. In fact, there's some versions of Pig Latin where you'd add yay, so eat yay rather than eat a. Now the question is, what do kids do with a word like strength? And it's pretty systematic. What children will always do with a word like strength is they'll do ength, stray. So they'll take the STR at the beginning and they'll move it to the end, rather than saying strength, say, and just moving the first letter. Now, this is interesting because this means that children understand that syllables exist and there's different components to them. So if we transcribe this, we get stra, eh. So we have 7 sounds here. And from this, we can gather there are basically 3 parts. There's a rhyming part. So there's the part where the syllable is hosted, which is the nucleus. There's something called the coda, which takes in extra consonants. These two, nucleus and coda, join together to form a rhyme. So if we wanted to rhyme with strength, we'd have to find another word that end in -th. And then everything at the beginning is considered an onset. And the onset joins in with the rhyme to create a complete syllable. So what children are doing is subconsciously, without knowing anything about syllable structure or how syllables are formed theoretically, they're able to take the full onset and they're able to move it to a new syllable and add a to it in order to make a new word. So children are aware of onsets even without any formal training, which leads us to believe that onsets do in fact exist in language, which gives us the different components of our syllable. So this is the general structure of a syllable. A syllable is just any phonological unit composed of one or more segments, and it must contain a nucleus. So the general idea is in a word like steals, first we have to transcribe it because we're dealing with sounds, not with spelling. The vowels are going to be the nuclei of our syllables. The coda is going to be any leftover consonants. The nucleus and coda form together to make the rhyme. It's spelled R-A-M-E. Some textbooks will also spell this typically with rhyme, R-H-Y-M-E. And the consonants at the beginning form our onset. So all of these must adhere to phonotactics. So when you take a look at onsets and codas, you have to remember to consider the phonotactics of the language that you're looking at. This means that syllable structures in different languages might look slightly different. They'll have all the same components, but the ways that the sounds break up into onsets and codas might differ. So our top symbol is called a syllable. This is sigma. You want the Greek letter for it, the Greek pronunciation, but they both start with S, so that's what we use for syllables. So how do we construct a syllable? Structure. The first thing we're going to do is with any case of words, we're going to transcribe them into IPA because we need to be dealing with sounds in order to get the correct syllable structure. So extreme would be e, k, s, t, e, and Now, based on how many vowels we have, we should be having 2 syllables, ek and stream. What about in the case of amazing? Well, we have a, s, I, and So according to how many vowels we have, we should have 1, 2, 3 syllables, or if we say amazing, that's exactly what we get. So once we have everything transcribed into IPA, here are the steps we're going to take. First, every single vowel is going to get a nucleus. So in extreme, we're going to have 2 syllables, so we need 2 nuclei. And those nuclei are going to build into a rhyme, which can take a coda at some point, and that rhyme will eventually form with an onset to form a syllable. So this is how I would start the diagram for extreme. If we do the same thing with amazing, is a nucleus that builds into a rhyme that builds into a syllable. A is the same thing. Diphthongs are just one sound, so they both are underneath the nucleus. And an I, it would be the same thing. So this is our first step after transcribing our word into IPA. Our next step is to form onsets. Now, we always form onsets before codas. And how we can form onsets is by thinking about the longest acceptable sequence of consonants that can be in an onset. And this is called the maximum onset principle, also known as the MOP. So if we think about the word extreme, we can ask ourselves, okay, we have this cluster of consonants here, ASTR. Can we start a word with KSTR? And the answer is no. There's no word in English that allows kstra, kstra at the beginning of a word. So the K cannot be part of an onset. What about the STR, stra? Well, yeah, we can say stream. That's totally fine, or strength. So the ST and R together are going to form the onset of our second syllable. And that will connect up to the syllable boundary. Now, in the case of ek, in our first syllable, there's no consonants to the left of the nucleus, so we don't have an onset to consider. Now, what about in amazing? Well, it's pretty similar in this case. We take a look at our cluster of consonants to the left of every nucleus. So yeah, we can start a word with M, that's fine. So M can be an onset. Same with Z for zing. Z can be an onset. So we can stick that under the onset of the third syllable. Now, at this point, all we have left are some consonants with no places to go. So this is where we go with step 4, and we introduce those straggling consonants as codas. So in the case of extreme, we have e, and we have a k stranded there. So k is going to be the coda of the first syllable. And in stream, we have the m hanging out, so it's going to be the coda of the second syllable. And then once we've completed all of our syllables in our structure, we usually connect them together to form a prosodic word, otherwise known as a word. You might even see a PR word up there to mean prosodic word rather than power word or something like that. But we'll just use WD for word. And that just tells us that our syllables are linked into forming one coherent word. Now, in the case of amazing, all we have is the n, which is a straggler on the right, so we'll fit that into the syllable to its left to get amazing, and these three will join together to form a word. So that is how we can form syllable structures in English. So as we can see here, we have our final syllable structures for these two words, extreme and amazing. These might take a little bit to get used to, but it's a very systematic process. So if you can do it for one word, you can do it for pretty much any English word out there. There might be some cases that are a little bit more complex where a coda and onset are basically shared by the same sound. We won't get into that, but if you take a linguistics course, you may see some problem sets where that happens, but that typically waits until a second course in phonology. So let's see if you can create syllable structures for the words foxes and informative. So you can pause it, try it yourself. But first, what we're going to do is transcribe the word. So foxes, f, a, k, s, z. So we have 6 sounds there for foxes. What we're going to do is we're going to give each vowel a nucleus, rhyme, and syllable spine, because that is where syllables are being hosted. Then we'll take a look to the left of each of our nuclei and take a look at all the consonants to see if they can form a word at the beginning. So in the case of foxes, the first syllable, yeah, we can start a word with the letter F, the sound F, that's fine. What about x? Well, we can't start a word in English with ks, x. So k and s aren't going to be an onset together, but we can start with s just on its own. So s is going to be the onset of our second syllable. And now that we have all of our onsets built, we can now dump the remaining sounds into codas in the syllable to the left. So foxes, and these two join together to create a word. Now, what about in a case like informative? Well, it's going to be very similar. We're just going to have to transcribe this informative. You might notice here that I'm just using a regular O in informative, and that's usually because when O appears before L or R, it is not a diphthong, it is shortened, and it's just the O in this case. But there's nothing wrong with writing informative. So we're going to do the same thing. Every single vowel sound is going to get a nucleus, which builds up into a rhyme and a syllable. So we could just fill out all of these in this case. Informative, informative. So we should have 4 syllables, which if we build our spines, we can see exactly that. Now we're going to build up some onsets. So I doesn't have anything to the left, but O has an NF. Can we start a word with NF in English? No. We can't say like nfo or nf, but we can do F on its own. So F is going to be the onset. And then for formative, we can ask ourselves the same thing. Can we do RM at the beginning of a word in English? The answer is no, but we can do just M. So we can stick M into the onset of our third syllable. And then with tiv, we just have a T to attach, so we can attach T as an onset. Now that all of our onsets are built, we can now dump our remaining consonants into coda positions to get the syllable structure informative. And we can join all of these together to create a prosodic word. So that's how we can do syllable structures in English. Hopefully at this point you're able to do that. And we can now move into other aspects of phonology like sonority. I'm just going to briefly talk about sonority, but we can also think about syllables having different levels of sonority. In other words, how loud a sound can be and how the air flows from inside to outside of your mouth. Generally, the higher sonority, the more equal the air pressure is inside and outside your mouth. And the idea is that syllables start with low sonority, peak at a high sonority, and then go down. So in a case like plan, P has lower sonority than ul, which has lower sonority than a, but a has higher sonority than n. So it's like the syllable is just a peak of sonority. And that's why when we have the word like lepan or lulpan, it doesn't quite work in English because L has a higher sonority than P. So this should be a syllable if we want to produce it. We need to put some vowel in between to make it sound a little bit better. And then pan would be its own syllable. So we don't just have one steady peak here, therefore the word is going to be invalid. In multisyllabic words, you would end up having multiple different peaks. Like let's say you had pla and then n down here, planet, something like that. The the sonority isn't quite perfect there, but it does get the idea across of having two different peaks, and the vowels should be each of those peaks. So if I actually redo this according to the chart, if I look at pl, a, n, e, t for planet, it would be a 1, it would be a 3, a 5, a 2, a 5, and a 1. So our sonority would look a little bit like this. And you can very clearly see two peaks corresponding to two syllables. When we talk about phonemes in a language, we're talking about phones that are contrastive to speakers of that language. For example, there may be different ways that we produce an N or a P in different words. For example, in the words tenth and noise, we have an N sound in each of these, but they're pronounced differently. The N in tenth is a little bit more forward. It's right behind the teeth, while in noise, it's a little bit further back at your alveolar ridge. Now, English speakers are not going to notice this difference at all. They'll just interpret them as N, and we use the slashy brackets to mean that we have a phoneme, while the specific phones that we use to describe the different N's, such as regular N and a dental N in the case of tenth, are in our square brackets. So you can think of a phoneme as being a broad transcription, and phones or allophones, as we'll learn that terminology, being a more specific or narrow transcription. Similarly, in the words pitch, happy, and map, these are all pronounced slightly differently. We have pitch with a little bit of air coming out of it, happy, which is just a regular P, and map, which has some closure at the end. So the fact that we produce them in different ways doesn't change the fact that we hear them as just N's or P's. In fact, speakers of other languages where these sounds are contrastive may actually hear the difference better than English speakers. So how do we know which sounds are contrastive in a language? Well, we look for minimal pairs. And the definition is pretty simple. We need to have two words that differ in exactly one sound, and the two words have different meanings. So for example, run and done. They're spelled a little bit differently, 3 letters versus 4 letters, but if we look at the phonetic transcription, run and done, the only thing that changes is the R and the D, and they have different meanings. Therefore, R and D are contrastive phonemes for English speakers. In other words, we interpret them as different sounds. In the case of swim and slim, again, we have 2 different meanings with just one change in sound. So this tells us that W and L are contrastive. In other words, they are their own phonemes in a language. So we can analyze other languages by checking for minimal pairs to see if sounds are contrastive. So for example, we might ask ourselves, is the glottal fricative and the glottal stop do they form any minimal pairs in Tagalog? In other words, are they distinct sounds? So what we can do is we can take a look at some transcriptions of words and we can check to see if we have any minimal pairs. So what I do see, and if I label them, I'll label 1 and 5 right off the bat. Cajon and caon differ in exactly one sound, which is the H and the glottal stop, and they have different meanings. Therefore, we have a minimal pair, and we can say that H and the glottal stop are separate phonemes. In other words, speakers of Tagalog hear them as different sounds. It's going to be the same with 2, hari, and 4, ari, which is very difficult to pronounce a glottal stop intentionally at the beginning of a word. But we see there's a one sound difference between the H and the glottal stop at the beginning of the word, which is some more evidence that H and the glottal stop are distinct phonemes. Now you might look at to flow and to pant, which would be 3 and 6, and say, hey, we have a minimal pair here because the first one is separate. But this is not actually true, and that is because to flow is missing a sound that to pant has. So these are what we call near minimal pairs. And we don't necessarily want to use near minimal pairs as evidence unless we don't have any direct minimal pairs to look at. So in Tagalog, based on the data we found so far, the glottal fricative and the glottal stop are phonemes. They're separate phonemes, so they're contrastive sounds, and speakers of Tagalog will hear them and interpret them as being different sounds. Now, I said that there's some variation in how we pronounce certain sounds, and these are what are called allophones. Allo just literally comes from the Greek word for other, and then phones would be sounds. So you can think of them as other ways to pronounce a phoneme. So, for example, with N in English, we pronounce it at least a couple different ways. We just have a regular N as in tent, and then we have an N, which is closer to the teeth, before interdentals, so tenth, for example. So if you ever see a th or the, and then you have an N sound before it, what's going to happen is that N sound is going to be dentalized. It's going to be closer to the back teeth. Now, when a phoneme can be pronounced in multiple different ways, we call them each of those different pronunciations an allophone, and usually they're in complementary distribution. So what that means is that the environments are completely predictable, and if you know what the environment is, then you know which version of that phoneme you're going to be pronouncing. So for example, with the 10th case, it only occurs before interdentals, and the regular N is going to occur everywhere else. So in other words, we are never, ever going to see a situation where we have a regular N followed by a th sound, for example. That will never happen. It will always be dentalized before that. So if we were to take a look at a little diagram for these two sounds, the N and the subscripts don't quite line up nicely on PDFs. But if we take a look at these, regular N is right at the alveolar ridge, and the dental N is with the tongue just behind the teeth. So these are little variations in sounds that native English speakers will produce when they're pronouncing words where the N occurs before theta or the eth sound there. So how do we find allophones, especially in English and then in other languages as well? Well, we can take a look at a data set and then work on a specific process for figuring this out. So we'll run through it step by step, and I'll go through each step as we explain it rather than showing you everything at once. So the question we're going to ask are duh and the trill separate phonemes or allophones of the same phoneme in Tagalog. And to do this, we're going to have a data set here with a bunch of words. I don't want to focus on the words yet. Instead, let's just look at a step-by-step process in order to determine if we have separate phonemes or allophones of the same phoneme. So the first thing we want to do is search for minimal pairs. If we can find a minimal pair with duh and then we can claim they're separate phonemes and we don't need to do anything else. So I will tell you, based on the construction of the data set, that we are not going to find any minimal pairs here. You may find minimal pairs for other sounds, like t and the glottal stop, but you're not going to find any for d and r. So you can try your best to find one, but you're not going to. So if you don't find one, we move to step 2, and then we're going to start our allophone journey. So what we're going to do is we're going to write out a little environment chart. So these are the two sounds that we're focusing on, duh and the trill. And we're going to do some special coding to figure out where these occur in a sentence. Or I shouldn't say in a sentence, in a word. So we're going to use a couple things. Whenever we see an underline, this is the sound that we are investigating. If we see a little hashtag symbol, this is going to be a word boundary. So just those little notation on the side, and then we'll show how we can do this in our little chart here. So I'm basically going to underline every single time I see a D in our data set. And we're going to record all of the environments that they occur in. So in other words, the sound to the left and the sound to the right. So if we take a look, I'm going to number these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least the first 5. Let's take a look at number 1 in datin. Well, it's occurring at the beginning of a word. So I'm going to put the blank there to mean that that's where the D is. That's the sound that we're looking at. It occurs at the beginning of a word. So I'll put a little hashtag to the left to mean that to the left there's the word boundary. And then afterwards we have ah. So that's the environment in the first word. In fact, in the second word, it's the same environment, so we're not going to repeat it twice. In the third word, we see something slightly different. We see D occurring at the beginning of a word, but it's before an oo sound. So we write that as a new environment. In 4, we just see the same thing as we did in 1 and 2, so we're not going to repeat that. In 5, we see something different. We see a D between an N and an U, so an N and a U. So we're going to put an N to the left, our underline to represent where the D is, and then a U to the right. If we continue on this, and we can label the rest 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, when we look at 6 and 9, it's going to be the same thing as the first one we found, and then in 10, it's also between an N and a U. So normally we don't write the numbers where we found these. I'm just writing it for illustrative purposes. So these are all the environments where D is occurring. It's at the beginning of a word before an, oo, or it's sandwiched between an N and an oo. So now we're going to do the exact same thing for our trill, our R sound. So I'm going to do this one in blue. And, well, we can start writing out some environments. So in word 4, we see it occurring between two ah sounds. So again, that underline is just representing the R. In 5, we see it between two oo sounds. In 7, we see it between an ah and an oo. In 8, it's between ah and ah, and we've already done that one, and that is everything. So now we have 2 different environment charts for our sounds. Now, what are we going to do with this? Well, we're going to try to find a pattern. And the idea is that all but one allophone will have a nice way to describe it. And we're going to have one that's left over that just doesn't have a nice way to describe it. And that's what's going to be called the elsewhere condition. And that's going to be the default phoneme. You can think about it as the allophone that occurs in the most environments. So when I take a look at each of these, I'm looking for patterns with sounds like vowels or consonants, maybe things that occur at the beginning or ends of words, maybe some features like being a fricative or being a stop. And when we talk about features, it'll be a little bit easier to start identifying those. But with this simple pattern, what I see for our trill, is that it always occurs between 2 vowel sounds. So this is my guess on what the environment is. Now, in order to make sure I have the right one, I need to make sure that this never ever occurs for other allophones. In other words, we're not going to see D, we're not going to see any other allophone of R that is in between 2 vowels. And we don't see that. We see D at the beginning of a word for the ah and oo case, and then in our third case, we see it between an N and a U. N is not a vowel, so we never see D between 2 vowels. But we do see R. So what this means is that we can write out some environments for these. We can say that R has a nice description of being between 2 vowels, and D is going to be elsewhere. So what that means is when we draw our little phoneme chart for this, D is going to be our phoneme. That's the one that occurs in the most environments. It splits up into two allophones, D and the trill, and then for the allophone for the trill, it's between two vowels, which we can signal with V_V, and for D, we would call this elsewhere. Now, the important thing to remember from this, it's always important to remember, whatever the elsewhere condition is what the phoneme is going to be. So we could have a final chart that looks like this. Again, I just used V_V in the previous one, but it's perfectly fine to just write between vowels in English words, which is probably a little bit more descriptive and a little bit more helpful than using symbolic terminology. So when you draw your complete chart, you should have a line for the phonemes, all of the allophones coming out of them, and then all of the environments listed, or at least, or should I say, only one of them should say elsewhere, and it should cover every other spot or environment that that sound can occur in. So in English, these would be distinct sounds, distinct phonemes, but in Tagalog, they're considered just to be the same sound. Speakers will hear them as a D sound. So let's try another data set and see if B and P, B and P, are separate phonemes or if they're allophones of the same phoneme. And in English, we know these are separate. We hear B and P differently. So let's see if Swampy Cree does the same. So I'm just going to underline B's in green, and I'm going to underline P's in red. Okay, so the first thing we should be doing is looking for minimal pairs, but all the words are very different, so we're not going to find any minimal pairs here. So let's take a look at two sounds. Let's do P, and let's do B, and let's do some environments. So let's do B first. In the first word, asabap, it is between two vowels, ah and ah. We're just going to ignore length. We're not going to write it. So the ah with the colon after, we'll just reduce it to ah. In the fourth word, me beat, we see it between two E sounds. And in wabos, we see it between an ah and an o. So you could include length if we want, but typically in an introductory linguistics course, you're not going to get a case where length actually matters for determining whether something is an allophone or separate phonemes. Okay, so if I'm taking a guess at what B is right now, I already see an environment for this. It's probably the same thing as what we just saw between two vowels. But let's just double check. So in asabap, P is occurring at the end of the word after an A. So we put the word boundary to the right. In the second word, it's occurring at the beginning before an ah. In the third word, it's occurring between an S and a W. And in the fifth word, pimi, it's occurring at the beginning of a word before an E. Now, there is no nice way to characterize where P is occurring. So this is definitely going to be the elsewhere environment. And I say that because we can't say it's just at the beginning of a word. We can't say it's just at the end of the word. We can't say it occurs before or after vowels because it also occurs between two consonants. There's just no nice pattern there. So if we're going to draw an environment chart for this, we're going to say that P is the main phoneme, and then it's spoken as P and B in two different environments. B occurs in between vowels, and P occurs elsewhere. So this means in Swampy Cree, P and B are interpreted to be the exact same sound, and the environment will predict which form occurs. Now, we do have to be careful about one thing, which is free variation. So free variation can sometimes look like a minimal pair, but it's missing the one important quality about minimal pairs, which is that the words have to have different meanings. So if we take a look at pronunciations for some of these words, like either or either, we can say either, or we can say either. So it is a minimal pair in a sense because it differs by just one sound, but both of these have the exact same meaning, which means they're in free variation, which means that speakers can choose which one they want to say and both are valid. You might also think about potato, potato, so it can either be potato or potato, depending if you're North American English or if you're British English. Same with economics or economics. You'll hear both different ways. You can choose between e or e. These look like minimal pairs, but they're not because they both have the same meaning, which would be economics. So let's take a look at some allophones in English. So one distinction we make is with L sounds. So we have a light L, which is like L, and then we have a dark L, which is a little bit more towards the back with some tongue raising, ol. Now, where these occur in English is actually dependent on the syllable. So when we have an L in the onset of a syllable, it's just a light L. It's a regular alveolar L. But when L occurs in the coda of a syllable or at the end of the word, like in fall, trail, or mildew, we do that velarization at the back. So it becomes a velarized dark L, and that's its predictable environment. So if we were to draw a chart for this, we would just have our regular L, which has two allophones, the alveolar L and the dark L. The dark L is going to occur in codas, and L, the regular one, we can say onsets because there's really only two positions, or because it's the more common one, we can call this elsewhere. So that's one type of allophone that we have in English. We also have nasalized vowels, and this one is interesting too because it also relies on syllables. So, for example, when we say a word like pat and pan, the a in pat doesn't have any airflow through your nasal passage. But in pan, there is some airflow through your nasal cavity. Now, this is because the vowel is occurring in the same syllable as the nasal, and in order to prepare for the nasal to be produced, the nasal cavity will open up with the velum, essentially allowing air to flow through the nasal cavity. So we indicate this with a little squiggle above our vowels to say it's nasalized. So when we take a look at words like pan and fend and simple, we see some nasalization in those vowels. But if we compare it with something like stamina, mellow, or slimmer, we don't get that opening into our nasal cavity. We don't get that nasalization, and that's because these vowels are split from the next one. Or they're split from the nasal in the following syllable. In the case of mellow, is occurring afterwards, so it's not getting any nasalization there. So we could do a bunch of different minimal pairs and a bunch of different environment charts for these. However, it's easier just to say that vowels in general have two allophones. It has the regular one, and then it has the nasalized one. Nasalized when it precedes a nasal in the coda of the same syllable, and it's just a regular vowel in anywhere else. Another really common allophone that we have in English are aspirated stops. So P, T, and K are pronounced with a little puff of air, which is symbolized with an H superscript. When the voiceless stop occurs at the beginning of a stressed syllable, it has to be the first sound in the stressed syllable. So in pal or payment or empower, there's a little puff of air on those P's when it's being pronounced. But in happy, taps, and spit, you don't get that same burst of air. So for voiceless stops, we essentially have a phoneme P that can occur either as a regular P or an aspirated P in the different environments that are listed above. And that's going to be the same thing for T and K. Now, when voiceless stops or voiced stops occur either at the end of a word or it occurs before another stop, fricative, affricate, or liquid, it's closed, so it's not fully released. In other words, we're not making the sound, releasing the sound, then moving on to the next consonant. We're just making that sound as we close our mouth, and then the next sound is coming as we open our mouth. And we indicate this with a little half box at the top right of it. So picture, rapture, stickler, and bad, map, catness. So it's not catness, map, bad. It's just bad, map, Katniss. In fact, it might even be very difficult to hear on the microphone if it's not picking up those sounds as I'm closing my mouth. I believe this is the last one I have, and these are devoiced liquids and glides. So when we have y, w, ul, or and it's occurring after a voiceless consonant, it is going to be devoiced. In other words, it's not quite voiceless, but it doesn't vibrate as much or as quickly as it does in other positions. So pure, quick, proud, clay, flight, quiet. These are all cases where those liquids and glides are being devoiced. So we symbolize that by putting a little circle underneath each of those sounds. So those are just some examples of allophones that we have in English that you're probably never aware of. So when we have a bunch of patterns, like let's say we have all of our vowels doing a certain thing or all of our voiceless stops, it makes sense to group them together as a unit rather than saying, well, P and T and K does this. But it's better just to say, well, voiceless stops do this. So in Swampy Cree, we did an exercise where we found that P has two different allophones, B and P, B between vowels and P elsewhere. But if we take a look at all of the voiceless stops in Swampy Cree, we see a very similar pattern, where the voiceless stop becomes voiced between vowels, and it stays voiceless in every other position. So what we want to do is we want to generalize this and say, okay, as a general rule, voiceless stops become voiced between vowels. And this is specifically in Swampy Cree, and it's a nice general way to capture what is happening without having to draw very specific environment charts for a bunch of independent sounds. And this concept is actually quite important for features, which we're going to see in probably about 20 minutes or so. But before we get into features, we want to talk about phonological processes, because a lot of these allophonic changes can be classified depending on what they're doing. So we have 5 main types of phonological processes, which are assimilation, where two sounds become more alike, dissimilation, where sounds become less alike. We don't really see that too much in English. Deletion, where we remove a sound, epenthesis, where we add a sound, and metathesis, where we swap sounds. So we're going to take a look at each of these in turn with examples from English and other languages. So the first one is assimilation. So one sound might become more similar to a sound that comes after it or even before it. And a really common one across languages that we see in English is nasal place assimilation. So in other words, when we pronounce nasals, specifically the N sound, it likes to change depending on its neighbor to the right. So although the word input is spelt with an N, there's a P after it, and the P is a bilabial sound. So what happens is that bilabialness on the P gets transferred to the N, and then when we speak it quickly in speech, we say input, input. We say it with an M. That's how it's pronounced by most speakers. In the case of ink, ink, we don't say ink, we say ink with a velar, and that's because the K is velar. So that velarness gets transferred over to the N behind it, and it is now a velar nasal when it's pronounced. We do the same thing with F and V in English. So in a word like emphasis, emphasis, it's not an M that's produced with your two lips. No, because the F is labiodental, and that N or M wants to become very similar to that sound. It's also very close. So that M actually becomes a labiodental nasal. Emphasis, emphasis. If you say it slowly, you'll be able to feel that your lower lip is touching your top teeth as the nasal is produced. Emphasis. So the M with a little hook on it is the labiodental nasal. Now, dissimilation isn't really one that we have in English too often. I know there are specific examples where some speakers do it, but it's not common enough that it's something that I remember off the top of my head or that is frequently posted in linguistics resources. So in Greek, what happens is when two fricatives occur back to back, what happens is the second one, typically the second one, will change to a stop. So in the case of folio, where we have an X here, and this symbolizes a voiceless velar fricative. So imagine K, but in a fricative form, something like. It's very difficult for me to do because I don't have it in my languages that I speak. But that's difficult for Greek speakers to pronounce too. So instead, it changes that fricativeness to a stop in this case. So that way we don't have two fricatives back to back. So it maintains its voicelessness and its velarness, but it changes from a fricative to a stop to make the sound scolio. So we see that change there from an X, a voiceless velar fricative, to the voiceless velar stop. Now, deletion occurs quite often in English, and it's why some words can be pronounced with 2 or 3 syllables and then alternatively with a syllable less. And we delete schwas a lot in speech. So, for example, with words like parade, corrode, suppose, if we speak quickly enough, we typically just say prayed, crowed, suppose. So we just completely delete that schwa to begin with, and then we're just left with one syllable. Because if we delete a schwa, we're deleting a vowel, which means we're going to have one less syllable in the word. It's just a faster way to talk. Now, epenthesis is something that we do in English in order to help us pronounce some things. So when you say a word like something or warmth or tenth, sometimes you'll put in an extra sound just to make that transition a little bit easier. So in the case of something, you'll hear a lot of people say something, something. You can very clearly hear a P there. Or in the case of warmth, that's a little bit difficult to say, so people will say warmth, warmth, and they'll put a P sound in there. With tenth, what we do sometimes is say tenth, tenth. You can kind of hear a closed T right before the th sound. But we add in these extra sounds. This is known as epenthesis in order to make those sound transitions a little bit easier. And it's predictable which one we get. The nasal is going to choose which voiceless stop gets put in. So if we're sticking something after an N, it's going to be a T. After an M, it's going to be a P. If we have an ing sound, we're going to add a K after. And our last one is metathesis. Now, this is something that kids typically do. Not so much adults, but you do hear it sometimes. And this is when sounds are swapped. So a really common one in English that like children and adults will do is the word prescription. Prescription. It'll be pronounced as prescription. In other words, the R and the are going to swap positions when it's pronounced. What kids will do is something like spaghetti. They might say paschetti, paschetti. In fact, that G in paschetti might actually be pronounced as a K, just because having a voiceless fricative followed by a voice stop can be quite difficult to pronounce. And an interesting case in the word of foliage, some people just pronounce foliage as foliage. In other words, they take that E sound and the O sound and they combine them together and put them before the L. And I think what happens here is people in their mind, they just have this word in their head written as foliage, but it's actually foliage. But these are examples of metathesis. So let's see if we can take a look at some of these changes and figure out which type of phonological process is occurring. So for example, in stain to Spain, what is happening? Well, we have a T changing to a P. Now, in terms of what this might be, what do we notice about S and T? Well, these are both alveolar sounds. Now, what about S and P? Well, now we have an alveolar sound and a bilabial sound. So the T is becoming less similar to S. It's becoming a P. So this is an example of dissimilation. We don't want to have two alveolar sounds back to back, so one of them changes to be bilabial different. What about in the second case of flumage to foolmage? Well, here we're just swapping the positions of the L and the U sound, so this is going to be metathesis. What about in the last one? Strance to stance. Strance to stance. Well, we're missing a sound in our new word, so this is just a case of deletion. We're deleting a sound in order to make it pronounceable a little bit easier. Now, you shouldn't be thinking about English in this case because these are not things that we typically do in English, but you should be thinking about like possibilities for different languages around the world, especially when it comes to phonotactic constraints. Okay, what about in this Russian example? So we have T and D being allophones. In other words, we would have a base form, which I think is going to be D in this case, if I know my Russian well at all. Just going to have two allophones. One is going to be D and one is going to be T. So we're given that information. And now we're just checking to see which process is occurring. So what I might do is look at the sound and then look at the following one. So I see TP, DB, DV, TF, and DM. Now, what do we notice about these pairs? Is that D is always occurring before voiced sounds, and T is always occurring between or before voiceless sounds. So this is a case of assimilation because the T or D is being chosen based on the following sound. It's becoming more like the sound after it in terms of voicing. Now, one last example here. We have Spanish, and this happens very common when Spanish people learn how to speak English. They end up bringing their phonotactics along with them. So instead of saying ski, you might hear them say esquí. And instead of saying school, you might hear them say escool. So what's happening here is we're adding an A sound to the beginning of the word to break up these syllables, so that way the phonotactics is allowed according to Spanish phonotactics anyway. So this is an example of epenthesis. So this is how we can take a look at phonological processes and classify them according to the type that they are. When we talk about phonological processes, it is very rare that a phonological process will apply to just one sound in a language. Normally it applies to a natural class of sounds. And a natural class is just any group of sounds that share some similar feature. Now, this means that we're going to need to think more carefully about our sounds and go beyond phonetic descriptions. But once we understand the features of sounds, we can then form groups. So for example, PT and K would be the natural class of English voiceless stops. PTK, BDG, and the glottal stop included would be just the natural class of English stops. Now, there are some cases where phonetic descriptions aren't enough. For example, the sounds s, z, sh, zh, ch, and j form a natural class, but if we take a look at their descriptions, 2 of them are alveolar, 4 of them are post-alveolar, so there's no commonality there. Some are voiced, some are voiceless, there's no commonality there. And then 4 are fricatives and 2 are affricates, so there's no commonality there. But actually, these all have a very similar feature in that they're all considered to be strident sounds. And strident sounds are your noisy fricatives and affricates. So if we have features, then we can capture this natural class with a feature like stridency. But with just phonetic descriptions, we're not going to be able to get at that. So there are a lot of features out there, and features are essentially plus or minus properties that certain sounds have. And every feature is exactly one property of sound. So if we take a look at the feature specification for T, we're going to see a lot of different words here and features, and we'll understand them all in detail one by one, learning to ask yes or no questions to identify whether something is plus or minus. So for example, T is a consonantal sound. It is not syllabic, it's not sonorant, it is not voiced, the glottis is not spread, the glottis is not constricted. This is not a continuant sound. This is not a nasal sound. This is not a sound with a delayed release. This is not a sound with lateral airflow. It is a coronal sound. This is a place of articulation. And under the coronal specification, this is an anterior sound, which means it's a little bit more forward than other coronal sounds. So if you didn't understand that, that's fine, but we'll learn all of these features one by one, sorted into different classifications. So the first one is going to be the major class features, and these will help distinguish between our consonants, glides, and vowels. Now, consonants can be broken up into 3 categories, which are obstruents, nasals, and liquids. And obstruents is a term that captures oral stops, fricatives, and affricates. So whenever you hear the word obstruent, think of your oral stops, your fricatives, and your affricates. So basically anything that's not a nasal, liquid, glide, or vowel. So there's a few major class features. One is consonantal, and this just asks, is there obstruction in the vocal tract? So is the sound a consonant? That's the question you can ask. So plus consonantal sounds are going to be consonants like P, T, K, S, Z, Sh, and Ch. Also nasals like N and M. And then sounds that are minus consonantal will be your glides, vowels, and sounds like H and the glottal stop. And that's because this obstruction, or H and the glottal stop, does not occur in the vocal tract, but occurs down in the glottis. Now, syllabic sounds help differentiate our consonants and glides from vowels. So, can the sound act as a nucleus of a syllable? And this is usually reserved for vowels. So, vowels are plus syllabic, while anything that's a consonant or glide will be minus syllabic. The last one is sonorant. And there's two ways you can think about this. In an intro textbook, a lot of the time you'll be given this mnemonic, which is like, is the sound singable? So you can hum nasals, you can hold liquids, you can kind of sing glides, and you can definitely sing vowels. While obstruents, your stops, fricatives, and affricates can't be sung, it can't be held. Now, to me, that's a difficult way of explaining things, so I like to think about the air pressure discussion. So if these are your teeth, if there is more air pressure inside the mouth than there is air pressure outside of the mouth, so let's just do something like this so we can see that, okay, yeah, this is a face. If that looks like a rabid dog or something. If there's more air pressure inside the mouth than outside the mouth, then it is minus sonorant. So when you think about your stops where air is being held, or your fricatives where it's more air pressure inside than outside causing that turbulence, or you think about affricates that start as a stop and release into a fricative, these are all minus sonorant sounds. With nasals, liquids, glides, and vowels, there is equal air pressure inside and outside the mouth, so these are plus sonorant. So I think this is the only major class feature that really requires some sort of memorization if you're not comfortable with feeling the air pressure differences inside and outside of your mouth. Now, we also have laryngeal features. So these are things that your glottis is doing. So voice is pretty straightforward. Is the sound voiced? If it's a voice sound, it's plus voice. If it's a voiceless sound, it is minus voice. It's just that straightforward. We have two more specific ones, which is spread glottis and constricted glottis. Now, spread glottis is asking whether or not there's aspiration. So when you take a look at aspirated P, T, and K that occur at the beginning of stressed syllables, those are plus spread glottis, and also the H, because if we're making a fricative, our vocal folds are going to be open as air comes out of it. Every other sound is going to be minus spread glottis, so you can really just learn the ones that are plus spread glottis, and everything else will be minus. Constricted glottis is asking if the glottis is closed, and the only sound that we have in English that does this is our glottal stop. Everything else is going to be minus constricted glottis. So let's fill out some feature matrices for these sets of sounds. So if we have any sort of vowel out there, how would we assign pluses and minuses? Well, vowels are not consonantal. They are syllabic because you can insert them as a nucleus of a syllable, and they're sonorant because they have equal air pressure inside and outside the mouth. In other words, there's a lot of space inside your mouth because your tongue is the only thing moving around and it's not impeding any airflow. Now, what about glides? Okay, glides are not consonantal. They don't have that obstruction in the vocal tract. There's still quite a bit of room. It's a lot like a typical vowel like e or oo when you think of ya or wa. They're also not syllabic, so we can't make a syllable around a glide. We need a vowel sound to form a syllable. But they are sonorant, so the air pressure is very similar to a vowel like e or oo, equal air pressure inside and outside the mouth, so these are plus sonorant. So if you want to know the differences between vowels and glides in terms of features, it's really just a difference in the syllabic feature. The consonantal and sonorant are going to be the same between both of them. Now, what about aspirated voiceless stops? Well, it's a voiceless stop, so they're going to be consonantal. They're consonants, so they can't be a peak of a nucleus, so it's going to be minus syllabic. Stops have different air pressure inside and outside the mouth, so these are minus sonorant. Now, in terms of spread glottis and constricted glottis, these are aspirated stops. So these have a puff of air when you produce them. So these are plus spread glottis, but it's not constricted glottis. It is going to be minus constricted glottis because we're not looking at the glottal stop there. So those are some minor feature matrices at this point that cover 3 different types of natural classes. Now we have some manner features. So these are all about the different manners of articulation, so basically about airflow. So continuant is asking whether there's continuous airflow through the oral cavity, very specifically the oral cavity. So sounds that are plus continuant would be your fricatives, liquids, glides, and vowels, and sounds that are minus continuant would be your oral stops as expected. Also nasal stops. So even though airflow continues out of the nasal cavity, there is obstruction in the oral cavity for nasal stops. So they are minus continuant. And then affricates, they start basically as a stop, so they're minus continuant. Now, the nasal feature is what talks about airflow through the nasal cavity. So sounds that are plus nasal would be your nasal stops, or even the nasalized vowels that we saw before, like in pin, for example, with a little tilde above it. Every other sound is going to be minus nasal. We have 2 more manner features. One is delayed release. So delayed release is basically letting us know whether or not we have an affricate sound. So is the closure of a sound released slowly? Well, you can think of it as ch and j. When you start the sound, it begins as a stop, and then it releases slowly into a fricative. So that's what the plus delayed release feature is capturing. Everything else is going to be minus delayed release. Now, in terms of our last feature here, lateral, we're asking whether air flows through the sides of the tongue or not. So in English, we have L, and then we also have our dark L as plus lateral sounds, and everything else will be minus lateral. So let's think about some of our manner features for these groups of sounds. If we're dealing with M, N, and N, we can ask ourselves, is it continuant? Well, remember, continuant is about the oral cavity, and it is blocked in the oral cavity. We're closing our lips to make an touching the alveolar ridge to make or touching the velum to make So these are all minus continuant sounds. They are, however, nasal sounds. So when we talk about nasal stops, these are plus nasal minus continuant sounds. Now, what about L? Well, we can hold it in the mouth, so this will be continuant. It's not nasal. We don't have any air going through our nasal cavity, and it is a lateral sound because air is flowing through the sides of the tongue. Now, in terms of ch and j, these are going to be minus continuant sounds, even though you can hold them at the end for ch. That beginning bit has obstruction in your oral cavity, and that is what the delayed release is doing here. This is plus delayed release as we release into a fricative towards the end of the sound. Now we have some place features. And place features are a little bit more general than what we use in our phonetic description. And they relate to the bottom articulators of your mouth. So we have labial sounds that include bilabial, labial dental, and labiovelar sounds. We have coronal sounds, which involve the tip of the tongue. So these are interdental sounds, dental sounds, alveolar sounds, and postalveolar sounds. And then we have dorsal, which uses the back of the tongue or the middle of the tongue for palatal velar, labiovelar sounds, as well as vowels. And if you look at other languages, this also includes uvular and pharyngeal sounds. So there's a nice little diagram of what you could use to remember how these place features are used. So if the bottom lip is used, then it's going to be a labial sound. If the tip of the tongue or the front of the tongue is used, it's a coronal sound. And if the middle or back of the tongue is used, it is a dorsal sound. Note that all vowels are going to be dorsal as well. So if a sound is labial, coronal, or dorsal, there will be other features that come along with it. So the first one is round. Now, round sounds are sounds where the lips are rounded. So w, oo, o, These are examples of our rounded sounds in English, and every other bilabial, labiodental, or labiovelar sound is going to be minus round in this case. So p, b, m, and the labiodental m is minus round. So if we use a round feature, that means it is going to be a labial feature. So if a sound, like let's say we have T, we know this is going to be a coronal sound. So in terms of our features, we don't actually consider writing about plus or minus round because we only consider the round feature when a sound is labial. Now, coronal features have a couple of them. The first one is anterior. So the question is the tongue touching or in front of the alveolar ridge? So you can think of a little line right here at your alveolar ridge. Everything to the left of it is plus anterior, and everything to the right of it is minus anterior. So anterior just meaning towards the front in this case. So interdentals and alveolars will be plus anterior, and postalveolars and palatals will be minus anterior. The second one we have is strident. So this is asking if the coronal fricative or affricate is noisy. So the natural class we saw a little bit before, s, z, sh, ch, j, are plus strident sounds. And our other two sounds that are coronal, like th and th, these are not as noisy. These don't have as intense turbulence as the other strident sounds. And the last one are dorsal features. So with dorsal features, you can think of them as typically relating to vowels. So we have high, low, and back. And we can draw these on the diagram to show what features are which. So if a feature is in the top row, it is plus high. If it is in the middle or bottom, so mid or low sounds, these ones are minus high. Now, in terms of low, the lowest sounds are plus low, and then high and mid sounds are going to be minus low. So if we want to capture the middle column, the middle row in terms of our sounds, like for instance, ah, we want to take a look at this natural class, these would be minus low and also minus high. While if we're taking a look at low sounds, we just need plus low. If we just take a look at high sounds, we need plus high. Now, the one confusing feature is probably back. So back is actually everything that is central or back. So our mid-central vowels are considered to be plus back, while only our front vowels are considered to be minus back. There is no plus or minus front feature, and that's because there are no natural classes that seem to target, they don't seem to require a plus front. So in other words, there's not going to be anything that is plus back and minus front in the middle that we would need to disambiguate. We can just get all the natural classes that undergo phonological processes with minus back and plus back, as well as high and low features if necessary. Now, I should mention, in terms of high and back, we're just looking at vowels here. But if you think about sounds like k, g, and these are all pronounced very close to where u is pronounced. So these sounds are considered plus high and plus back. So when you think about the velar sounds, these are plus high and plus back. Think of them just having the same feature specifications as something like u in terms of height and backness. Now, there's two more, which is tense and reduced. So tense is just asking, is the vowel tense? I think that's pretty straightforward if you understand the phonetic descriptions. And then we have the reduced feature asking, is the vowel reduced? So in other words, is it a schwa? So if it's a schwa, yeah, it's plus reduced. If it's anything else, then it's going to be minus reduced. So let's think about these dorsal sounds here, k, g, and Like I said before, these are going to be plus high and plus back. That captures it. If we want to add that specification in, we would also say minus low. It does not make sense to talk about tenseness or reducedness for consonants because consonants cannot be tense. That is a feature of vowels, and same with reduced qualities. A consonant is not going to be reduced. So let's try some exercises. Let's figure out the feature specifications for U and Z. So U is going to be labial and dorsal. It's a vowel, but it uses the lips for rounding. So we don't write plus or minus around labial or dorsal, we just include them as unary features. So either they're there or they're not. Because U is rounded, it is going to be plus round. In terms of the vowel chart, if we think about where U is placed, it is in the high back. So this is going to be plus high, plus back, minus low. U is a tense vowel, so it's plus tense. And because it's a vowel, we know it can be the peak of a nucleus, the peak of a syllable, so it can be plus syllabic, and it's plus sonorant because there's equal air pressure inside and outside the mouth. Now, in terms of z, this is a coronal sound. This uses the tip of your tongue to pronounce, and this is a noisy sound, so it's plus strident. It is at the alveolar ridge, so we're going to say it's plus anterior. It's consonantal, obviously, because it's a consonant. There's obstruction in the oral tract, so this is plus consonantal. It is not a nasal sound, it's minus nasal. It is not a syllabic sound. It cannot act as the nucleus of a syllable. It is not sonorant. The noisiness from z occurs because there is more air pressure inside the mouth than outside, so that's minus sonorant. This is a voiced sound, and it's continuant. You can hold this and air continuously flows outside of the oral cavity. So I've been doing this for a long time. I've known these phonological features for like 13 years at this point. So it's going to be fast for me to do it, but I do not memorize any of these things. I never have. What I did was I tried to understand the questions that you ask for these sounds, produce the sounds, really think about them, draw pictures, look at the IPA chart if necessary, and then work out whether the feature is plus or minus. If you go through the memorization route, there are charts online that show every single feature for every single sound. It is too much to memorize, and it's going to be a lot easier if you just understand the sounds. You'll understand everything better, and if you're taking exams in a real course, you'll perform much better if you just understand the questions to ask and understand how to produce the sounds. So now that we have natural classes, we can talk about formal rules. So a rule is just a formal representation of a phonological process. And there's two ways that we can write this. We can say that X changes to Y. So this arrow is changes to. We have a slashy bracket that means in the environment of. And then we have A on the left with an underscore and then B on the right. So this would mean that your sound X is between A and B, whatever sounds or features those could be, and it changes to Y after the phonological process occurs. That's one way of writing it. This is the typical convention for writing these types of rules. However, if you're familiar with computing science and you understand what a context-sensitive grammar is, then you might be more familiar with the style like this, where a XB becomes a YB. So in other words, A and B, the environment around it is staying the same, but there's a change in that middle sound X to become some other sound Y. Now, A and B can be empty, so they don't have to actually have things there. But let's see some of these rules in action. So let's say we have a rule that says that P becomes B when preceding a voiced consonant. So how we would write this is we'd say P, the P sound, becomes B. So we have the arrow here that says becomes. And then we're listing an environment. The underscore is where the sound occurs. And it means that after that sound, we have a class of plus consonantal plus voiced sounds. So any voiced consonant that comes after P will make it change to B. So we can see some changes here. In the case of hipsu, well, we see a Z, a voiced consonant coming after the P, so that would change to B, hibzu. In the case of lapba, B is a voiced consonant sound, P is not, so that P is going to change to a B, and we'd basically be doubling up on the B's, labba. What if we have a rule that says B becomes V when between two vowels? Okay, so B is becoming V. We have our environment symbol. This is where the sound is occurring. So it's occurring between two things, which are minus consonantal plus sonorant plus syllabic. So on each side, these indicate vowels. Now, I'm showing this with a feature matrix because we just learned that and we use features when rules get more complicated, but it's also perfectly fine to write the becomes v in the environment between two vowels. So v underscore v looks kind of like a sad face. So this would describe the following changes. He boop, the b is between two vowels, so that would change to a v to make he voop. In the case of sabo bois, well, B is between A and O. This other B is between O and U, so those would change to V's, and we get savoir. Obviously, these are not English words, but this is an example of how it could be applied. So our goal is to really just understand what rules are saying. Depending on the course you're in, you may have to produce these rules, but for the most part, usually just understanding is good enough. So let's say that we have a rule like this. Minus syllabic plus consonantal and minus sonorant sounds, so this is a natural class of sounds rather than just one specific sound changing, becomes nothing. So this is the empty set symbol. This means it's basically being deleted. And it says in the environment of, the sound occurs here, and it's at the end of a word. So we have our word boundary there. So what is this saying? This is saying that consonantal sounds are deleted at the end of a word. So our natural class of consonants becomes nothing when it's at end of word, which means that with our examples below, we might have bead. Well, we have a D here at the end of a word, so it just is pronounced as B. In the case of podip, we have a P at the end of the word, so it's deleted and it just becomes fodi. So we have a couple practice exercises. So the first one is saying that nothing becomes something. So this is a case of epenthesis. We're adding a sound. So nothing becomes a dorsal minus high minus low minus back plus tense sound. So when I think about the vowel chart, what I'm saying here is it's not, and if I draw something like this, it is not high, so it's not these sounds. It is not low, it's not these sounds. It's not back, so it's not going to be these sounds, and it's going to be tense. So in the vowel chart, this would just be the sound A. So this is the Spanish sound that we do not have on its own in English. So basically, we're adding the sound A in a specific environment. So this is at the beginning of a word before two consonants. So minus syllabic minus sonorant plus consonant is just describing consonants. So when we are at the beginning of the word and we have two consonants, what's going to happen is we're going to add A to those two consonants before it. So you can think about this case like being ski. A Spanish person tries to speak this word, they might say a ski. So it's making that change there because we have an S and a K, which are consonantal sounds, back to back, and it's at the beginning of a word, so we add A to it. Here's another example. Again, looking at natural classes. So minus syllabic plus consonantal minus sonorant minus nasal minus continuant plus voice and plus anterior sounds become plus nasal before nasal stops. So it's minus syllabic because these can't be the peak of a syllable, but when I see plus consonantal plus nasal, these are just nasal stops. So what is this natural class at the beginning trying to tell us? Well, minus syllabic plus consonantal minus sonorant is telling us consonant. Minus nasal and minus continuant together are basically telling us that these are oral stops plus our affricates. So basically just not going to be nasals and going to be obstruents in that case. It's plus voice, so these are going to be our voiced oral stops and affricates, and they're coronal ones. So specifically, we're not looking at bilabial or velar ones, and we're looking at plus anterior ones. So if my understanding is correct, I'm talking specifically about the sounds de and je in this case. These would be our voiced oral stops and affricates that are coronal and plus anterior, so being at the alveolar ridge or between the two teeth. And we're saying that these become nasal before nasal stops. Okay, so this might be a little bit weird, But there's nothing wrong with posing a rule that changes these sounds to be somewhat nasalized. It is odd, but if we're just trying to understand what the rule's saying, then that's exactly what is happening. So our last example here is going to be plus syllabic minus consonantal minus round. So what does this mean? This is going to be, well, specifically, these are going to be labial sounds because we have minus round in there. So we're looking at, okay, labial, it could be dorsal as well because we're taking a look at syllabic sounds. So we'll include that there. Okay, so we're looking at our unrounded vowels, essentially. Unrounded vowels plus our glides in this case. And these are becoming plus round. So basically they're becoming rounded vowels. And in which environment? It's between two labial consonants. So it would be between things like P, B, and M in these cases, as well as F or V. So if we have something like P, I, B, this is going to change to be rounded, which would be P and then the Y symbol and B. So P to P. And that would be another example of understanding a rule. So that is it for phonology. We will now start talking about intro syntax. So syntax is the study of sentence structure. What we want to be able to do by the end of the section is take a look at declarative English sentences and be able to diagram how they are formed into different word categories and phrases. So for example, this structure may be a little bit scary at first, for the small dog quickly ran to the store, but we're going to learn how to label each individual word category and then how we can build them up into phrases in order to form a complete sentence. So to do that, we should probably understand what a sentence is, and we'll take a look at the smallest possible sentence that we can have, which is a sentence that has at least a subject and a predicate. So the subject is simply who or what the sentence is about. You can usually identify subjects in sentences by replacing them with a pronoun like he, she, they, or it. And predicates are what the subject does, feels, or what it is. So we have three example sentences here. The first one is Fido sleeps. Now, Fido is the subject and sleeps is the predicate in the sentence. We basically need two words to make a sentence in English. So Fido is the subject here. We can replace it with a word like he. The old man with the suitcase left to Africa last week. In this example, the old man with the suitcase is our subject. Again, we can replace this whole thing with the word he, and then we get the phrase or sentence, he left to Africa last week. So left to Africa last week is the predicate. It's telling us what the subject is doing. In the third one, a cold, frigid old book lay tattered on the ground. We can replace this whole subject here with the word like it. It lay tattered on the ground, and lay tattered on the ground is the predicate that's describing what the cold, frigid old book is doing. So what this means is that if we want to create a sentence, we at the very least can split it up into subject and predicate. These are separate things, and we'll keep them separate in our tree structures. So let's practice identifying them. So we'll underline the subject, and then whatever's left is the predicate. So Jenna's dog had an accident. I'm going to say Jenna's dog is the subject here because we can replace it with the word it. It had an accident. That means that had an accident and everything else is the predicate. The bunny rabbit that is eating grass left me. Now, we may think that the bunny rabbit is the subject here. But if we write it here, it that is eating grass left me. That sounds a little weird. That's not quite right. Instead, it is the whole thing, the bunny rabbit that is eating grass, left me. So we could say it left me. And that would be fine. So the object that we're thinking about, the subject that we're thinking about in the real world, is a bunny rabbit who is eating grass. And for the third case, one of the only people in the world that I know is coming to meet me. So who or what are we talking about? Well, we're talking about one of the only people in the world that I know. And we could replace it with he. So he is coming to meet me, and that would be fine. So whatever's left in this case is coming to meet me is the predicate. So we don't want to be looking for just like a verb to figure out where the subject and predicate boundary is. We want to be using a test like the it replacement or he, she, they replacement in order to make sure that the sentence is grammatical and that we've replaced the entire subject. So we should also talk about some grammaticality judgments, because what does it mean for a sentence to be grammatical? Well, in general, a sentence is just grammatical if a first language speaker of that language accepts it as a possible sentence. So, for example, I don't want to believe that Frodo was stealing my magazines. That's perfectly grammatical to me. It sounds fine. The one which the with scooter ran the park towards, this is not okay at all. This is ungrammatical. The one which is fine, but then putting the afterword is a little weird. We can't do that. With scooter, we're missing an article like or the. Ran the park towards, really towards should be before the park in this case. So this just doesn't work for me. And in some dialects, the third sentence would be considered grammatical. So I ain't wanting none of them people near me, you hear? So some people do talk like this. So in like a standard Canadian or American dialect, you might not expect it to be grammatical, but there are some speakers out there who talk like this, and we'd say it's grammatical for those speakers. Now, let's talk about word categories. So there's a couple different type of syntactic categories or word categories that we can look at. The first one are lexical categories, and these are just content words in a sentence. So these are nouns, adjectives, verbs, adverbs, and prepositions. And then we have non-lexical ones. So these are functional words. They're not content words. They're usually introduced for grammatical purposes. So when we learn these, we're going to be focusing on lexical categories first, and these can be determined by their meaning, inflection, and distribution. When we talk about nouns, adjectives, verbs, adverbs, and prepositions, we're not simply just talking about their meaning, because some words can have the same word appear as multiple different categories depending on the context. So if we just think about context, then we can start thinking about the different possibilities of these words. So, for example, in the sentence, wrong rarely prospers, wrong is acting as a noun here. It's a subject. But in the second sentence, you wrong me and I'll sue you, it's acting as a verb. It's making a connection between you and me. In the case of that tourist took the wrong road, well, wrong is describing the road. It's an adjective in this case. And when you say Edward often spells words wrong, you're describing how the spelling happens. Well, it spells incorrectly. So just because we have a single word doesn't mean that it has a specific category. We need to care about context in addition to meaning. So for nouns, these are the most straightforward ones in terms of meaning. They're people, places, things, and they also have abstract qualities like happiness or idea. Generally, if you want to find a noun, you can add a plural form or possessive form to it. So in the case of kid, we can make it kids, idea, ideas. In the case of Jane, saying multiple Janes might be weird, but we can add that possessive apostrophe. Same with proper names like El Salvador, El Salvador's government, or something like that. In terms of its distribution, it usually occurs after determiners, so words like the, many, or some, or even after adjectives. So in the case of the man and some students, these are examples of determiners, and they occur before the noun. And in the case of a small workbook, small, the adjective is describing the noun. Nouns typically come after when adjectives used attributively, like in that case. Now, adjectives are properties or attributes of nouns. So what adjectives do is they describe nouns. So quick, green, frothy, wooden, fastest, greener, richer, poorest. These are all examples of words that describe nouns. And usually what we can do with these words is we can add a comparative suffix like or even another word like more. So we could do, for example, quicker, or we could do more quick. That might sound a little bit weird to some people, but it's perfectly fine to me. Or we can do a superlative form. So we could do quicker, quickest, more quick, or even most quick. Now, typically where it occurs is usually right before nouns, but sometimes it occurs after linking verbs like is, or feels, or seems. So for example, in cute puppy, cute is occurring before puppy, it's describing it. But in the case of Jane is sad, or the cute boy is smart, This is kind of like an equals relationship. So cute is describing boy, but so is smart in this case. So these are adjectives in both of those positions. The ones where adjectives occur before nouns are called attributive adjectives, and the ones where adjectives appear after a linking verb or is are considered predicative adjectives. So if you ever hear those two terms, that is what those mean. Now, verbs, we typically think of them as action words, but they can be sensations or states as well. So run, toss, jump, and allow, these are usually like pretty common action words, but things like is another example of a verb, or feels, where you're feeling an internal feeling and not actually touching something. So verbs have several different forms. They have a past tense form, a past participle form, a present participle form, and a third person form. What I mean by this is we can think of run. We have the past tense ran. We have the past participle had run. I'll put commas in there. We have the present participle is running. And we have the third person singular runs. So whenever you have a verb, you can make these 5 different forms, including the base form there. And that will tell us that you have a verb. If you take something like, what's something that definitely cannot be a verb? Like happiness, for example. Happiness is a noun, but we don't have a past tense of happiness. We can't say had happiness or is happinessing or happinesses. We don't have those forms in English. And in terms of their distribution, they normally start the predicate after the subject, although you can have adverbs or helping verbs called auxiliaries or modals before that. And these are usually somewhere around adverbs. So its strict distribution is a little bit hard to pinpoint, but it's usually the head word in a predicate. It's like the most important idea in the predicate. So he left. Left is our predicate. That's going to be our verb. They quickly ran. Here we have quickly. It's an adverb modifying ran, but ran is the main action there. And for Martha ate slowly, we see another case where the adverb is coming after this time. Now, adverbs are words that modify verbs or they modify entire sentences. We can think of the distinction between adjectives and adverbs as being adjectives describe nouns and adverbs can describe everything else. So some of these have comparative and superlative forms like quickest, slower, quieter, harder, hardest, quietest, and so on, depending on their use. But most of the the adverbs that we have in English end in an ly. We do have some cases like tomorrow or words like here and there that are adverbs that don't quite follow that pattern. But in general, if you want to determine whether something is an adverb, you want to check the movement test. So adverbs can appear immediately before or after a verb, but they can also be moved around to the beginning or end of a sentence. So you can say quickly they ran or they quickly ran. Either position is fine and it describes the action of running or the whole sentence of them running. In the case of Martha ate slowly, we can put it after the verb, but we could say slowly Martha ate, and that would be fine as well. So we could move it to the beginning. And that's going to be your best trick in order to determine what an adverb is. Now, the last one is prepositions. Prepositions cannot be inflected, so we don't have to worry about different forms of prepositions, and their meanings are a little bit confusing. I say confusing because there are so many different possible meanings for prepositions that it's not really helpful to use meaning as a diagnostic tool. It's often better to use distribution, and that is that prepositions always introduce noun phrases. We'll learn what noun phrases are a little bit later in more detail, but think about it as a noun with all of its descriptive words or modifiers. So up the road, up is introducing a noun phrase. Near Ben, near is introducing a noun phrase. At 5 a.m., 5 a.m. is a noun phrase. And we have some other examples for 9 months with binoculars like B. Diddy next to him. In each of these cases, sometimes it is best to just understand some general prepositions and how they work and use those as baselines when comparing other ones. So prepositions can be substituted with a limited amount of other prepositions depending on the context. So if I have something like road and I see a word like beside, and I'm like, is beside a preposition? I don't know. Well, I could use another preposition to see if it fits. Well, up the road. If I know that up is a preposition and beside is kind of doing the same thing, it's talking about a location and it's introducing that noun phrase, then I can say, okay, this is probably a preposition too. So let's try determining the categories of the underlined words below. So each time my dog runs away from me, I quietly threaten him with destroying a small box of his 2 favorite snacks. Okay, so time is a noun. Each is what's called a determiner, and it's introducing the noun time. Dog is a noun in this case. Runs away. Runs is the action, it's the verb here. Away is describing the direction that we're running, so this is an adverb. And what from is doing is from is introducing a noun phrase me, or just a noun in this case, specifically a pronoun. So this is a preposition, and this from is like always going to behave as a preposition. I quietly threaten. So quietly is describing how the threatening is happening. So threaten is a verb, and quietly is an adverb there. Him with destroying a small box of his 2 favorite snacks. So with is a preposition. You're doing it with something. And then small box. Box is a noun. Small is describing that noun. So this is going to be an adjective. And then for favorite snacks, snacks is another noun. It's a thing in the world. And favorite is describing those snacks. So favorite is an adjective. Now that we understand some basic categories, we can start thinking about constituents, and then we can start building into structure. So a constituent is just any word or group of words that function as a unit. So the most basic ones that you can think of that we've seen so far are our subject and our predicate. So the subject is a constituent and the predicate is a constituent. And basically, if we draw a little tree structure, we can pick up a node and anything that dangles underneath it is considered a constituent. So my sister is a constituent. Buys a book is a constituent. And if we pick up this thing just above a book, then a book is a constituent. Now we need to figure out some ways in order to identify constituents that don't involve structure. So the first type of constituents we're going to look at are phrases. And these are groups of words that function as a unit. So a phrase is a type of constituent. And we're going to look specifically at 5 different types of phrases. So noun phrases, adjective phrases, verb phrases, adverb phrases, and prepositional phrases. These come from the lexical categories that we just learned. So one important phrase terminology is head. And we say that the head of a phrase determines its category. Now what this means is that let's say we have the word dog, and we identify that it is a noun, so we label it as N. Because we have a noun, that needs to build up into a noun phrase. So the noun dog is the head of the noun phrase. So basically, whenever we have a lexical category, like noun, verb, adjective, adverb, or preposition, we need to build it up into its respective phrase. So run is a verb that needs to build into a verb phrase, and we say the verb is the head. The adjective builds into an adjective phrase, and the adjective is a head, and so on. So what we're going to do is we're going to take these small phrases and build them up into bigger phrases. So in order to know which phrases connect to which other phrases, we need to employ constituency tests. So if we want to do a constituency test, we need to have a basic understanding of what the word categories are. Because if we want to claim that something is a noun phrase, then we need to have a noun. If we want to say that something is a verb phrase, we need to have a verb in there. We're going to learn several constituency tests, and it's important to note that not all constituency tests work in every case. So we need to employ several and see what the general outcome is of those tests. And that's because language has some unique and special properties that are a little bit too complicated for an intro course that prevent some of the tests from working. So the first one is the substitution test, and we saw this when identifying subjects earlier. So the idea is, if you have some sort of phrase, like an XP, so that could be a noun phrase or a verb phrase, we can replace it with another phrase of the same type. So that means that if we have a noun phrase, or we want to say that something's a noun phrase, we can replace it with a different noun phrase. So what we do in this case is we learn some basic phrases that are always noun phrases or verb phrases or prepositional phrases, and then we use those for substitution purposes to check to see if that's what we have in a sentence. So what I mean by this is the kid in the pool said that he would leave at 9. So is this a constituent? And I want to say that maybe this is a noun phrase. So what I do know is that a single pronoun like he is a noun phrase. So if I can take the noun phrase he and substitute it in for that big thing there, the kid in the pool, then I can claim that yes, it's a constituent because the whole thing can be replaced by a single word. And I know it's a noun phrase because I've replaced something with something that I know is a noun phrase. So pronouns are good to use for noun phrase tests. With verb phrases, we use something called did so. And it might seem a little weird out of context, but it is a verb phrase did so. So the kid in the pool said that he would leave at 9. So if I'm asking, is said that he would leave at 9 a constituent? And I think it's a verb phrase because it starts with a verb, then I could replace it with did so. And when I do so, it works. So the kid in the pool did so. We don't know the context based on just that, but it's still grammatical to say that sentence. So we could say, therefore, it's a verb phrase. Now, for identifying prepositional phrases or adverb phrases, you can typically use a substitution like then. So this would work for prepositional phrases or adverb phrases. It's going to depend on what the lexical categories are inside. So in the sentence, when we take a look at 9, if we think about the categories, it's either a P or an N. Well, those are the two things we have. So the constituent could either be a prepositional phrase, a noun phrase, or neither of them. So we can't say the kid in the pool said that he would leave he, but that doesn't make sense. We can't put a pronoun in there. So it's not a noun phrase, but we can replace it with the whole thing like then. And then is a prepositional phrase or an adverb phrase, depending on the context. So that's the substitution test. It's one of the most basic ones, and it is the one that you'll probably use most often. The second one is the movement test. And some prepositional phrases, almost all adverb phrases, and topicalized noun phrases can be moved. So in the case of they stopped at the corner, if a group of words forms a constituent, then that means it'll move together. So at the corner, they stopped. That's fine. That tells us that at the corner is a constituent because that whole group of words can move to the front of the sentence. The corner they stopped at also seems all right. So we could even say that the corner is a constituent if we leave at the end. So just the corner they stopped at. That's an example of topicalization, and sometimes it's a little bit weird in speech to listen to. Here's another example. Quite early into the movie, they fell asleep. If I want to say that quite early into the movie is a constituent, then if I can move it, I can make that claim. And with adverb phrases, we can do that. So they fell asleep quite early into the movie. It moves, therefore, it's a constituent. Now, the coordination test is kind of a tricky test. And I say this because with coordination, you can make almost anything sound okay. But the idea is, if you think you have a constituent that is some type of phrase, you can join it with another word like and another constituent of exactly the same type to form a bigger constituent of that type. So what I mean by this, we'll see this in an example, is if we say the children will stop at the corner, and I want to say that this is a verb phrase. What I can do is I can introduce the word and another verb phrase of my choosing, and if it grammatically makes sense, in other words, it's accepted by speakers, then we can claim that stop at the corner in this case would be a verb phrase. It's a constituent. So the children will stop at the corner and look both ways. So look both ways is a verb phrase. Stop at the corner is a verb phrase in this case. I have a small book. So we want to ask about a small book. We could say, I have a small book and a large coffee. Okay, so a small book is a constituent. He was pretty nice. He was pretty nice and very sweet. So I can coordinate these two together. They're both adjective phrases. Therefore, pretty nice is a constituent. It's hard to make the coordination test fail. Now, clefting is kind of like the movement test, but this sounds a lot better with typical noun phrases than the other form of movement. And that is, we take a sentence and we transform it into an it was blank that structure. So imagine we have the sentence, I didn't see the man with the hat on the street, and we're asking about the man on the hat. Is that a constituent? Well, we can make an it was X structure, or it was blank structure that did something, and we can take that thing that we think is a constituent and fit it in, and then just repeat the remainder of the sentence on its own. So in the second line, we have it was the man with the hat that I didn't see on the street. So we can move it into a cleft and it sounds grammatical. Therefore, the man with the hat is a constituent. We can do this with some adverb phrases and prepositional phrases too. So I read the book quicker than usual. So we want to make an it was blank that structure. So we take quicker than usual, stick it after it was and before that, and then continue the rest of the sentence as normal. It was quicker than usual that I read the book last night. Okay, that works. Therefore, quicker than usual is a constituent. Q&A test is a fun one too. If you have a sentence, you can ask questions about parts of the sentence. And if you can ask a question about that part and you can respond with just those words, then that means you have a constituent. What I mean by that is I went to the store on my birthday. So I want to ask, is on my birthday a constituent? So I can try to ask a question about it. You went to the store when? Or when did you go to the store? And if you can respond just with those words, that constituent on its own, then yeah, you have a constituent. So you went to the store when? Oh, on my birthday. Because I can respond with just on my birthday, it's a constituent. So second question, you read what last night? And I respond with a book about snails. Well, therefore, because I can respond with just a book about snails, I know a book about snails is a constituent. So let's do one exercise to check to see if some of these are constituents or not. So we want to use at least 2 constituency tests. The first one will be on the small key. The second will be on I opened. And the third one we're going to do is with the small key. So what I'm going to do in each case is I'm going to start with the substitution test because it's easy. I love it. So I opened the blue door with it. Okay, substitution seems to say that that is fine. In fact, let's just edit the style and make the text a little bit bigger. So let's see if I can do that. I'll just have to make the default font bigger. All right, we're gonna do this. No editing, one take. I open the blue door with it. Okay, that works. Substitution works. What about coordination? I open the blue door with the small key and I need another noun phrase, the small key and the big ladle. Doesn't make sense, but it works. So coordination works. Let's do a clefting test. It was the small key that I opened the blue door with, and then I leave a little underline to show where those words are coming from. So all 3 of those tests work, which means the small key is a constituent. What about I opened the blue door with a small key? So I opened as a constituent. Well, we can't do substitution. So the blue door doesn't sound right. Opened is a verb, so maybe we could do so. Did so the blue door, that doesn't quite sound right either. So substitution doesn't seem to work. What about clefting? It was, I opened that blank where the word is coming from, the blue door with the small key. Okay, that definitely does not work either, so we'll put a star in front of it to mean it's ungrammatical. If we do more tests, we're going to see the same results. It's not going to work out nicely. So I opened is not a constituent. And we should know that because I is the subject and opened starts the predicate, so these should be split anyway. Finally, I opened the blue door with the small key. Okay, so let's see what we can do in this case. I opened the blue door then. Okay, that's fine. So it's either a prepositional phrase or adverb phrase according to substitution. Let's do the clefting again. It was with the small key that I opened the blue door. Okay, clefting works too. Let's do something different. Let's ask a question. How did you open the blue door? And I might respond with an answer that is with the small key. And that's fine, which tells us that yes, with the small key is a constituent. Now, we didn't learn a whole lot about this sentence, we just targeted a few parts. But what we did see is that with the small key is a constituent. So if I just write out some things, we know with the small key is a constituent. I'm going to say because with is a preposition, that's a prepositional phrase. And we also know the small key is a constituent. And I'm going to say that that's going to be a noun phrase because the most important word is key. We just have some other things to fit in there, but we can already see a phrase being inserted into another phrase. In other words, a small key is a constituent contained within the bigger constituent with the small key. So that's just a little bit about constituents. Now we can start getting into tree drawing. Now that we've identified constituents, we can start building phrases. And this is the general structure of what a phrase is. There's a lot of information here, but we'll go through it step by step. So we already mentioned that a head X is going to build into a phrase of the same type, an XP. So this is a noun head, we're going to get a noun phrase. Now, there are some ways that we can incorporate other words into a phrase. For instance, we have specifiers. These specify a little bit more information about the head. We have complements. These are phrases that are selected by the head in order to complete the phrase. If you think of a preposition like into needs something after it. So that noun phrase that comes after it would be considered a complement. We can also insert modifiers in our sentence as well, usually either directly to the left of the head or after the complement. So in general, we can model grammar using phrase structure rules. What this means is that we'll take some sort of phrase to the left of it. So this is the bigger phrase, for example, an NP, and it says that it branches out into two things, an optional determiner and a noun. Now, how this looks in the diagram is the NP is on top, and then it splits from left to right into those categories. So in the case of the child is a noun. It's a lexical word, so it needs to build into its own phrase type, and then we have a determiner being the specifier of the noun phrase. In terms of adverb phrases, we can add qualifiers before them. So very quickly, we can say that an adverb phrase is built from an optional qualifier plus an adverb. In terms of prepositional phrases, we can add an optional qualifier as a specifier. We have the preposition head building into the prepositional phrase, and it takes a noun phrase complement, which can then be broken down into more components. So we'll learn what these categories like qual and d are, and we'll learn how to build our structure step by step without needing these pesky phrase structure rules. It's usually better to just understand how words come together rather than memorizing a bunch of different phrase structure rules. So we'll start with adjective phrases. And basically, every single adjective is going to build into an adjective phrase. Now, we can modify them with qualifiers as specifiers. So qualifiers would be words like very, ridiculously, quite, kind of, a little. These are words that specify how adjective or how adverb something has happened. So how red is it? How new is it? How bright is it? When we replace a word like, oh, very, or it's quite new, or it's a little red, these answer how. So these are qualifiers for adjective phrases. Noun phrases are built from noun heads, so every noun will build into a noun phrase, and they can take determiners as specifiers. So determiners are your basic articles like the, and an. It could include possessive determiners like his, or even some quantifiers like few, many, some, each, all, most, and every. We'll also see demonstratives under here, so words like this, that, those, and these. Demonstratives are sometimes treated a little bit differently in languages than just straight up determiners, so that might be important to know, but in most intro linguistics courses, you're not going to get into that much detail. So in the case of some cat and most writers, cat is the head of the noun phrase, and it takes a determiner as a specifier. And in most writers, writers is the head of the noun phrase, and it takes the determiner most as a specifier. Now, We can also modify noun phrases with adjective phrases, or even prepositional phrases and adverb phrases in the future, but we'll just take a look at adjective phrase modification. So in the case of rough edges, we see two things. We see an adjective and we see a noun. This means we're going to need to build a noun phrase and an adjective phrase. The only question is which order do they attach in? Well, when an adjective phrase is describing a noun, it is going to be a sister to it in the tree. In other words, it's going to connect under the noun phrase because the adjective phrase is modifying the noun phrase. In the case of the latest release, we see something with a determiner as well. So the specifier in English is always on the leftmost part of a particular phrase. The noun is release, which is building into a noun phrase and takes that determiner specifier. But we can also modify release by saying latest. So this adjective phrase is next to the noun, which means it is going to be describing it. There's nothing wrong with having multiple adjective phrases in a noun phrase as well. So in some grumpy old man, we see grumpy as an adjective phrase, we see old as an adjective phrase, and both of these are describing man, so they're going to be beside the noun, or you could also think of it as directly underneath the noun phrase because the adjective phrase is modifying the noun. There are some special cases where noun phrases don't have an N head. They have pronouns instead. Some books will write them as pro, and others will write them as N with a subscript pro. You can take whichever approach you like. If the N with a subscript pro helps emphasize the fact that you have a noun phrase, great, but it's not necessary. So pronouns fill in entire noun phrases. If you have a pronoun, it builds into a noun phrase, and that's the only thing that is in the noun phrase. So pronouns like I, you, he, she, they, those are your typical ones, but we can also have pronoun demonstratives like this and that, like I want this or I want that, and our WH words like what, who, where, when, and why are also considered pronouns. Now, after talking about noun phrases, it makes sense to talk about prepositional phrases. So prepositions like onto and with and by are going to build into prepositional phrases, like onto the bed with Jerry. And we see in each case that it takes a noun phrase complement. So in other words, the preposition requires a noun phrase after it in order to be grammatical. So the noun phrase is its complement. And from there, we can break down our noun phrases into smaller categories or phrases, just like we did before. So by the expensive bed, if we just take a look inside this noun phrase, you know how to do it already. So it's just a preposition introducing a noun phrase, and we can build these piece by piece. Now, there are some cases where you can modify, or I should say specify, prepositional phrases with qualifiers. So onto the bed or by the expensive bed, we can say straight onto the bed or right by the expensive bed. It's a little bit weird to say that these answer how something is being done or how onto something is. You can think of it as like a proximity or directional kind of thing. If it's straight onto the bed, that means that it happened like immediately. If you say right by the expensive bed, this is kind of like a what's the word for it? Kind of like a proximity thing going on. This doesn't happen too often in English, but this is an option, and this is the only type of specifier or modifier that a prepositional phrase can take. So let's do some practice with three phrases: the cold iceberg, right into it, and his icy, very sweet, frothy latte. So with one, the cold iceberg, this is going to be a noun phrase, and I see three words under it. I see the, which is a determiner. I see the adjective cold, so it's going to be an adjective phrase that then breaks down into an adjective, which is cold. And then the head of this noun phrase is iceberg. So this is N, and this is iceberg. So I took a top-down approach for this, where I started with the phrase that I knew, but we can do a bottom-up approach as well. So if we think about right into it, well, we can do a tree in this fashion. So we can start with all of our words at the bottom, and we can label them one by one. So into is a preposition, it is a pronoun, and right is a qualifier in this case. as a specifier to the prepositional phrase. So the pronoun needs to build into a noun phrase. The preposition needs to build into a prepositional phrase. And how we can connect these is by saying, well, into is introducing it. So the noun phrase it is a complement, and it takes a qualifier. So because the qualifier is specifying information about the preposition, it's going to be a sister to it in the tree, or you can think of it as being directly underneath the prepositional phrase. So that's our second structure. Now let's think about his icy, very sweet, frothy latte. And let's do the bottom-up approach again. So his icy, very sweet, frothy latte. Now we do not need to put commas when we do our syntactic trees, so we just omit them. So his will be a determiner because it's introducing some noun after it. It's the specifier of the noun phrase for his latte. Icy is an adjective. Very sweet. This is a combination of qualifier and adjective. Frothy is another adjective describing latte, and latte is the head noun. So this is going to be a noun phrase because we could just basically replace the whole thing with it. It's going to take a determiner as its specifier, and now we need to connect all of these adjectives. But we need to remember that all adjectives need to build up into adjective phrases. So we can do that. And when we think about the qualifier is modifying an adjective. It's modifying the adjective to the right. So that adjective phrase sweet is going to include very. And now we can attach all of our adjective phrases underneath the noun phrase head for the final structure for his icy, very sweet, frothy latte. Now let's talk about adverb phrases and verb phrases. So adverb phrases are just like adjective phrases. They're an adverb head, they build into an adverb phrase, and they can take qualifiers as specifiers. So again, just ask like, how quietly did something happen? How abruptly did something happen? How easily was it done? Okay, very quietly, so abruptly, too easily. So they do the same things as they do in adjective phrases in terms of these qualifiers. Now, to talk about verb phrases, we need to talk a little bit about transitivity, because different verbs have different requirements for what they want on subjects, objects, and indirect objects. So when you have an intransitive verb, this means that you can include just a subject. So if we say someone sleeps, we can't say someone sleeps something else. It's not transitive in this case. It just has a subject. So this is an intransitive verb, sleeps. Eats can be the same thing. We can have an intransitive verb eats for like, I eat or Trevor eats. When we have transitive verbs, these take subjects and direct objects, and some verbs can be both transitive and intransitive. So two examples here would be X hit Y, where X is the subject and Y is the direct object. So X is the hitter and Y is the thing being hit. And we could say like Trevor hits, although to me it's a little weird, so maybe not. In the case of X smokes Y, though, in this transitive verb, someone smokes something. So, I don't know, Ben smokes cigarettes, for example. But this is a case where we could have an intransitive version as well for this verb, because it's perfectly fine to say someone smokes, like X smokes. It's a habit, it's a general thing that goes on. So that's a case where smokes would be intransitive compared to the transitive use X smokes Y. So same with eats, we can have the transitive version of that too, where it could be like she eats hamburgers. So you could say X eats Y, where there's an eater and the thing being eaten. So we shouldn't think of verbs as being specifically intransitive or transitive all the time. We should always consider the context. Now, ditransitive verbs have a subject, a direct object, and an indirect object. And there's two forms that we can pronounce our transitive verbs in, or ditransitive verbs. We can either say X gave Y to Z, or we can say X gave Z Y. So I gave a book to Mary, or I gave Mary a book. The direct object, in this case, is the thing being given. So let's call this the let's just call this the given in this case. And Z, the indirect object, is the recipient of the thing being given. So the recipient is our indirect object, and the direct object is the thing being given. So if we say I gave Mary a book, In the case of X gave Z Y, Mary is the recipient, and then the book is the thing being given. So we do see the different order of indirect and direct object in our two different forms. So when we build verb phrases, the type of verb is going to determine what it looks like. So in an intransitive verb, it's just a verb that builds into a verb phrase. We can add modifiers after, but this is the basic structure for these. In the case of transitive verbs, the verb builds into a verb phrase, but it also requires one noun phrase complement, which is its direct object, also known as DO. For ditransitive verbs, same thing, the verb builds into a verb phrase. That's not going to change, but it requires two complements. For gives Kathy a book, it would require an indirect object as well as a direct object. So both of these are going to be complements of the verb, so they'll be sisters in the tree structure relations. Now, verb phrases can be modified by a lot of things: adverb phrases, prepositional phrases, noun phrases of time. So if we think about something like quickly left, well, we have our verb left that builds into a verb phrase, and the adverb phrase is modifying the verb. So it's going to be below the VP. If we say we walked at night, same idea, the verb builds into a verb phrase, and it takes a prepositional phrase modifier, so that'll be below the VP. If you have a transitive verb, you can still add modifiers to it. So saw the movie, this is going to be a verb phrase. The noun phrase is the direct object, it's a complement, but then we also can attach a modifier noun phrase like last week, where last is a determiner and week is a noun. So let's see if we can draw structures for these phrases. Ate faster, smoothly walked into the cafeteria, and sent my friend a secret letter. So for ate faster, this is going to be a verb phrase with the head ate. And what is modifying the verb ate? Well, it's the adverb faster. So this is going to be an adverb phrase modifier because adverbs are a lexical category, so they need to build into a phrase. And then that is the adverb faster. So that's how we can do ate faster. Let's do bottom up for smoothly walked into the cafeteria. So smoothly walked into, and I want to shorten cafeteria to cafe. Not quite the same thing, but we understand what it means. So in terms of labeling, smoothly is an adverb. It's describing how the walking happened. Walked is the verb. Into is a preposition introducing a noun phrase consisting of a determiner and noun for the cafeteria. So this is going to be a verb phrase. The adverb needs to build up into an adverb phrase, and it's modifying the verb, so it's going to be under the VP. The cafe, well, the cafe is going to form a noun phrase with the determiner. The preposition into will form a prepositional phrase and take the noun phrase as its complement, and then into the cafeteria is describing how or where the walking happened, so that's going to be underneath the verb phrase as well. So that's how we can draw a little tree structure for smoothly walked into the cafeteria. Now for sent my friend a secret letter, we'll do this one top down, something a little bit different. This is a predicate, so we're going to have a verb phrase. The head verb is going to be sent, and then we're sending something to someone. So my friend is going to be one of the complements. This is the indirect object, consisting of the determiner my and the noun friend. And what are we sending to them? We're sending another noun phrase, which is a secret letter. So that's a noun phrase consisting of the determiner a. We have an adjective phrase that's going to build down into adjective secret. And then we're going to also introduce the noun letter as the head of that noun phrase. So this is how a ditransitive verb would look like if we're drawing the tree structure from the top down. So we're now going to introduce some other categories. For instance, conjunctions. We talked a little bit about conjunctions in the coordination test, but what conjunctions do is they take two phrases of the same type, for example, the tortoise and the hare, so two NPs, and it combines them with a conjunction to form a bigger noun phrase. So in other words, it takes an XP, it takes another XP of the same type, we put and in between or any other conjunction, And then we get that bigger version of that phrase that includes both of those conjuncts. So another example would be at night or in the morning. At night is a prepositional phrase. In the morning is a prepositional phrase. So we can join them together with a conjunction to get a bigger prepositional phrase. Now, the conjunctions that we have are also known as the fanboys acronym. So for, and, nor, but, or, yet, so. It's not a bad idea to memorize these. There are other types of conjunctions that are similar as well. So words like although, for example, which has a meaning that is very similar to and. Now, we have noun phrases, verb phrases, and all the little phrases that modify these things. So how do we build these together into a sentence? Well, when we described things earlier, we basically just said an S sentence is a combination of a subject and predicate. But we want to include tense as well, because verbs can be present tense or past tense. So we introduced this thing called a tense phrase. The tense phrase has tense as its head. It'll be either plus or minus past or contain something else, which we'll talk about later. And it takes a noun phrase subject as its specifier, and it takes a verb phrase predicate as its complement. Note that we're going to revise the verb phrase notion a little bit, as well as the NP notion a little bit, but in general, you can think about them as being subject specifiers and predicate complements. So, if we have sentences like your mother cooks really well and your mother cooked really well, we can take a look at these piece by piece. So on the left one, your mother is just a noun phrase. I mean, your mother is much more than that. I'm sure she's a lovely woman, but in this case, she's just a noun phrase. So that's our subject. And we have a verb phrase cooks really well. So we can draw the structure for that. We have our subject and predicate. So we're going to join them together with a tense head. And because we have cooks, this is not a past tense form. We write minus past under T. So that will build into a tense phrase that collects the subject and predicate as its daughters. Now, in the case of your mother cooked really well, we have the exact same structure. The only difference is cooked is in past tense. So now we have a plus past feature under T. But if you can draw individual phrases for noun phrases and verb phrases, as well as adverb phrases and everything else, then you can easily form them together into a sentence by using T and joining them up with the TP. So let's see if we can draw syntactic trees for these sentences. No visitor left in safe hands, and my cute puppy is very happy. So I'm going to do the first one bottom up. So we'll do no visitor left in safe hands. And then we'll build our structure up. For the second one, we'll do top down. So the thing with doing things bottom up is we need to leave room for tense. So usually we'll put tense right before the predicate. So this is no visitor left in safe hands. Left is past tense, so we'll write this as plus past. Now, when we label our categories, for no visitor, we're going to have determiner and noun. Past is going to be a tense. Left is a verb. In is a preposition. And safe hands is our noun phrase consisting of the adjective safe and the noun hands. So I'm going to build from right to left. The adjective needs to build into an adjective phrase, and that's going to modify the noun hands. So safe hands will be a noun phrase. The preposition is introducing a noun phrase as its complement. So the preposition builds into a PP with the NP on its right. And left is introducing that prepositional phrase as a modifier. So that will build into a verb phrase, left in safe hands. Now, when we include tense, we're going to do this last. First, we'll do no visitor. So visitor is a noun. It needs to build into a noun phrase, and it takes the determiner as its specifier. So now to connect each of these, subject and predicate, we're going to take the subject as the specifier, the verb phrase as the complement, and then tense as its head. So this is a tree structure for no visitor left in safe hands. So we'll put this up in the top right, and now we'll do this next one from the top down. So what I know from the top down is that I'm going to have a tense phrase for my cute puppy is very happy. My cute puppy will be a noun phrase subject. We're going to have tense, which is, so this is going to be minus past, and then it's going to take a verb phrase as a complement. So my cute puppy is the noun phrase that consists of a determiner my. It consists of an adjective phrase modifier, which will break down into an adjective, which is cute. And then the head of the noun phrase is puppy. So my cute puppy. Now we need to do is very happy. So is a verb, and very happy is an adjective phrase. So it's going to take the adjective phrase as a complement with the qualifier very and the adjective head, which is happy. So this might look a little bit weird to you to see an adjective phrase as a complement to a verb, but in the case of linking verbs, we said that is acting kind of like an equal sign, and the adjective is describing the noun phrase. So even though this might not look standard so far, it is acceptable, and those are the structures and categories of those phrases. So we can't really do anything else. Now, there's one more thing that can go under T, which are modals. So they're either labeled as T or mod in some cases. These are 9 words that convey things about knowledge, permissibility, and ability meanings. So our 9 modals, which are pretty helpful to memorize, are can, could, will, would, shall, should, may, might, and must. So these words do not have tense on them. Historically, they had different tense forms, like can and could were past and non-past. But nowadays, we don't consider these modals to have tense. So they don't have tense, and then the verb after it does not get any tense. So it's always he will leave, he will eat, he will be. In other words, it's not in a tensed form. So what we do is we put the modal underneath the T head. It's kind of taking the place of tense. So instead of adding plus past or minus past under T, we simply just put the modal and then we leave it at that. Now, there's one more thing that we can add for our predicates, which are auxiliaries. So the predicate doesn't necessarily have to be a VP. It can also be an auxiliary phrase. And auxiliaries are like these helping verbs. So we have several of them, which we'll discuss very shortly. But here are some examples. So auxiliaries usually designate things like, we should get rid of the modals here because we don't want to consider these auxiliary categories, although they are technically auxiliaries. They designate things like completion of an event, continuation of an event, and passive voice, as well as emphasis. So in the case of is leaving, leave is the verb, this is the action that you're taking, but is saying that it's ongoing. For did leave, did is adding emphasis to the fact that the leaving had happened. For had left, had is a perfect auxiliary that is telling us that the event has already completed, and then will, might, and should are modals, which are types of auxiliaries, but we do not put them underneath the auxiliary label. Now, we can have multiple of these auxiliaries back to back. There is a specific order to them, and we can see those soon. It's very restricted. So here's one example of an auxiliary. Winnie the Pooh is eating honey. So eating is the main verb. This is what's happening. Winnie the Pooh eats honey, but this is an ongoing action. So is an auxiliary that's going to form an auxiliary phrase. And because the verb phrase comes after it, in other words, is determining the form of the verb. If we have is here, we know it's going to be a progressive ing. The verb phrase will be its complement. So now when we think about TPs branching into predicates as complements, we can think of this as being either a VP or auxiliary phrases if auxiliaries exist. So there's 3 types. There's progressive, perfective, or perfect, and passive. We really shouldn't say perfective. There is a difference between perfect and perfective, but a lot of books will use them interchangeably. Perfect would be a more accurate description, but perfective, we'll go with that. So progressive auxiliaries are always be plus the verb with an ing ending. So is eating, are sleeping, am running, was smoking, things like that. The perfective auxiliary indicates completion, and this is always had plus the verb with an ed or en or even an irregular form. So some examples would be like had eaten, had jumped, or even an irregular form like had run. in which case it's just the same as the regular one. So had or have plus a verb gives us that perfective auxiliary. Now, with passives, this makes the subject demoted in a sentence and it focuses on the object. So this is when you have be plus the verb with the ed or en ending, or also these irregular forms. So in the case of was eaten, are slept. Oh, that doesn't make any sense. Are investigated. And so many other examples that I can't think of off the top of my head because my brain is not searching for verbs at the moment. But if we have an auxiliary be and we have that ed-en participle or irregular form after it, then we're looking at a passive. So the little trick to remember these is be plus ing gives us progressive, had plus our ed-en suffix is perfective. And when we take be and we combine both of these, so be and the participle, ed-en ending, then we get a passive voice. And there is a strict order that these have to occur in if they do occur. So my general example that I would use would be might have been being bought. Might have been being bought. Might have been being bought. Okay, so in this case, it's not supernatural for me to say something like this, but this is the strict order it has to occur in. First of all, the tense or modal has to occur first. Then we would have the perfective if it exists. Then we'd have the progressive if it exists. Then we'd have the passive if it exists. And then we'd have the voice. So we can have T plus up to 3 auxiliary phrases before we actually get to the verb. So let's draw some syntactic trees for these. First one, the marmalade was stolen. So we're going to do this one bottom up, and we'll do the second one top down. So the marmalade was stolen. We need to leave room for tense. So that's plus past. And then we have was and stolen. So the is a determiner, marmalade is a noun, past is tense, was stolen, so was stolen by someone. So this is an auxiliary, the passive, with a verb afterwards. If we work right to left, stolen is a verb phrase. The auxiliary forms into an auxiliary phrase and takes the verb phrase as its complement. Tense is going to build up into a tense phrase that takes the auxiliary phrase as the predicate complement. And the marmalade will form a noun phrase as a subject and connect up to the tense phrase. So that is the marmalade was stolen. We'll move that up to the top right. And now we'll do one which is top down. So I'm going to label things just a little bit in this sentence, just so I know what kind of categories I'll need. So must is a modal that'll be under T, and then be wanting. So this is an auxiliary plus the verb afterwards. So when I think about the complements I'm going to need to my tense phrase in this case, I'm going to need every caterpillar, which is a noun phrase. I'm going to need my T head, which is just must in this case. There's no tense. The modal is taking its place. And instead of a verb phrase as a complement, I'm going to take an auxiliary phrase. So that consists of the auxiliary be, and then wanting is a verb phrase with a verb head. Wanting, and you want something, you want that noun phrase complement direct object, which is a friend. So that's determiner plus noun for a friend. Now we just need to build our subject every caterpillar, which is a combination of determiner and noun, which is every plus the noun caterpillar. So that's how we can draw trees with auxiliaries in them. That's not too bad once you get a little bit of practice. Now, ambiguous sentences. So far, our structures have been pretty straightforward. It is obvious which types of words modify other words, but there are some examples where we have certain phrases that have an option between what they modify. So here's the comic. One morning, I shot an elephant in my pajamas, and there's some ambiguity within my pajamas. Is this describing the elephant, or is this describing how you're shooting it? Or like, are you wearing pajamas? So this is prepositional phrase attachment ambiguity, And there's two ways that we can attach the prepositional phrase in this case. If the prepositional phrase is modifying the noun, then it attaches underneath the noun phrase. So the noun and prepositional phrase are sisters. If the prepositional phrase is describing how the action is being done, then it's going to be under the verb phrase as a modifier. So sisters to the verb in this case. So let's see these two in action. For I shot an elephant in my pajamas, if we want to say that I am the one wearing pajamas, then I'm saying that I shot an elephant. So this is the complement in this case. This is the direct object. And the prepositional phrase in my pajamas is acting as a modifier to the verb. So this is forming a connection with the verb because it's directly underneath the VP. Now, if I want to do I shot an elephant and the elephant is the one wearing pajamas, then this prepositional phrase is going to be under the NP because it's modifying the noun in this case. And when we think about the verb shot, it is now shooting this entire noun phrase, which is the direct object. So the elephant is wearing pajamas, and that is the thing that I am shooting. So let's try one syntactic tree that shows both of their different options. So Tim raced the dog with running shoes. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw a single structure that does not have with running shoes in it. So we're going to just start with Tim raced the dog. So that's going to be a tense phrase that breaks into a noun phrase, which is a noun. Tim, as far as tense goes, it is raced, so this will be plus past. This is going to take a verb phrase complement with the verb raced. And then what are we racing? We're racing the noun phrase, the dog, which consists of a determiner and noun. So when we think about with running shoes, there's two places this can attach. One place this can attach, which I'll do in green, is beside the noun phrase. And this will tell us that the dog has running shoes on. So that would be with as a preposition, and then it takes the noun phrase, which consists of an adjective phrase and a noun, running shoes. I'm not filling up the whole noun adjective phrase because I will run out of space here. So that's one way we can attach it. The other way we can attach it, and I'll just use the power of technology to do this. We could, and I'll make it a different color, we could just attach it next to the verb phrase if it is going to modify the verb. So if we're saying that we did the racing with running shoes, in other words, Tim is the one with running shoes, then we would attach it next to the VP. So these are two possible structures that we have. We should just have one of these prepositional phrases in here, but if you're going with the red one, then you're looking at verb modification. If you're looking at the green one here, you're looking at noun modification. The last thing we want to do in syntax is talk about complement clauses for structure. So some verbs can take clauses as complements. You can think about them as little mini sentences. So I know if you are watching me. So if is what's called a complementizer, and what it does is it turns the following tense phrase into either a direct object, a subject, or a modifier. So you are watching me is its own little mini clause or sentence. If is introducing it. So what no does is no takes a complementizer phrase that has a complementizer head and a tense phrase as its complement. So we have a couple other types of complementizers here, or a couple other words that fit that description. So Sean believes that his Tarkov run will be good. So his Tarkov run will be good is a little tense phrase, and that is a complementizer introducing it as a direct object. Carlos investigated whether people lost their hair from stress. Same thing, we can say people lost their hair from stress as its own standalone sentence, and whether is a complementizer that's introducing that TP as the direct object of investigated, basically. So in terms of our structure, we don't have to show an entire thing, but we can see how this works. So in the case of I know that something, everything looks fine up until the verb phrase. So I is a noun phrase subject, T is minus past, and the verb know builds into a verb phrase. The difference is now, instead of taking a noun phrase as a complement, we're taking a complementizer phrase, which takes a complementizer head and then introduces the tense phrase as its complement. I know there might be some confusing about complementizer or complement. Complementizer is a category and complement is essentially a function. So here's a full sentence. Sherry believed that a trip would be good. So let's just focus on a trip would be good, because this is its own tense phrase. Basically, we're going to build the tense phrase for a trip would be good, which is a noun phrase subject, modal T would, and then verb phrase be good. And that tense phrase is introduced by a complementizer C, which builds into a complementizer phrase, and then the verb takes the complementizer phrase as the direct object. So if you can build a tense phrase, then you can build a complementizer phrase and implement it. It looks scary because there's a lot more words, but again, we're just building piece by piece. We build a smaller tense phrase, and then we build our bigger tense phrase. The smaller tense phrase, and well, really the CP, is what is known as an embedded clause. So it's a clause that is an argument for something in the sentence. So we can draw some tree structures for these. I will know whether you did it. We'll do one bottom up and the other two top down. So I will know whether you did it. Now the things with whether is that you can always put or not afterwards, but we will not include it. So I need to leave room for tense. So for you did it, well, did is past. It's just a main verb in this case. It's not an auxiliary. So let's label these categories. I is a pronoun that needs to build into a noun phrase. Will goes under T. No is a verb. Whether is a complementizer introducing the tense phrase you did it. You is a pronoun that's going to have to build into a noun phrase. Past is tense. Did is the verb. And then it is another pronoun that needs to build into a noun phrase. So when we have multiple clauses, typically I like to build them from right to left when I do them bottom down. So did it is the predicate of our inner TP. So that's going to be a verb phrase that takes the noun phrase it as a complement. We have you did it. So this is going to be a tense phrase that takes you, the noun phrase as the subject specifier, and the verb phrase as its complement. Whether is introducing this TP. So this is going to be a complementizer phrase that introduces the TP. And no is taking the CP as its direct object. So this will be a verb phrase that takes a complementizer phrase to its right. Now we have I, the subject, will as tense, and know whether you did it as the predicate of the big TP. So we'll join these together under the higher TP. So all we did in this case was we built our smaller clause first, and then we built our bigger one second. So we will leave this one up. And now I will do some of them top down. So for I can believe that. Well, what's happening here? Maybe I'm trying to be a little bit tricky. So I is a noun phrase pronoun. Can is going to be a modal, so that goes under T. We have the verb phrase believe it, or sorry, believe that. I can believe that. So we have believe. Now in this case, that is not a complementizer. It's not introducing a TP after. This is just a regular pronoun. So this is a noun phrase that goes into the pronoun that. So a little tricky, but it's important to remember that just because you see the word that, it does not mean that it's a complementizer. It can just be a pronoun. Okay, for the last one, Steve knows that Mary knows that I know. Okay, this is going to kind of suck to draw a tree for because we're going to need a lot of space, but I can do this kind of small. So this will be a tense phrase with the noun phrase Steve as the subject. For tense, we have knows, so this will be minus past. So that's going to take a verb phrase predicate with the head knows. Now we're introducing that Mary knows that I know. So Mary knows that I know is a tense phrase on its own. So we're going to be selecting the complementizer phrase with the complement of that. And then we're going to start another TP inside, which would be Mary knows that I know. So let's do this in red. So now we have a new tense phrase with the noun phrase subject Mary. In terms of tense, it's also going to be minus past because we just have knows in this case. So what does she know? Well, that's the verb head in this case for knows. And then we're going to have to introduce that I know. So this is going to be another complementizer phrase. Maybe I can move this up a little bit. Yeah, I can move it up a little bit. So that's going to take the complement, which is that. And then we need to finish the last TP underneath, which we'll do in blue, which is I know. So this is another tense phrase, which takes a noun phrase, pronoun as a subject, I. In terms of tense, it is going to be minus past because it's know. And then the verb phrase is just going to be a verb that is know. So it looks scary, but again, we're just repeating the process where the complementizer introduces a new tense phrase. Complementizer introduces a new tense phrase, and we're just building our tense phrases just like we have before. So we didn't show this because it's kind of odd to have complementizer phrases as subjects, just at least in spoken English, but you can have a CP subject. So that you love me excites me. So now instead of taking a noun phrase subject, we simply take a complementizer phrase as the specifier of the tense phrase. That is our new subject. So you love me is basically our subject here, but we need to introduce it with a complementizer to be grammatical. So that you love me excites me. So same thing as before, we have our smaller TP. We have the complementizer introducing that TP to form a complementizer phrase, and that is being embedded in a bigger tense phrase. So it's the same thing as if it were the complement of the verb. It's just in a different position. So the last thing we want to do in syntax is talk about complements and adjuncts. We've used the term modifiers for adjuncts, but adjuncts would be the more official term. And in some theories of syntax, which you would learn in a follow-up course, you need to be able to distinguish between these two. So in terms of complements and modifiers, complements are the things that are required by heads of other phrases. So in English, they always come after. So for instance, saw a dog. Verb, if this is transitive, requires a noun phrase direct object. Devoured it, this is a verb that requires a noun phrase direct object. Gave a hamster a wallet. These are both complements because gave is ditransitive, so it needs an indirect object and it needs a direct object. In the case of should go, if you have a modal auxiliary, in this case, you need to have something that follows it. So go would be the verb that is the complement to the modal. Now, adjuncts are a little bit different because adjuncts can usually or almost always be removed. So in the case of a happy day, we don't need to say happy. We can just say day. It's still grammatical. Right into the wall. We can still just say into the wall. Surprisingly stupid. We could just say stupid. Ate a cake quickly. We could just say ate a cake. So these are optional. They modify other words, and that makes them adjuncts. So how can we test to see whether we have an adjunct or a complement? Well, there's a nice strict rule in English that complements are closer to the head than adjuncts. So what this means is if we have a case where we have both a complement and an adjunct, the complement has to occur first. So we can say saw a dog last night. That's fine. In fact, I'm going to just write adjunct here. But we can't say saw last night a dog. So we can't put our adjunct before the complement. That is ungrammatical. If you have multiple adjuncts, that means that you can move them around. So there's no specific order that they need to be pronounced in. So if we have in the morning last week, that is fine, but we can also say last week in the morning. That is also okay. So if you want to test for complements and adjuncts, you can see if you can swap them. If you can swap both of them around, then you have two adjuncts. If you cannot swap them around, that means that one of them is going to be a complement and the other is an adjunct. So let's check to see whether these underlined phrases, so my Lamborghini, new, with it, my parents, truly, alone, and in the dark, are complements or adjuncts. So in the first one, Vin Diesel stole my Lamborghini. So stole is a verb, it needs a direct object. This is going to be a complement. How we can test it is to use a verb like quickly. Vin Diesel stole quickly my Lamborghini. It doesn't sound very good. But stole my Lamborghini quickly sounds better. So quickly is an adjunct. That's just a standard one for verbs. So we know that if we want to introduce it, it has to be after, which tells us that my Lamborghini would be a compliment. Made a new show with it. So new is describing show. It's a modifying word. So this is going to be an adjunct. We could also say a new good show or a good new show. So it doesn't matter which order if we add in another adjunct. Now with it is also describing made in this case, if we're taking the typical interpretation. So because this is modifying another verb with information, this is going to be an adjunct, but we could say, I made a new show with it last night, or I made a new show last night with it. So if last night is an adjunct, then we can swap those two around. There's no issues. Okay, it was my parents who were truly afraid of getting lost alone in the dark. So was is going to be introducing a compliment from my parents. We can't just say it was who were truly afraid of getting lost alone in the dark. We need that there. And if we want to add an adjunct here, it was knowingly my parents. It was my parents knowingly who were truly afraid. It's a little bit difficult with cleft constructions to really get at that adjunct difference because we don't typically put adjuncts after the was. Usually it's just the complement that we introduce. So in clefs, after was, you can think of it as like the direct object of was in this case. Okay, truly afraid. So this is just modifying afraid. How afraid was it? Well, truly afraid. So this is just going to be an adjunct. You could say who were really, truly afraid or truly, really afraid. Really would be another adjunct, and you can swap those around. Getting lost alone in the dark. So getting lost alone here in the dark, getting lost alone in the dark here. Okay, so if we do here, we can swap them with in the dark. Getting lost here alone, getting lost alone here. Okay, so the order that alone in the dark and something like here, which is another adjunct, they don't need to be in any specific order. So that tells us that these are all adjuncts. Otherwise, if there was a fixed order for one of them, then we'd know it's a complement. So in the future, what you'll do, or maybe even in your intro course, you'll learn about X-bar theory. And we extend our X heads up into an XP and add adjuncts, complements, and specifiers in certain positions. So for the new Book of Worms, we have a bunch of these different functional levels or abstract levels, and book would be the head. The position below the bar and beside the head indicates a complement. When something is between two bar levels, it indicates an adjunct. And when something is below the phrase but next to a bar, it indicates a specifier. If you want this information, I have Syntax, the complete course on the TrebTutor YouTube channel. It's about 3 hours and 35 minutes, and it covers all of X-bar theory and a second course in syntax. So if you are using this theory, feel free to take a look at that course. And by the time you get about 2 hours into it, you'll have a pretty good understanding of X-bar theory. Now we can move on to semantics, which is very tightly related to syntax. Semantics is about the study of literal meaning. And there's two different subfields of semantics that are usually investigated. One is truth conditional semantics, which is very mathematical. It is about determining how you can figure out the truth of a sentence depending on the meaning of its parts. We are not going to focus on truth conditional semantics. Instead, we'll focus on lexical semantics, which is about word and phrase meanings and their different properties. So just an example of what truth conditional semantics is like. Imagine we have a sentence like Sam saw a movie. We need to transform it into a logical notation. And then using that logical notation, we motivate a tree structure where every single node on a tree has a meaning and they combine in certain ways to get new meanings. So this is very technical. We don't really have time to explain it. I do have videos on semantics on the TrebTutor YouTube channel. If you are interested, there's a full playlist. But for intro linguistics, typically this stuff is not taught. So we'll start with thematic roles. Now, when we have verbs like intransitive, transitive, or ditransitive verbs, there are certain relationships that the verb has with its subject, object, and potentially indirect object. For example, when you have a verb like kicks, you need a kicker and you need a kick-e, and there's certain requirements for the kickers and the kick-es. For example, kickers have to be ageds. They have to be things that can actually kick. And kickies just need to be things that can be kicked. In the case of loves, you need a lover and a lovee. And for a sitter, well, if you have sits, you're going to need a sitter. So we can ask ourselves, why does this sentence sound odd? The small train loves chocolate. Well, that's because in a case of loves, we need something animate, typically, unless we're using it in a metaphorical use. But in terms of literal meaning, it doesn't make sense to say the small train loves chocolate. So we don't want to say it's ungrammatical because it follows all of our syntactic rules, but we do want to say that there's some weird semantic violation happening here. And that's because we expect a certain type of subject to exist. So these are the different thematic roles that we can assign to NPs. The first one is an agent. So these are things that intentionally perform actions. Typically, they're at the beginning of a sentence as a subject, but they can be in a passive by phrase as well. So for Winnie fought the bear, Winnie is an agent because Winnie is the thing that can initiate the action of fighting. In the case of Albert Einstein ate 4 apples a day, we have our eater, Albert Einstein, who can initiate the action of eating. Now, experiencers can also exist as subjects. So when we say Charles felt sad about his discovery, Charles here is an experiencer. And we say he's an experiencer because a feeling is not something that you actively do. You don't intentionally perform a feeling. When you feel sad, you simply experience that emotion or you experience that action. For Spider-Man sensed a bad feeling, same thing here. We have an experiencer rather than an agent because when you sense something, that's not something you actively do. That's not something you actively initiate. This is an experience of that action of sensing. So when you think about agents or experiencers, don't just think subjects. You need to think about the actual meaning of what the verb is looking for. Now, theme is the general argument for things that are affected by actions. Usually direct objects are themes, and that's pretty set in stone for like most cases you'll encounter. So for I push the boulder with all my might, the boulder is the thing that is being pushed. This is the theme. Dr. Oz considered real science an enemy. The thing you're considering is the theme in this case. So real science. Now, we also have benefactives, which appear in indirect object positions. So the entity that benefits from an action, I have a package for you. So in terms of giving something, you give a theme to a recipient or benefactive. You might also see recipient. Some books distinguish between the two, some don't. If there is a distinction between the two, you can think of recipients as being after 2 and benefactives as being after 4. So he wiped the tables clean for us. The wiping the tables is done for a purpose for someone, which is us in this case. So us would be the benefactive of this. Now, in terms of direction and location, we have source and goal. So source and goal are kind of like opposites of each other. So sources are where things are coming from, where the action is coming from, and goals are where the action is going. So when we say I traveled from Spain to Italy, from Spain, Spain in this case is the source, that's where you're coming from, and to Italy, Italy is the goal, that's where you're headed. I walked from the bookstore to get here, so we're walking from a location, we're walking from a source, and I gave the ointment to Dandruff Dan. Well, in this case, Dandruff Dan is the thing that is being transferred to. It might even be better in this case to call it a recipient rather than a goal. So the last one we'll talk about is instrument, and this is what you perform an action with. So I slash the body up with an axe. So an axe is the tool you're using in this case, or I made a cake with several indeterminate ingredients. In this case as well, these is the tool that you're using in order to make a cake. So when we have a verb in a particular context, we can create what's called a thematic grid. And what this does is this lists the thematic roles in order from left to right that you see them in a sentence. So for example, in dive, we can need an agent. So the puppy dove is an example. For the case of devour, we need an agent and a theme. We need a subject and object. We see the agent first, which is a big monster, then the verb devoured, and then the kid is a theme. For the case of give and borrow, we need different things here. So agent, theme, and then we either want to say goal or probably better is a recipient in this case. So Susie gave a bucket to Charlie. They're occurring in that order. And for borrow, we need an agent and a theme, but we also include a source in this case because it is coming from someone. So whenever we have a verb in a particular context, we can assign it theta roles. So let's make thematic grids for each of these verbs. So bought, sent, and fixed. So in the case of bought requires a buyer and a buyee. It requires an agent and requires a theme. So we can say that the theta grid for this is agent and then theme. Okay, what about when Harry sent a carrier pigeon to Hogwarts? Okay, we need a sender, which is an agent. We need a theme, which is the thing being sent. And then we need a goal because that is where it's going. So for the theta grid for this, we would have agent, theme, and then also our goal afterwards. Okay, finally, CJ fixed my computer for me. CJ would be an agent in this case, is fixing something which is a theme, and who's it for? It's for me, so this is a benefactive. So we would have an agent, a theme, and then we'd have the benefactive after that. So you'll notice that a lot of transitive verbs in English are agent theme or experiencer theme. That's just generally how verbs select their requirements for subjects and objects. Now let's talk about some word relations. So we say that two words are homonyms if they have different meanings, but either the same pronunciation or same spelling. If it's the same pronunciation, then we call them homophones, homo just meaning same, and then phones meaning sound, and then homographs, homo again meaning same, and then graphs just meaning the way that we write things down. So you can think of it as writing. So same sound versus same writing. So some examples of just homophones are two and two, as in the number two and as well. You can see they're pronounced exactly the same, but they are spelled differently. In the case of homographs, tear and tear are spelt the same, but their pronunciation is different. So that's why we call these homographs. Now, it is possible to have both. So in band and band, they're both being pronounced the exact same way, but they have two different meanings. One where we have a musician, and one where a band is like a thin material, like a rubber band, for example. Synonymy and antonymy are probably ones that you learned very young. Two words are synonyms if they have almost the same meaning. It's very rare to have something that is completely synonymous because usually we pick words depending on the context or even the style that we're speaking in. So two synonyms could be like happy and joyful. They might have slightly different connotations in when they're used and how they're used, but they're close enough. Same with smart and intelligent. I think there's a difference between smart and intelligent, but the concept is pretty similar, so these are as close to synonyms as we're going to get. And antonyms are just opposite meanings. So happy and sad, smart and dumb, hot and cold. These ones, I'm pretty sure you know these. What you might not know is hyponymy. So we have hypernyms and hyponyms, and this is about the relationship between generality and specific. So for example, if we take a look at the chart over here on the right, a plant is a category that holds things like flowers as well as other things like, I don't know, a bush, for example. And then flowers are things that is a more general category of specific items like crocus, rose, begonia, daffodil, and so on. So the relationship we're talking about is the relationship between the specific one and the general one. So we say the specific one is a hyponym of the general one. For example, cat is a hyponym of animal because cat is a type of animal. Computer is a hyponym of technology because a computer is a type of technology. So when you think of hyponyms, you can just think of a similar rephrasal, which is just like a type of. Now, hypernyms are just the opposite direction. Hypernym would be like a more general case. So human is a hypernym of child. Human is a more general case than child. Child would be a young human. And color is a hypernym of red. Now, whenever you have a hyponym, you can always reverse the order to make a hypernym relationship. So we just call this hyponymy in general. The last one is meronymy. So this is one that I'd never heard of before I took a linguistics course. And this is the a part of relationship, as in a component of something. So this isn't about the general or specificity of it. This is whether or not an individual thing is the part of a whole. So in The right, we have a car diagram, and we can say some things about car. So for example, wheel is a meronym of car. In other words, wheel is a part of a car. Your eye is a part of your face, so we say eye is a meronym of face. Petal would be a meronym of rose, because roses have petals, and leg would be a meronym of dog, as well as human, as well as cat, and a bunch of different things, because legs are a component of what makes up a living mammal, for the most part. So let's take a look at these and figure out which type of relationship exists between each word. So with course and course, these are pronounced the same, but they're spelled differently. So they have the same pronunciation, which means that this is a homophone specifically, or same sound. We could just say it's homonymy in general, but we can be specific, so why not? What about coarse and fine? So something is very rough versus something is more fine. These are antonyms. So this is antonymy. What about the enter key in a keyboard? Well, if we draw a keyboard, we have a bunch of different buttons, and then we have our little enter key. Sometimes the enter key doesn't look like that. Sometimes it just looks like a straight bar, and sometimes it looks like a vertical bar. This is definitely an older style keyboard than I'm used to, and I visualize in my head. So an enter key is a part of a keyboard, so this is meronymy. Okay, lastly, sadness and emotion. Well, sadness is a type of emotion, therefore this is going to be hyponymy, because when we think about what emotions are, they encapture a lot of different types, and sadness is one of those types. All right, so now that we understand what homonyms are and things like that, we can talk about ambiguity and the different types. So there's 3 types of ambiguity. The first one is lexical ambiguity. And that is when a word basically is a homophone or represents homonymy between 2 different versions of the word. So my bat is one of the best things in the world. It is not clear to speakers whether you're talking about a baseball bat or an actual flying bat. We need context and frequencies of hearing these things in order to determine which one it is. We'll just leave this at the bank and then head out. Well, bank could be the place where you deposit money, or it could be a riverbank. It's going to depend on the context, so until you understand what the context is, it's a lexically ambiguous sentence. Now, in each of these cases, these are both just nouns, and in terms of the structure, it's not going to change anything. The structure for either word you choose will be exactly the same. It's just what bat refers to or what bank refers to under that node that is going to affect the meaning. Now, structural ambiguity, we saw a little bit with prepositional phrases, but this is when we have more than one possible structure for a sentence. So young men and women dominate the country. Now, there's 2 ways to interpret this. One is that it's just young men and then all women. So we can see this in the left tree, where young is just modifying men, is just modifying one noun. And then young men forms with women to make a compound. But there's a second way that we can interpret this, and that is young is modifying both men and women. In which case, we want to form a conjunction for men and women first, and then we modify it with the adjective phrase. So for structural ambiguity in this case, it's just what is the adjective phrase modifying? Is it modifying a single noun, or is it modifying an entire conjoined noun phrase? The last one is scope ambiguity, and you'll see scope ambiguity with words like every and some when you have a subject and direct object that each use one of those different terms, or you see them with numbers. So if you have a number term in the subject and a number term in the direct object, and they are, well, either similar or different, we see scope ambiguity. And what I mean by this is if we say 4 bodybuilders move 2 trucks, there's different ways that we can distribute this. Either there's 4 bodybuilders, and then each of those bodybuilders individually are going to be moving 2 different trucks. So that would look like the diagram on the left. So each bodybuilder is connected to 2 trucks, which means that there's going to be 8 trucks moved in total. Or it could be the case for 4 bodybuilders move 2 trucks, that each of them were doing them together. So 4 bodybuilders are moving the first truck, and then 4 bodybuilders are moving the second truck. So in total, there would be 2 trucks moved. So this is what scope ambiguity is. It's a little bit hard to demonstrate syntactically what's happening without some knowledge in truth conditional semantics. But if you just remember the distribution of every and some or numbers, you're able to identify scope ambiguity. So let's see what type of ambiguity is apparent in each of these sentences. So every student loves some teacher. So here's how we can do this. We can say, okay, there's a bunch of different students out there, and there's one particular teacher, and every single student happens to like that one particular teacher. Or we can think about it as every student exists, and for each of those students, there's some particular teacher that they like. And maybe two people like the same teacher, that's okay too. But there's two ways to interpret the sentence. Either every student individually loves some teacher or other, or there's a particular teacher that every student loves. And this is your example of scope ambiguity. If you can draw a little diagram like this, with two different interpretations of how the arrows go, you're looking at scope ambiguity. Okay, 2, I put the key behind the safe on top of the table. This, I want to argue, is structural ambiguity. Now, why? Because we have a prepositional phrase on top of the table. Now, you're putting the key behind the safe on top of the table. Is on top of the table describing where the safe is, or is it describing where the key is being placed? So maybe the key is just on top of the table and also behind the safe. Or maybe it's just behind the safe, which is on top of the table. So maybe the key is on a box behind the safe on top of the table. Now, for 3, my ex-girlfriend is looking for a match. Match could mean a physical thing that lights on fire when you strike it, or it could be a partner. So in this case, this is lexical ambiguity. There is an uncertainty of what match could refer to. So now we can talk about sentence relationships. Those were word relationships before, now these are sentence relationships. We say if two sentences have the same meaning, then they're paraphrases. So if we say Sarah greeted the police officer versus the police officer was greeted by Sarah, the content and meaning of these sentences are exactly the same. So these are paraphrases. I scored a perfect mark on the test versus I scored 100% on the test. A perfect mark in most cases would be 100%. So we're saying the exact same thing. The content is the same. So these are paraphrases. And how we can identify paraphrases is by joining two sentences together into one. And if it is a paraphrase, it sounds quite redundant. Sarah greeted the police officer, and the police officer was greeted by Sarah. Okay, we just said the same thing twice. This is redundant. So that's how we can identify paraphrases. For contradictions, we're looking at sentences that both cannot be true at the same time. So for example, I am a married man and I am a bachelor. If you're a married man, by definition, you're not a bachelor because a bachelor is an unmarried man. So these two sentences together form a contradiction. Or I am an only child, meaning you don't have any siblings, and then you say, I love my sister. Well, a sister is a sibling, so you can only be one of those two things. So those are examples of contradictory sentences. And if we combine them together, then the sentence will always be false. So I'm a married man and I am a bachelor. That's not semantically okay because you can't be both. We say a sentence is tautologous if it's always true. So in other words, the content doesn't really matter. It's just about the fact that given the sentence structure, yeah, of course, whatever you say has to be true. So if something is an animal, it must be an animal. Okay, yeah, that's always true. If you have an animal, then by definition, it's an animal. I will master Greek or I will not master Greek. Okay, like there is no in between. Either you've mastered it or you haven't. This is always going to be true. It's like saying, well, you'll get an A in this course or you won't get an A. It's like, well, yeah, that's given. That's how you grade. You either get an A or you get something else. If I'm tall, then if I'm smart, I will be tall. So this is saying if I'm tall, then if I'm smart, I will be tall. Well, the condition is already that you're tall, so it doesn't matter if you're smart after, because of course you're going to be tall. Anyway, you're already giving the condition of you being tall. So these sentences are tautologous, they're always true. Anomalous sentences are just semantically weird. That's the best way to put it. These are not ungrammatical sentences, but there's issues with thematic roles that make it weird. So anomalous sentences are typically interpreted as metaphorical in a lot of cases. So the classic example by Chomsky is colorless green ideas sleep furiously. It doesn't make sense to have something that's colorless and green. It doesn't make sense for an idea to have a color. These ideas cannot sleep. And then obviously you can't sleep furiously. That doesn't make sense. So it's grammatical, it follows all the structural rules of English, but it just doesn't make sense. Rocks denied the plaintiff a second chance. We have an issue here with the word rocks. Like, obviously, rocks can't deny things, especially in a court of law. And the idea that was taller than me wasn't good. Well, ideas don't have height, so this is weird. So these are all cases of semantic violations, and these are anomalous. So let's check to see if each sentence is contradictory or anomalous. So 1, my personally employed butler was sad that I didn't have any employees. So we're saying that you employed a butler, but you don't have any employees. So this can't be a true sentence ever, because if you didn't have employees, you couldn't have a personally employed butler. So this is a contradiction. What about the summer picked a fight with all the winter leaves? Well, summer can't pick a fight, and especially it can't pick a fight with winter, at least literally. Metaphorically, this works. But literally, this sentence is anomalous because summer isn't an agent. Summer can't actively fight something. 3, turtles hide in their mascots. There's nothing really wrong with this. I mean, this is kind of weird to say they hide in a mascot. So maybe we'd want to say it's anomalous with a question mark. But for the most part, there's nothing too strange about that. Now, the last thing we really want to look at in terms of sentence relationships are entailment. And entailment is when one sentence guarantees the truth of another sentence. So you can think of, I might say a bunch of statements, and whatever entails from those statements is also true, just by default. So I own 1 dog, 1 cat, and no other pets. That's sentence A. That entails that you own 2 pets, because if you add these things up, 1 dog, 1 cat, and no other pets, we get a total of 2 pets. So B is entailed by A. Now, in order to check for entailment, we can take sentence A and we can take the negation of sentence B, combine them together, and if we get a contradiction, then we have entailment. Because if A entails B, then A should mean that B is true. So if we're saying A is true but B is false, then yeah, we should get a contradiction. So I own 1 dog, 1 cat, and no other pets, and I do not own 2 pets. This is a contradiction because we're saying 1 dog, 1 cat, that's 2 pets, no other pets, so it is exactly 2. But then they're saying that they don't own any pets. Well, don't own 2 pets. So we get our contradiction there, which tells us that the first sentence entails the second. So let's see if we can determine whether or not there's entailment in each example. Kim will pass the test or fail the test. Does that mean necessarily that Kim will pass the test? No, because she could pass or fail the test. So it doesn't mean she's going to pass the test because she could fail it. What about in 2? I have a brown pen and a red pen. Entails that I have a brown pen. Yes, this is entailment. I'm saying I have 2 of these things, so I can entail specifically that I have one of those things. I own at least 4 chairs. Does that mean that I own at least 2 chairs? And the answer is yes, because if you own at least 4, then 4 is bigger than 2. So you own at least 2 as well. So we could be a little bit more specific with these tests. So I can show the first one with the contradiction test. So we're going to take the first sentence, which is Kim will pass the test or fail the test, and Kim will not pass the test. If we take a look at this sentence, it's not a contradiction. Kim will pass the test or fail the test, but Kim will not pass the test. That would imply that she's going to fail it. So this is totally fine. And because it's totally fine, we're not looking at entailment. But if we do the test for our bottom one here, so I own at least 4 chairs, but I do not own at least 2 chairs. Now this is very clearly a contradiction if we take the negative version of B, because if they own at least 4, then how do they not own at least 2? So that's it for semantics. In the intro course, we'll now move on to morphology, which is our second last topic of this video. So morphology is the study of words and word formation. So for example, we're going to take a look at different suffixes and prefixes to see how they change categories of root words. We can take a look at how words are shortened or created. We can draw structures for our words. So that way, if we have a word like activation, we know that it's a noun, but we can talk about its components and how it forms different categories as more affixes are added. And we can also take a look at other languages to see what morphemes exist in those languages. So the first thing we're going to do is take a look at some data sets. And just like in phonology, we're going to use minimal pairs very religiously in order to figure out what morphemes are. The difference is that minimal pairs in morphology are a little bit different. And that is, instead of having a difference in one sound, we have a difference in one morpheme. So this is going to be either an affix, a root word, or even some grammatical information like tense. And we also need a difference in meaning. So for example, the two sentences below show a minimal pair. I meet Johnny every week for dinner, and I met Johnny every week for dinner. Now, even though meet and met come from the same root word, the difference is that they differ in whether they're past tense or present tense. So one is minus past and one is plus past. That is one difference in meaning. So I think most people can do a data set like this without much formal linguistic training, but we're going to show how minimal pairs work here. So we have a bunch of words on the left and then their English translations on the right. And what we're doing is we're trying to figure out what each of these morphemes are in that language. So we want to figure out what the morphemes for tooth, my, your, singular, his, her, its, our inclusive, our exclusive, your plural, and there are. So we can look for some minimal pairs. So what I would do is I'd look at two words and I'd be like, okay, we need to figure out the difference between my tooth and let's do his, her, or its tooth. So in these cases, we see something in common. We see that tooth is in common in each of these. In fact, in every single case, tooth has a common meaning in each of these. So what that means is that in our translation, or in that language that we're looking at originally, whatever is in common should be tooth. And in this case, we can see that NGII, whether it's pronounced ni or ngi, I'm not quite sure, but we see that that's common in every single example. So what that means is that NGII in this case is going to mean tooth. Now, whatever is left over is what's going to be the other morphemes in our word. So for the first one, my tooth, we still need something for my. Well, it comes as a y at the end. So y is an affix that means my. What about in his, her, its tooth? Well, actually, let's do your singular tooth first. So here we have MW at the end, so moi. So your singular tooth will be an affix moi. His, her, its, we see an N at the end, so this is just a morpheme N, that means his, her, its. In terms of our inclusive tooth, that is an SH. So our inclusive just means that the person who's saying it is included in the discussion, as well as the person they're talking to. Our exclusive is a little bit different. This is going to be MAM at the end. And exclusive just means that the person that you're talking to is not included. It's like if someone stands at the front of the class and says, yeah, we're taking a vacation. They're probably talking about themselves and their family and not every student in the class. Okay, for your tooth, we see me at the end. So this will be a suffix me. And then for their tooth, we see R at the end. So that is the suffix for there. Now, this is a very straightforward data set. They do get more complicated, but a lot of the intralinguistics data sets that you're going to see are kind of like this. So let's get into some more interesting stuff, which are morphemes and words. So morphemes are just the smallest unit of meaning. So these are sounds that would put together have some sort of meaning attached to them. And each of these morphemes are stored in our lexicon, and the morphemes combine to form words. So we say that a morpheme is the minimal unit of meaning, but a word is the minimal unit that can stand alone in a language. So it doesn't need a fixed position. It can be used within a sentence as a standalone word. So in the case of improbability, probable is the word that we start with, and it's an adjective, but we can add some affixes to it. So we can make improbable. So by making the word improbable by attaching the affix im, we get an adjective out of that. And then we can attach the suffix ity to get improbability, which now becomes a noun. So this affix, what it's doing is it's taking an adjective and it converts it to a noun. While the case of im in this case, it takes an adjective and it keeps it as an adjective. So these are examples of morphemes in words. So just to make it very clear, im, probable, and ity are all morphemes. We have different types of morphemes. We have free morphemes and bound morphemes. Free morphemes can act as words, so they can stand alone in a sentence, like bake, trust, dog, lie, fall. While bound morphemes need to attach to a free morpheme or another bound morpheme in order to exist in a sentence. So something like as in runner. Well, we can't just say on its own in a sentence. We need to attach it to a free morpheme. In the case of ing, maybe we have a word like lie, and then we're going to change it to lying. So we're adding that ing. Ing can't just stand on its own. Same with iv, ed, and anti. These are all examples of morphemes that cannot stand on its own in a sentence. In other words, if they're not attached to something, they don't really have any meaning that we use. Now, when we think about words, words can be simple or complex. A simple word just has one morpheme. So a simple word consists of one free morpheme. And a complex word is created from two or more morphemes. Now, this can be an example of free plus free. It can be an example of free plus a bound morpheme. Or in some cases, we even have words formed from two bound morphemes. Now, of course, we can have other things being attached to, but this would be the minimum that we need in order to create a complex word. So something like lover. Well, we have love, plus we have our er suffix. We have mean, plus we have our est superlative suffix, which makes it the most out of something, the meanest out of a group. Soups, we have soup as a base, and we have our plural s. For tried, we have our verb try, and in this we have the past tense ed on it. And for flowering, we have the base word flower, and then we're adding the progressive ing, or even the gerund ing in this case. You're saying that you're flowering a garden or something to mean that you're creating a bunch of flowers in that garden. So let's check these words and see if we can identify some morphemes. So first of all, sweet. Sweet can't be broken up into any individual meaning. I know you might think, oh, it's formed with the word suit and the letter E, but E on its own is not a morpheme. So it doesn't have any meaning that attaches to other words to form other words. So in this case, it's just a simple word that consists of one free morpheme. Now, in the case of untie, what do we have here? We have tie, that's a verb, and then we have which is the undoing or reversal morpheme. So in this case, this word is complex, and in order from left to right, it consists of a bound morpheme, and then it has a free morpheme, because tie can be used on its own, but cannot. Has to attach to something. What about in the case of mistreat? Well, same thing here. We have treat, and then we have miss, which would mean to not treat well in this case. So this is also going to be a complex word, and this consists of a bound morpheme, miss, plus a free morpheme. Now, you might be thinking here too, hold on a second. We have a word like miss with two s's that refers to usually an unmarried woman, but it can just be a polite term for a woman that you don't know who's younger. But this is not meaning. This is not the same meaning. So we don't want to be saying that miss in this case could be a free morpheme, because we have to consider the meaning of the morpheme. What is mistreat doing? In miss, in terms of that morpheme, it's basically saying that you're not treating them well. That is separate from a meaning that relates to a woman. So when we have a morpheme, we need to identify either its meaning or what its function is. In the case of mistreat, it's not changing the word category. Same with untie, it's not changing the word category, but we can assign some meaning to them. In the case of some morphemes, all they're going to do is change the category. So let's make sure our terminology is on point here. So we say that a word that is complex consists of a root and affixes. So the root is the lexical word that gives the core meaning, and affixes are going to modify the meaning or category from there. So in the case of blackened, black is what's known as our root. That's where we're getting the main meaning of the word. And then we have affixes en, which turns black to blacken, which makes it a verb. And then we have our ed, which is our past tense, which would make it a past tense verb. So we have different types of affixes. Prefixes occur before the root, and suffixes occur after the root. So prefixes being an example of replay, illegal, inaccurate, prehistory, and suffixes being things like faithful, government, kinder, happiness. Now, it can be noted that you can have multiple suffixes on a word or even prefixes. So if I say something like faithfulness, the root in this case is going to be faith. Now, the position or what type of affix that we have is dependent on the position relative to the root. So these are both going to be suffixes in this case because they come after the root. So just because full comes before ness does not mean that full is a prefix because it's about its comparison and position to the root. Now, some languages will also have what are called infixes and circumfixes. So infixes take a root. So in this case, we have bili in Tagalog, and we can add an affix inside of that root. So bumili, which is just the past tense in this case. So there's usually rules for how this is done, but it's important that it breaks up a root. So for example, if we had something like this in English, if we had a word like dog, we don't have infixes really in English. I mean, we do have one type of infix, which I can briefly talk about. But in order to have an infix, we'd have to do something like adding, I don't know, let's say we wanted to say the dog. Maybe we'd do like dotheg or something and putting the in between. Like that's what an infix would look like. The one type of infix that we do have in English is, let's take a word like absolutely. We can break this up into abso-freaking-lutely or abso-goddamn-lutely. Put whatever curse word we want in there. And this is an example of an infix in English. In fact, this is like the only, well, it's one of two infixes that we have. We also have another case, like a word like speedometer, where we have speed plus meter, and then we're adding this little O in between in order to connect those words. So that's another example, but two very limited examples in English. But we definitely don't have our circumfixes, and these are affixes that go around the root of the word. They both need to appear together as a pair. So in Malay, adil is fair, but keadilan is fairness. Now, we can't just add k on its own, and we can't just add on its own. Both of these together form the affix. So that's why we call them a circumfix, because they come in a pair where one occurs before the root and one occurs after the root. You can almost think of it like a discontinuous morpheme, that it could be written like this, for example. Now, a little bit more terminology when it comes to our structural trees, and that is the concept of a base. So a base is a little bit different than a root. What a base is it's the form of the word that an affix is attaching to. So you can think that at each step of a derivation, when you're making a new word, the base is the originally formed word that you have at that point, and it's taking an affix. So for example, when we take reactivation, act is the base for if. So act is acquiring if after. Then when we have active, active is the base that takes ate afterwards. So at each step, we have a base. In the case of activate, well, activate is going to be the base for re, which is the affix or prefix in this case that's attaching to it. And then here we have our base reactivate that is taking the ion suffix to make reactivation. So at each step, we have a base that is different than the root, because in this case, the only root that we have is act. That's the main lexical word that all of these affixes are attaching to. So in our word trees, we are just going to be combining bases plus affixes. And when we do that, we're going to get a new category out of it. We typically label affixes as AF or AFF. Some books will use prefix and suffix more specifically, but we'll just be general with AF for affix. So what this means is a base like run would have a category, which would be a verb. It takes an affix, and from that, we might get a new category. We need to consider the context of the word and the form of the word. So in the case of prehistory, history is a noun. We add an affix pre to it, and then we get prehistory, which is also a noun. Now, sometimes we have to be careful about which way that we're adding affixes to our trees. So for example, in prehistoric, I would argue that prehistory comes first. Now, why I would say that is even though historic is a word and prehistory is a word, when we think about what pre does, is it takes a noun and it basically says before that noun. So what pre likes to do is it likes to attach to nouns and form nouns. That allows this noun to noun relationship going up our tree. Then what ick is going to do is it's going to take a noun and convert it to an adjective. Now, it's a little weird if we were to do it the opposite way. Like, let's imagine that we have historic, which is going to be an adjective, and then we want to add pre to it, which is an affix. Well, we know that pre typically changes nouns into nouns and gives that meaning to it. It's kind of weird to add pre to an adjective. Oh, that's when I was pre-happy. Oh, he's pre-sad. Like, that's not what we do in English. We don't add pre to adjectives. So a little bit of knowledge and playing around with words to figure out what affixes typically do can give you a hint of how they're combined to form word trees. So let's see if we can draw word trees for the following words. The first one is payment. Now, this is only two morphemes, pay and ment. Pay is a verb, ment is an affix, and then what do we get with payment? We get a noun. And just to check to see that this is what typically happens, we can think of other words that take ment, like govern, government. Govern is a verb, ment attaches to it, and it becomes a noun. Okay, what about disobey? So we have dis and we have obey. Obey is a verb, dis is an affix, and when we join them together, we still get a verb. So disobey meaning to not obey. So this affix really just means not, and it just turns a verb into a verb that is the negation of it, basically. So what other examples could we have? Well, it's not always going to work with every single affix because a lot of these prefixes in English require like specific types of words. But we could think of words like allow, to disallow something. Well, allow is a verb and then disallow is also a verb. Okay, let's do our last one here, which is optional. I'm going to delete the green text and then keep this up to the side and then put pay back. Okay, optional. This one is tough for people because a lot of people think this is two morphemes, option and ol, but it's actually three. It's opt, yun, and then ol. So to opt is a verb, and the ion and al are affixes. Now, when we combine these ones, we have a very specific order we have to do it in. And that's because we can't do like these multiple branching things where we have crossing branches. So opt is going to form with shun first to make option, which is a noun, and it combines with al afterwards to make an adjective. So those are some word trees. Now, we just did these with affixes, but we can do compounding as well. So with a case like a blackboard, if we talk about a board that is black, that's an adjective plus a noun. But if we think about the compound word blackboard, which could be green, we can see how it's formed. So black is typically an adjective, board is a noun, and together they form the compound blackboard. After you form the compound, you can start adding other affixes to it. So blackboards to make it plural. Typically, our free morphemes will merge together first and then affixes later. There are some cases where this is not true, but they're pretty rare. So you can just go with the general assumption that compounds are made before affixes are added. In the case of something like a medical college graduate student, there's a few ways that we can analyze this. We could analyze this as an individual word, or we could think of it in syntactic structures with noun phrases and adjective phrases. Some morphologists just consider this a compound word. So medical college graduate student would consist of medical and college, forming a noun. and then a graduate plus student forming a noun, and then medical college and graduate student form together to make a noun. In the case of pet food store, pet food and store are all nouns, and they combine together in order to make a compound noun. But this interpretation is rather interesting, because what this is saying is that this is a store that sells pet food. So pet food is the modifier for store. But we can actually do it the other way around too and get a slightly different meaning. So what I mean by this is first we can say it's a food store, and then we can combine it with pet after. So what this is saying in this case is that this is a food store for pets. It is a pet food store rather than a pet food store. So you can think with these cases of compound words where you have like more than two words that are combining together, or more than two morphemes, I should say, combining together. The way that you combine them can change the meaning. So for example, even with the medical college graduate student, we're saying this is a graduate student of a medical college. But we could change the lines around a little bit here. We could say, actually, we're saying it's a college graduate student, and then afterwards we attach medical to it under the noun to make a medical college graduate student. So this is a college graduate student who happens to have the property of being medical. So how we attach our words in compounds is going to change the meaning depending on whichever structure you choose. Now, there are a bunch of different types of affixes out there, and we could list them all, but that would be absolutely absurd to do in English. So we're just going to learn two different classifications. One are inflectional morphemes, and these are morphemes that are purely indicating grammatical information. We have 8 of these in English that are completely inflectional. And then we have derivational morphemes, and these just change the meaning or category of a word, and they don't indicate grammatical information. And there are well over 500 of these in English. So the best way to approach this is to learn what the 8 inflectional morphemes are, and then understand that if you don't see one of those 8 inflectional morphemes, it is derivational. In a later morphology course, you might think of this less as a binary choice of a morpheme being purely inflectional or purely derivational, and instead think of it on a continuum, but that's a little bit advanced for an intro course. So here are the 8 morphemes that are inflectional in English, and we'll go through each of these in turn. This is just a nice summary slide. There's 2 for nouns, being the plural and the possessor. There's 4 for verbs, being third person singular, present participle, which is the progressive, past tense, and past participle, which would be your perfect. And then 2 for adjectives and adverbs, which are the comparative and superlative. So plural. Most nouns can be pluralized with s or es, so cat to cats, box to boxes, cemetery to cemeteries, but we do see irregular nouns as well. So for example, the ren suffix in children, this is the plural morpheme for child. Sometimes there's what's called internal change from goose to geese, so the vowel sound is changing in it. And sometimes we have what's called suppletion or partial suppletion, where the word changes pretty substantially, so person to people. But again, you can just think of the meaning of these. You know that goose is singular, you know that geese is plural, so you can identify that geese has a plural inflection on it. The genitive is all about the possessive relationship as well as relationships that fall under possession. There can be really specific ones if you get really into English grammar specifically, but just knowing the general concept of possession is good enough to understand a genitive. And to singular nouns, we add an apostrophe s, so Jack's pencil or a bat's fangs. And when we have plural nouns that end in an s, we do not add an s after, we just add the apostrophe. So countries, governments is both plural and genitive in this case. So in terms of verb inflections, we have our third person singular morpheme with s. So this is when you have a pronoun like he, or even a third person singular like the child when you're talking about a specific noun, and we see an s that goes on the verb. So he, she, it works compared to I work, which does not have the inflection on. Rufus escapes, or the company goes bankrupt. You wouldn't say the company go bankrupt, and you wouldn't say Rufus escape. You need that third person singular form. Some verbs do have irregular ones. So for example, for have, the third person singular version is has, and for be, the third person singular is. For our progressive aspect, which we call the present participle in terms of our inflectional labeling, this occurs after your auxiliary is when it's an ongoing action. So we've learned this in syntax. So basically, if you see is working, was being, are driving, were jogging, this is the present participle inflection. The regular past tense is just by adding ed to words. So it's typically what you see: work to worked, trust to trusted, amount to amounted. But you will see irregular past tense forms like be is was or were, have is had, eat is ate. Go changes form completely to went, and do is did. So each of these words on the bottom have that past tense inflection. There's just no specific suffix or prefix that indicates it is part of the word chain. And the last one is our perfect aspect. So this occurs after our auxiliary have, or even after our passive was. And this would say that an action has been completed relative to some point in time. So you usually see an ed on these, but in some cases you do see an en, such as in has eaten. And we do have these irregular forms as well. So for instance, be, you add an en to it and you get being. But there's some cases like we saw before, which is like had run, for example. Run just looks like a bare infinitive form, but it's actually inflected for perfect in this case. So we would label this as a past participle if we're giving it an inflection name. Now for adjectives and adverbs, we have comparatives and superlatives. Comparatives look at two things. So these are two things, and it picks one as having the most of that quality. So young to younger, cute to cuter, clums to clumsier. We know that when we compare two things, one can be younger or cuter or clumsier than the other. There are irregular forms as well. So good becomes better, bad becomes worse, and little can become less. You'll also see an inflection with the word more. So more fun in this case. More is a qualifier, fun is an adjective, and this qualifier has the comparative inflection built into it. For the superlative, it's just like the comparative, we add est, so young to youngest, cute to cutest, clumsy to clumsiest, and the irregular forms for the comparative will also have irregular forms for the superlative, like good to best, bad to worst, and little to least. You'll see in this case something like most fun, which again is a qualifier and an adjective, and most would have that superlative built into it. So this is used when we have three or more things and we want to identify which has the most of a certain quality. Who is the happiest? Who is the saddest? So let's practice with inflections here. Which inflections appear on the underlined words below? He was walking down the street without a care. Well, was is going to be past tense, and walking has that progressive marker on it because we have the auxiliary be before it and an ing on the verb. So we would say that this is a present participle in terms of its inflection. Have you slept yet? Well, this one is interesting because we do have. So if we think about the declarative form, you have slept yet, or you just have slept, because it's weird to say you have slept yet. What we actually have here is not the past tense, but the past participle, because in that verb chain, you have slept. We have our perfect have plus our verb with that irregular ending, which is the past participle form. Or have you been awake for 30 hours like me? We see the plural inflection on here, turning hour into hours. Okay, 3. Deadpool is the greatest member of X Force. So is, well, Deadpool's a name, so this is a third person singular form of be, and greatest is the superlative, because we're saying out of at least 2 or more people, Deadpool is the greatest of them. Okay, 4th one. The person who was sleeping here left without saying his goodbyes. So sleeping, well, we have was sleeping, so this is going to be a progressive, which indicates that it is the present participle inflection. So hopefully that wasn't too bad. It was a little bit fast, but with these ones, once you've done syntax, they're not too bad. Now, derivational morphemes will change either the category of the word or the meaning of the word. We're not going to learn a bunch. I just have some examples down here, like the ment suffix in government, which changes a verb to a noun. Uh, ant, which appears on words like inhabit to inhabitant. This is also a verb to noun morpheme. Love to lovable. This is a verb to adjective, able morpheme. Act to active. Again, verb to adjective, adding IVE to verbs. Work to worker. This is a verb to noun. And natural to supernatural. This one doesn't change the category of the word, but it does change the meaning. So this is like as in beyond natural. You can think of a synonym being beyond. So this is not inflectional. It's not talking about grammatical information. It's basically changing the lexical meaning of the word. So let's see if we can identify inflectional or derivational morphemes here. And the trick is in English, inflectional morphemes are always suffixes. So when they appear as affixes. So if you ever see a prefix in English, it's going to be derivational. So I was displeased with the service. This just means not pleased. So this is a derivational morpheme. Max sleeps every day at noon. Well, we know this is our third person singular morpheme, so this one is inflectional. She was Instagramming her food every time. So was Instagramming. That's an action. That's a progressive action. So this ing is the present participle. This is inflectional. Are you really nuttier than me? Okay, what is ly in this case? It's taking an adjective real and then converting it into an adverb. So because we have a category change, this is going to be derivational. And for the fifth one, this is the shiniest rock. We're talking about which rock out of many is the shiniest. So this is the superlative, and this is inflection. Now, one more problem related to this. This is kind of interesting. I know this slide is very wordy, but it's a very interesting problem. So Appalachian English has this affix a, and it attaches to certain words. And I'm going to give you some examples of sentences that are good or bad. So in 1, they were a fishin' by the bridge. That's fine. In 3, he was a huntin' murderous grizzly bears in the backyard. That's fine. 6, I am a shootin' my best. That is fine too. But 2, 4, 5, and 7 are not okay. They like to fish in quite a bit. That's not what people say. He tried to shootin' them, but he missed. That's not what people say. If he ain't a stupid, I don't know what he is. Yeah, people don't say that. And they could have eat some fresh meat. Yeah, they don't say that either. So what is happening here? What is attaching to in the good examples? Well, what I do see that it's attaching to is a verb. So is attaching to a verb. And it's attaching in a very specific place, because when we say he tried a shooting them, that doesn't work. So what do we notice that's in common with all the good sentences? Were, was, am. These are all forms of be. And which type of be in particular? The auxiliary. It's the progressive in this case. So actually, in Appalachian English, you can analyze this so-called prefix actually as a circumfix. So averbing is the present participle in Appalachian English. Of course, they can say it without but you can analyze this as a present participle, which is inflectional. So I did kind of lie when we said that English doesn't have circumfixes. Some dialects do. Now let's talk about some word change. So how do we create words and how do we classify those word changes? So internal change is a general category that accounts for sound changes, tone changes, stress changes, basically anything to do with phonetic changes. So for an example, sing to sang, we have a vowel change there. In Masai, we can see there's a change in tones. So the first tone stays the same, the last tone stays the same, but the middle tones change to be high rather than low. Spanish, bebe to bebe, we see a stress change, so the primary syllable gets moved. And in German, goes to ges, sure you can guess what word that means in English, we see a vowel change there too. So these are just word internal changes. Now there's suppletion, which is a little bit more involved, and suppletion is when an entire word changes. So in English, we have go to went. When you see suppletion, basically the idea is that the new formed word is unpredictable based on its base. So if you look at go and you have no idea what the past tense of go is, you would not come up with the word went. You would say goed. That would be the logical thing to come to. So suppletion is when you have that unpredictable word form. In French, for have to had, we have avoir to au. In Spanish, ir to fue. And then German, ist to sind for is to are. So in all of these cases, the form that comes out from the base is unpredictable unless you know the language. If it's partial suppletion, then we would just have some of the word changing. So one kind of questionable example is person to people. It's kind of difficult to tell whether this is suppletion or partial suppletion, but one of the important parts of the word, which is pu in this case, is kept the same. So I would argue this is more partial suppletion than full suppletion. Conversion is our most boring word change. This is when you take a word and you don't really change anything, perhaps the stress if it's multisyllabic, but the category changes. So, for example, ink. Well, you can ink something, that's a verb, but you can also use ink. So it can be used as a verb or a noun. It started as a noun and then it became a verb after. In the case of nouns coming from verbs, run was a verb, but now we can say I'm going for a run. So in other words, we're keeping the word exactly the same, but we're using it in a different category. Dirty is an adjective, but we could also say that you could dirty something, like you could dirty the table by putting a bunch of stuff on it. So it's kind of boring. It's just the same word used as multiple different categories. Clipping is very common, especially when it comes to giving people nicknames. This is when you take a multisyllabic word and then you just delete one or more syllables from it. So I'm sure a lot of people didn't know that the word zoo comes from zoological garden. It is a clip of that. So in other words, we're taking some part of the word and we're just deleting it. I'm sure you've heard of a fax machine before. Well, it comes from facsimile machine, so we're just removing that imile in the case, reducing it to one syllable. In the case of cellular telephone, we're taking two words and clipping part of each. So we're taking the eular off of cellular and the tele off of telephone, and that gives us cell phone. So that's just clipping. We're removing parts of the word. When we do blending, we take two words and we smoosh them together. So brother and romance becomes bromance. So we see a little bit of bro, a little bit of romance. We do see some connection between the vowel sounds, so we get bromance. In the case of jeans plus leggings, we get jeggings. So what you'll notice about these words too when we blend them together is that they have the meanings of both of these. And then if you want an example from Tagalog, tapas sinangag itlog becomes tapsilog. So this is where you take, you remove the A off tapa, you remove the nangag off the middle word, and then you take it off the last word, and you get tapsilog. Back formation feels a little bit like clipping sometimes, but there's some interesting history when it comes to back formation. And that is you have a word that is a longer form that looks like it has an affix on it. And then what people do is they remove that affix to create the new form. So for example, historically self-destruction came first, and it looks like this ion suffix would attach to a verb in order to make it a noun. So what people do is they remove that ion and they create the word self-destruct, which is a verb. So instead of adding an affix like you would expect, what's actually happening is a word looks like it has an affix on it, and people remove it to pronounce a new word. Same with donation to donate. Donation was the original word. We have that ion suffix on it. We remove it, and then we get the verb donate. Here's an interesting change from English 150 years ago to now. Peas used to be the singular of pea. But when we hear z at the end of nouns, we typically think of them as plural. So what people did was they removed the z off peas because they wanted to make it sound more singular. They thought it was singular if you removed that z sound. And now we have p as the singular. So back formation can be difficult to identify without some dictionary, or at least historical knowledge of the language. But typically, if you're in an exam situation or assignment situation and you have to pick between clipping and back formation, Clipping, you're not really just removing one affix, you're removing a bunch of syllables. With back formation, you're removing something that looks like a typical affix. I think our last ones here are acronyms and initialisms. So acronyms and initialisms look pretty similar, but there is a difference linguistically. Acronyms take the first letter in a bunch of words, and you can pronounce them as a word. So an acronym can be pronounced as a word. So the North Atlantic Treaty Organization can be pronounced as NATO. It has a phonetic transcription that we can use, NATO. As for as soon as possible, we can say ASAP. So that's how we pronounce it, ASAP. Initialisms, again, they look pretty similar, but you do not pronounce them as a word. You pronounce them each letter individually. So for Prince Edward Island, we don't call it pay, we call it PEI. For LMAO, I think us older people say LMAO, and then younger people say LMAO. So, I mean, really, if you say LMAO, it is an initialism. If you say LMAO in that transcription, then it would be considered to be an acronym. So it could change depending on how you pronounce it, the generation, the age, and so on. So let's ask ourselves, how are these words created? Which method of word creation was used? So if we take shark and tornado, we get sharknado. This is a case of blending. We blend two words together. What about babysitter to babysit? Well, we have this er suffix on here. It looks like that's an agentive suffix that turns a verb into a noun, but actually babysitter came first. So this is an example of back formation. We're removing the er to create a new word, which is a verb, babysit. Taki to tak-taki. Okay, here's an interesting one. This is not English. So what are we doing here? Well, this is just regular affixation. So we didn't explicitly label this as a word formation type, but just adding an affix to a word is considered affixation. And finally, snipe as a verb to snipe as a noun. Nothing is changing except for the word category. So this is just an example of conversion. Now, there's one more thing in morphology that we need to talk about, and that is the concept of allomorphs. So sometimes a morpheme can be pronounced in different ways depending on its environment. And allomorphs are in complementary distribution, just like allophones. So the same process you'd use to identify allophones would be used to identify allomorphs. Nothing is really changing. If you can do phonological data sets with allophones, you can do morphological data sets with allomorphs. So one example is the plural morpheme in English. We pronounce this in three different ways. We do "uz" as in the case of boxes. Some people have this vowel here. It's a high, central, unrounded, lax vowel is. Some people use the schwa in its pronunciation, boxes. This occurs after stridents, so sounds like s, z, sh, zh, ch, and j. We use the regular s after voiceless sounds, and we pronounce it as z after voice sounds. So which one is the most common? Well, z is the most common pronunciation of the plural, which is funny because it's written with an s, but it's mostly pronounced as z. So if we want to give a base morpheme for this, we want to actually say what the morpheme is, we'd say that it's z as its base form, and then it has different allomorphs, uz, s, and z. So if you want to analyze data sets with allomorphy, you just do the same thing. You create an environment chart, and then you look at morphemes and sounds just like you would have before. It's just instead of having just one sound in each box, you're basically looking at all of the different forms of the allomorph. So as an example, we can do this data set. We're looking at the morphemes for da and ta. We want to see the environment of each. So we can do an environment chart. The first three words on the left have da, the three words on the right have ta. So where does this happen? Well, da occurs after an ah at the end of a word. It occurs after e at the end of a word, and it occurs after oo at the end of a word. Now, what ta is doing is it's occurring after an s at the end of the word, it's occurring after t at the end of a word, and it's occurring after k at the end of the word. So we don't have a full data set here, so we can't see all the nuances, but we can definitely find patterns for da and ta. And if I'm going to make a guess, I'm going to say that ta is occurring after voiceless sounds. So when you have a voiceless sound, you put ta, and then when you have a voice sound, you put da. So really, if I want to do this with features, plus voice because for da, and then minus voice for ta. And I'm sure if we had something that ended in a G, let's just make up a word like map pig or something, but pig, uh, we would probably expect to see da after rather than ta because G is voiced. So that is it for morphology. We're now going to move on to our very last subject, which is pragmatics. Pragmatics will be a very short topic, and it is the study of non-literal meaning, so the meaning that you would get from conversations. So here's some examples. Do you believe that we have a good teacher? Well, I haven't failed yet. B isn't answering A's question. Instead, they're kind of skirting around the issue. They don't want to say that the teacher's bad. They just want to mention that they haven't failed yet at this point. So they're being nice by not being literal. Or here's another example. Did you say that you were made of iron? Yeah, I'm a tough, resilient person. Of course, when someone asks if you're made of iron, they don't mean that you're literally made of iron. That they want is a quality. It's being used as a metaphor in this case. So the first aspect of pragmatics, which is very important, is understanding implicature. So implicature is when you have an implied meaning based on what you say, but it's not necessarily entailed. So it's always up to interpretation what the actual viewpoint is, but based on your knowledge of conversation and what people typically say, you can guess what they mean. So A asks, do you want to get trashed tonight? And then B says, I have a test tomorrow. B doesn't want to say no because rejecting someone outright can be rude. So instead they come up with an excuse, which means that they can't leave. So the little plus arrow, it's usually just one symbol, means implication. Here's something you never want to see. You never want to give a recommendation letter where someone just says, John has a nice smile and great handwriting. If you're writing a recommendation letter like this, what you're really saying is that, well, there's no redeemable qualities for John. I don't really have anything nice to say, so I'm going to talk about his physical features rather than his actual capabilities as a graduate student. So there's some implicature there that you'll see in some reference letters. Now, all of this relates to Grice's principle of cooperation, which is how we figure out whether someone is trying to imply things. And what he says is make your conversational contribution such as is required at the stage at which it occurs by the accepted purpose or direction of the talk in which you are engaged. What this basically means is that when you have a conversation, you should try to progress the conversation, keep it on topic, and say things that are truthful. Now, we don't follow this all the time. We flout some of what are called Grice's maxims in order to get that metaphorical meaning, satire, comedy, or just general politeness implications. So there's four maxims: the maxim of quantity, quality, manner, and relation. Quantity just says give as much information as required and no more. Quality would say things that are true or that you believe are true. Manner would be say things in a way that avoids obscurity and ambiguity. And maximum of relation is just saying when you have a conversation with someone, you should be relevant to the conversation. So the things you say should be relevant to what was just asked. So when we flout these maxims, we create implicatures. Now, flouting is us using it or us violating, I don't want to say violate. When we flout a maxim, we're choosing to do so, but we're still trying to be cooperative. So we're intentionally creating an implicature that the other person should understand. So here's an example where we flout the maxim of relation. I think Mrs. Jenkins is the best teacher ever, don't you? And then B just says, huh, lovely weather for March, isn't it? Like, this is not relevant at all. But if B says this, the idea is that, you don't really agree with A. You don't want to make a comment on Mrs. Jenkins. So you're basically saying you don't agree, but you don't want to comment on it. And that implication should be picked up by A, where that topic is then dropped or something else is said. What about flouting the maxim of quality? So talking about truthfulness. Sir Isaac Newton had the brain the size of Jupiter. Well, we know that's not true. A human cannot have a brain the size of Jupiter because then every other human and thing around us would be orbiting around that person's brain. What we mean to say here is that Sir Isaac Newton was smart. So, what we can do when we violate the maxim of quality is we create metaphors. So, we're saying things that are not literally true, but that mean something generally positive or negative about a person. We can also flout the maxim of manner for humor purposes. So usually this is used for humor, but I mean, we can use it for other things too. So I'm sure people know who DJ Khaled is. And when I think about DJ Khaled, I think about DJ Khaled producing a series of sounds corresponding to a screeching trash can. Now, obviously, there's a more concise way to say this, that he produces music I don't like or produces bad music if we're being subjective with our opinion. But the way that I'm saying this, produce a series of sounds corresponding to a screeching trash can. I'm flouting the maxim of manner for humor purposes. I don't want to explicitly say it's bad, but I want to make a comparison because I think it's kind of funny. So we have a couple exercises here, and we want to ask which maxims were flouted to create these jokes. So we have some jokes here. So person A says, does your dog bite? B says no. The dog that B owns bites A. And then A says, why did the dog just bite me then if you said your dog doesn't bite? And then B responds, well, that's not my dog. So this is flouting quantity for sure, because there's information being left out. So when they say, does your dog bite? B just says no. B doesn't say that's not my dog in this case. In fact, B isn't really interpreting A properly. He's treating them very literally in this case. But in this case, by leaving out information, we get some humor out of it because that information is then revealed later. Oh, that's not my dog. Okay, number 2. I know it's really funny when I explain the joke. 2. How do you think that person died, newbie? Well, I think the blood is supposed to be inside the body. So, in a way, this is definitely flouting some manner in this case because they're not directly answering exactly how they thought that person died. In fact, you might even argue that it is relation in this case, although it is kind of related to the discussion. It's not like they're going completely off topic. In terms of quantity, I mean, there is some more information given than necessary, so that could be argued too. Usually, quantity and manner kind of are flouted hand in hand, but it's definitely not quality. B is saying, I think blood is supposed to be inside the body. Obviously, that's a true statement. So, relation and quantity are questionable there, but definitely manner for sure. So, that was the Introduction to Linguistics course. Hopefully, this is under 6 hours in the end. Oh, it's been a long time since I've started recording this. But if you are interested in some text documents on this, there's 2 books that I kind of recommend. One is free. It's called Essentials of Linguistics. You can look at it online. It's not that great, but it is free. It covers all of the information. It's just that there's no exercises, and the book is basically a transcription of videos. Some sections are better than others. There's a lot of things that aren't necessarily motivated, and some of the sections on phonetics do not account for how Canadian speakers speak. Instead, it's more, or even American speakers. It's very much geared in its phonetic section towards Eastern North American speakers rather than Central and Western North American speakers. But what I do recommend, and this is the book that my university uses, is Contemporary Linguistic Analysis by William O'Grady and John Archibald. It's fantastic. Everything is motivated well. There's tons of examples, a huge focus on languages other than English as well in the exercises. And every single chapter has like 15 plus exercises that target different things taught throughout the chapter. It's a fantastic book. And there's also information on general linguistics there, such as language acquisition, historical linguistics, language revitalization, writing systems. I believe even some neurolinguistics and psycholinguistics in there. So contemporary linguistic analysis, it's not cheap. I'm sure you can find it very cheap online somehow. I won't tell you how, but someone in the comments, I'm sure, will leave that information below. So if you enjoyed this and you want a follow-up on some stuff, I do have some phonology videos on the channel. I have a syntax course that's a follow-up on the channel. I have semantics course that's follow-up on the channel. And the only ones I don't really have are phonetics or morphology. I will never produce a phonetics series. I think it's horribly boring. That's just my personal opinion. But morphology might come in the future. If you're watching this like several months after the video came out, it might already be up. If you're watching this several years that the video came out and there's no morphology course, yeah, no excuse for that. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed. If you have any questions, leave them in the comments below. And yeah, good luck in your linguistic studies.